This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Just try it and you'll see. Besides, didn't you say you're good at this? Why are you making so many excuses just to pull a plow? At this point, if he kept stalling, he really wouldn't seem like a real man. The man said nothing more, threw the rope over his shoulder, and shouted, "Someone help me hold it." "I'll do it." Another dark, strong man stepped forward. The two got into position and began to pull the curved plow with all their strength. The land here was hard to plow. One man pulled with all his might from the front, while the other pushed from behind, afraid they wouldn't be able to turn the soil. But as soon as they started pulling, they realized something was off. They thought it would take several tries just to barely break the surface, but unexpectedly, one pull made a hole in the ground, and the curved plow clearly cut a furrow into the earth. The two were shocked on the spot. They looked back at the furrow they had plowed. How could it be this easy? Great strength. These two are really skilled. If they can pull this, they're not ordinary. This is amazing strength. If it were me, the soil wouldn't even move. Everyone was amazed, especially those who farmed. They all knew how hard it was to turn such hard soil. What kind of plow is this? The lead man quickly asked Qingxiu, and he responded by telling him to keep pulling and he'd understand. The two continued working, one in front, one behind, and the land they thought couldn't be moved didn't seem so difficult anymore. It was still hard work, but it wasn't like trying to break rocks. Before long, they had plowed a trench over 2 zhang long. If they had used a straight plow, it would have taken them over an hour to do the same, and they'd both be exhausted. But now, even though it wasn't easy, they clearly still had energy left. Even Li Er, who didn't know much about farming, found it amazing. There really were hidden strongmen among the common people. If these two joined the army, they'd be incredibly powerful soldiers. As Li Er was imagining this, the lead man suddenly said, "No, Duke Qing, something's different about this plow." "What's different?" Qingxiu asked. The man picked it up and looked at it carefully, mumbling, "This thing feels easier to pull than a regular plow, takes less effort. If I used a straight plow to dig this kind of trench, it'd take at least 2 hours. No amount of strength would help." As he spoke, he held up the curved plow to show everyone. At first, everyone thought the man was just naturally strong. But now that he said this, it seemed like it was because of the tool. This sparked everyone's interest, and they quickly came closer to look. With Qingxiu's permission, they passed the curved plow around. The structure looked very simple. The only difference from a straight plow was the lever in the middle. It was even smaller and lighter, but that alone shouldn't explain why it was easier to pull. "No use talking. Just try it." The man called out, and everyone was eager to give it a try. They all stepped up to try pulling the curved plow. Saying it 1,000 times couldn't compare to trying it themselves. Once they did, these farming men suddenly realized how useful it really was. Because of the shape and structure, it was easier to focus power on the tip, making it much easier to break the soil, almost half the effort saved. And since it was smaller and shorter, it turned more easily. Originally, it would take oxen to pull this, but now people could do it, even women could manage it. "Everyone, I made this curved plow from a straight one to make your farming easier and more efficient, not so you'd use men like livestock or turn women into men." Qingxiu saw that some workers were even calling women to try it, so he quickly stopped them. If the job needs oxen, use oxen. Don't replace animals with people, it's not worth it. The people were excited. Compared to that automated cart, the curved plow was much more interesting to them. Even if the cart would be available in 5 years, that still felt far away. And not many could afford to spend a year's income on a cart. But this curved plow could directly improve productivity. It was a huge benefit. "With this plow, I could till 7 or 8 more mu of land every day. This thing is so efficient, but it doesn't even look that special." Everyone started talking at once. They really liked it more and more the longer they looked at it. And its structure looked simple, made from ordinary wood and a few iron pieces, cheap to make and easy to spread widely. They could even go home and modify their straight plows to make something similar. Just like Qingxiu said, this really was more worth their attention than the automated cart. Someone couldn't help asking, if we just copy this, will it work the same? Pretty much. I've already prepared a sample. Even apprentice carpenters can copy it. Each village can take a sample and make many copies. Everyone will have one. Qingxiu said with a smile. Thank you, Duke Qing. Everyone was overjoyed. They immediately sent people to collect a sample for each village. Qingxiu had truly helped them a lot. There was already too much land and too few people. Much of the farmland couldn't be fully worked, and the less fertile soil was barely tilled, with very low yields. With this tool, yields might not double, but a 20 to 30% increase would be easy. Li Er studied the curved plow closely. He couldn't figure it out. If it had some complex mechanism that made plowing easier, like a transmission system, he could understand. But this was just turning something straight into something curved. How could that save so much effort? Duke Qing, what's the reason behind this? Can you explain it to me? Li Er still couldn't figure it out, so he asked Qingxiu directly. Explaining this would mean drawing diagrams and formulas on the ground, too much trouble, even for Qingxiu. But suddenly, he had an idea and asked Li Er, Your Majesty, have you ever seen a sickle? A sickle? Of course I have. Why do people use sickles to harvest crops instead of straight knives? Li Er didn't even think before answering. Of course it's because sickles are easier to use for harvesting, mainly because. Mid-sentence, Li Er suddenly understood what Qingxiu meant. What he referred to as a straight blade was the regular straight plow people usually saw, and the sickle was the curved plow. Looking more closely, the shape of the curved plow was just like a sickle. When working, it was like using the tip of the sickle to cut into the ground. From this, it was clear that the curved plow worked on the same principle as the sickle. So that's how it is. I understand now. It was the first time Li Er grasped something Qingxiu taught him so quickly. He was truly pleased. What pleased him even more was the curved plow itself. Compared to the self-propelled cart that might only show results in 4 or 5 years, this was exactly what he needed most right now. It could immediately improve productivity. Every extra grain grown on each mu of land would directly increase the national strength of Great Tang. Right now, with vast territory and the need to expand in all directions, food was urgently needed. Being able to increase food production at this moment was a real blessing. Li Er suddenly thought of something and asked, then in the western regions. I first created the curved plow in the western regions. The farmers there are already using it, and large-scale land reclamation has begun. Qingxiu said with a smile. Li Er thought about it and agreed. Qingxiu was now focused on developing the western regions. With such a good tool, of course the western regions wouldn't be left out. Seeing how much the people present liked the tool, Li Er immediately ordered the Ministry of Works to gather all craftsmen in Chang'an and begin replicating the curved plow as soon as possible, to produce as many as they could in the shortest time. They were to first distribute them to villages around Chang'an, then gradually expand to the whole Guanyi area, and eventually beyond the pass and to the Jiangnan region. Right now was the farming off-season, the perfect time to change tools. Li Er also gave a strict deadline. All plows in Guanyi must be replaced before the spring planting season. And at the latest within 2 years, all plows in the entire Jiangnan area must be replaced. Minister of Works Chen Dao accepted the order and dared not delay. He knew this command was very urgent, and immediately went to arrange it, afraid of falling behind. Now, any time Qingxiu came up with something new, it was the entire Ministry of Works that had to get busy first. Thus, this public demonstration finally came to an end. The 2 items Qingxiu presented had truly shocked every participant. Those officials not involved in farming didn't fully grasp how impactful the curved plow was. They were more interested in the self-propelled cart. None of the nobles didn't love the thing. Many were eager to try driving it themselves. Those in charge of administration and military logistics were thinking even further. If this could be mass-produced, logistics pressure would greatly decrease. Originally, it took 10 people to pull a load. With this cart, maybe only 3 or 4 would be needed, maybe even fewer, an enormous boost in productivity. Even as the event ended, many high-ranking officials privately approached Qingxiu, hoping to buy a self-propelled cart from him at a very high price. I know this can't be mass-produced yet. You probably only have 3 or 4 at most. But that's okay. If more are made in the future, please save one for me. Can't you sell this one? Just name the price, that's not an issue. Can you reserve the next one for me? I'll pay a deposit right now. Qingxiu rejected all of them. He valued the future role of the self-propelled cart very much. From the beginning, he decided it would be a transportation tool widely used among common people, not a luxury toy for the rich and powerful to show off. After sending those people away, Li Er personally came to him. But unlike rejecting the others, Qingxiu had been waiting for Li Er to come. Li Er got straight to the point, saying he hoped Qingxiu would leave the cart in Chang'an. I don't intend for this thing to be a royal exclusive tool. I want it to be kept in the Ministry of Works so they can study and develop it. Even if they can't help you directly, maybe they can figure out other things from it. Qingxiu originally thought Li Er wanted it for his personal use. But these words changed Qingxiu's opinion of him. Li Er's vision was even greater than he expected. Qingxiu had planned to use the cart as a bargaining chip to get something from Li Er. But with such a broad vision, Qingxiu was moved instead. It's rare for your majesty to think this way. I created this cart exactly to benefit the world. Since you think the same, then I'll leave it here. Qingxiu agreed readily. Good. Li Er was overjoyed and quickly continued, actually, I came not just for the cart. There's one more very important thing I hope you can share. Seeing the look of expectation on Li Er's face, Qingxiu guessed right away. Is your majesty talking about glass? Li Er nodded eagerly. Exactly. The Central Plains had never figured out how to make glass. It was always a rare item. The imported glass from Persia and other places had very poor clarity, good only for decoration, with little practical use. Whether it could be produced or not didn't matter much. But today, after seeing the transparent glass Qingxiu made, Li Er immediately thought of many possible uses. In terms of practicality, porcelain couldn't even compare. And Li Er guessed that this high-quality glass definitely wasn't imported from Persia. He even suspected it was made by Qingxiu's own methods. Is that true? Qingxiu didn't expect Li Er to guess so accurately, but he had indeed guessed right. After a moment of thought, Qingxiu said, Your Majesty, this glass was indeed made by people I sent. But the process is far from mature, and the cost is extremely high. The cost of just these few pieces might be beyond your Majesty's imagination. Li Er immediately understood what he meant. No problem. Keep researching. If there's a chance in the future, be sure to let me see. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The two then changed the subject and chatted casually, laughing and talking. I heard your Baiwei has new dishes. I was just planning to try them, why don't you join me? Of course. Once the Ministry of Works received Li Er's order and began acting on it, all the water wheels in Chang'an were soon operating at full capacity. Making plows required suitable wood and iron. Half of the water wheels in the city were used to forge iron pieces, and the other half were shaving wood around the clock. Only now did the craftsmen in Chang'an realize how important these automated machines were. With these basic preliminary machines, no matter what is being made, the process becomes extremely fast. If it were still like before, with everything forged by hand from start to finish, then forget about getting equipment ready for the villages around Chang'an by the start of spring next year, even by the end of next year, it wouldn't be possible. Now, with these water wheel machines running day and night without pause, efficiency has increased by more than 100-fold. Finishing before spring next year is a breeze. Even though the water wheels hammering iron through the night disturbed the rest of the people in Chang'an, everyone surprisingly understood and supported the production schedule. No one objected. Some were even willing to rent out their own water wheels to the Ministry of Works to help speed up progress. This also added some income to their families. What surprised Qingxiu even more was that these busy craftsmen, in order to increase efficiency, had improved the water wheels. Their original idea was to increase the water flow from outside to speed up the wheel's rotation, using the same method Qingxiu used to control the Yellow River, narrowing the river channel to make the water flow faster. But due to limitations in water volume, their method didn't succeed. Instead, they accidentally created a very basic water pump. This device had a very simple structure. Although it was highly inefficient, it really could draw water from the river. In Qingxiu's eyes, it showed the early shape of a water lifting machine. However, it had to be operated manually, and many parts were easily damaged. After working for half a day, it might not even fill a single bucket of water. At first, the craftsmen thought this was a good invention, but after a closer look, they lost interest. It was simply too ineffective. I think this thing is useless. Might as well throw it in storage. Pity, if this thing could draw more water, Chang'an could have hundreds more water wheels. Don't even think about it. It needs to be hand-cranked. It takes 7 or 8 people to turn it. With that effort, carrying water by hand would be faster. Everyone shook their heads and dismissed it completely. Though they were criticizing it, they were really just stating facts. The craftsman who made it stood awkwardly, not knowing what to do. He somewhat regretted creating it. Although no one valued it, only Qingxiu continued to observe it closely. He even opened the outer casing to study the internal structure. You used a rubber tube here? Qingxiu asked. Yes, when water flows through, if it touches wood or iron directly, it corrodes easily. So I used a rubber tube instead. I noticed that rubber soaked in water doesn't seem to decay. The craftsman hadn't expected Qingxiu to ask and quickly answered. Qingxiu nodded slightly. This man's ability to make use of materials showed he had some ideas. People in the industrial age knew material properties very well, especially rubber, which was widely used. But this man, living in an era where rubber was only used for wheels, had already noticed its waterproof quality and specifically applied it here. In Qingxiu's eyes, this man was worth promoting. Qingxiu pulled out the rubber tube and said in front of everyone, "Rubber is indeed waterproof. But after soaking too long, it will gradually lose elasticity and slowly corrode. So it needs to be replaced after extended use." Everyone nodded in agreement. They hadn't worked with these materials long and had never known this characteristic. Still, the fact that this man applied rubber here shows he has ideas. Go collect your reward later. I'll personally promote you 2 ranks. From now on, your job is to continue researching this water-lifting machine, improve it as much as possible. Qingxiu dusted off his hands and said casually, "What's your name?" "Yes, I'm Fan Xianjin, sir." Before he could finish, Fan Xianjin's eyes suddenly widened. He had just realized. The Duke of Qing was personally promoting him and giving him rewards. The surrounding craftsmen were stunned. No one expected such a useless thing to catch the Duke's attention. Some were dissatisfied, but because of the Duke's status, they didn't dare speak up. Someone quietly muttered, "This thing doesn't seem very useful, if you promote him like this." "Who says it's useless?" Qingxiu immediately raised his voice. "Think about it, if this thing could draw water from the river and deliver it through pipes into fields or into the city, it would eliminate the need to dig river channels. How much more convenient would that be? Why is it useless?" The person was silenced on the spot, shrinking his head and saying nothing more. Although they didn't speak, Qingxiu could tell they were still unconvinced, so he softened his tone slightly. "I know, you all think this device is too inefficient, worse than carrying water by hand. But have you ever thought, even a newborn baby is useless at first? It still needs time to grow. This device needs improvement too. If one day, it can work day and night, irrigate farmland, and supply water to the city, its importance would be no less than the self-propelled cart." These words instantly awakened the craftsmen. Only then did they realize their thinking had been wrong. They had always believed that any new invention had to be immediately useful, otherwise, no matter the idea or potential, if it wasn't usable now, it was just junk. But after hearing Qingxiu's words, they felt like they had been enlightened. They were simply too impatient. Fan Xianjin hadn't expected Qingxiu to have such confidence in him. He had nearly lost face under criticism, but now he could finally stand tall. "With your recognition, Duke Qing, I will give my all. I will make sure the people of Chang'an can drink water from the pump without even stepping outside their homes." Just thinking about achieving that one day made Fan Xianjin tremble with excitement. That would be an achievement worthy of being remembered in history. The craftsmen, seeing how much Qingxiu valued the water-lifting machine, felt both envy and inspiration. They suddenly remembered all the various devices they had stored away in warehouses. If they kept improving those, as Qingxiu said, maybe they could win his recognition too. They couldn't hold back anymore. One after another, they rushed to dig out their shelved inventions. "Please wait a moment, Duke Qing. I also have something good, please take a look. I have one too. That item has been stored for a long time. Could you wait a little longer? I'll go get it right away. My invention is even better than theirs. Once you see it with your own eyes, you'll understand." Everyone was talking at once, eager for Qingxiu to look only at them. This was a great chance to get promoted and rich, and to be personally recognized by Duke Qing. Who would want to miss that? "Quiet, all of you, quiet down." Seeing the growing noise, Qingxiu quickly raised his hand to calm them. "If it's something useful, of course I'll value it. But first, it must truly be practical, not some junk made just to scam funding from the Ministry of Works." At these words, his eyes swept over the crowd. Many people instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Among them were indeed some who had submitted useless devices to scam project funds. But most people clearly didn't want to miss this opportunity. They rushed to bring out what they had stored, impatient for Qingxiu to review and examine it. Qingxiu, of course, didn't refuse. He was also curious whether anyone had something truly useful that had been overlooked. So he spent 2 to 3 full hours reviewing over 20 machines from start to finish. Among them were indeed some very bold and interesting ideas. But even more were so bad that even a dog would shake its head at them, making people wonder what purpose they could possibly serve. One so-called, very useful engineering device was just a tall wooden stake used to elevate someone's feet. The idea was that this could slowly stretch a person's height until they were as tall as the city wall and could easily climb over it. Anyone who had ever been on a battlefield wouldn't dream up such a thing, it was just too stupid. Even more ridiculous, someone claimed to have recreated the long-lost wooden ox and flowing horse. A person could ride it and turn handles by hand to make it move, supposedly to replace human labor. Whether it had potential or not, with Qingxiu's self-propelled cart now available, this kind of thing clearly had no value. Still, one thing that pleased Qingxiu was that they were genuinely trying to design and build. It's just that their limited understanding meant they couldn't create anything more useful for now. In the end, there were only a few things that caught his eye. But Qingxiu didn't let their efforts go unrewarded. Anything with a mechanical structure that impressed him was rewarded, just as encouragement. As for those who received nothing, they understood themselves and didn't have the nerve to ask for more. Everyone, keep working hard. The future of Great Tang depends on you. Qingxiu wasn't stingy with praise. He was genuinely satisfied today. After all, he saw that the people in the Ministry of Works weren't lifeless. Whether to earn promotion or serve the court and the people, they were truly racking their brains, studying and inventing. After such a long session, it was getting late. Qingxiu stood up and left to return home. Originally, Chen Dao wanted to see him off, but Qingxiu declined and left the ministry alone. Just as he exited the main gate, he saw a patrol unit of soldiers hurriedly passing by. The officer in charge recognized Qingxiu at once and stepped forward to salute, but Qingxiu waved it off. From the look of you, seems like something's going on? In the middle of the night, don't tell me there's a thief. Qingxiu asked casually. The officer gave a wry smile. Not a thief, this is worse than thieves. It's urgent, sir, I don't have time to explain. Please forgive me, we need to go right away. Qingxiu wasn't interested at first, but after hearing that, he grew curious. What's it about? We just got word, some station troops outside the city seem to have clashed with people from inside the city. Sigh, we don't really know the details yet. We'll explain when we're back. The officer didn't have time to explain more and hurried off. Troops stationed outside the city? Although the explanation was vague, Qingxiu immediately figured out what was going on. There were usually no station troops outside Chang'an, only the city's guard forces and the reserve army a few dozen li away. So the troops outside must be from another region, probably arrived too late to enter the city due to curfew, and had to camp outside for the night. Returning to Chang'an at this time, most likely it was Li Xiaogong's Liaodong army. Then I'll go with you to have a look. Qingxiu was genuinely curious. Along the way, he asked for details and learned it all started with some people gambling with the station soldiers at an inn outside the city. Someone lost badly and started a fight. Apparently, it escalated quickly. Hundreds of soldiers were stirred up, and the scale kept growing, so the city guard was sent to calm things down. Who's that dumb to mess with soldiers, especially the Liaodong army? Those Liaodong soldiers had long served on the frontier, living on the edge of death. Their combat skills were fierce, and their tempers even fiercer. If a fight broke out, they didn't care who you were. If you provoked them, they'd fight to the end, to the death. Whoever picked a fight with them was in real trouble. Qingxiu wasn't going there to settle the dispute, he just wanted to meet with Li Xiaogong. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and since he had no other plans that night, it was a good chance to meet. The disturbance happened at Shihe village, just south of the city. It wasn't far, just outside the gates. Though not as prosperous as inside the city, it was a necessary stop for travelers. Many merchants passed through, so several inns had sprung up. Where there are inns, there's gambling and brawling. This area had not only gambling houses but also cockfighting, dogfighting, and other betting games. They went straight to the dogfighting pit. The entrance was already a mess, tables and chairs smashed to pieces, even the main gate was broken. As soon as they stepped in, Qingxiu saw several soldiers sitting at the door, covered in dust, faces bruised and swollen. Opposite them sat another group of people, dressed in the most common cloth garments, each acting as proud as a rooster after a fight, arrogant and cocky. Even when they saw the officials arrive, they didn't stand up, instead, they kept sitting like they were in charge. Qingxiu didn't expect the fierce Liaodong soldiers to be beaten so badly. And the other group looked like commoners, how could they possibly have won? You're here? One of the men stood up and sneered, these guys are unreasonable. I clearly won, but they refused to pay. He stopped mid-sentence, his face suddenly full of shock as he saw Qingxiu among the officers. Duke Qing, you're here too? Qingxiu also immediately recognized the guy and couldn't help but blurt out, Li Jianshan. Aren't you supposed to be in military training right now? When they first arrived in Chang'an, Qingxiu had arranged for Li Jianshan to be placed in the city's military camp, along with the brothers who had come with him from the local militia. These men had received too little training, and except for Li Jianshan, they were basically useless on the battlefield. That's why Qingxiu made sure to have them intensively trained. He was willing to recognize Li Jianshan's ability, but everyone else still had to prove themselves. Otherwise, sending them to the front lines would just mean sending them to die. Aren't you all supposed to be in training at the camp? Qingxiu frowned, his displeasure clearly visible on his face. Li Jianshan stammered for a moment, unsure what to say. When he turned around, his brothers had already stepped back, too scared to speak. They were even more afraid of Qingxiu than Li Jianshan was. Seeing them all hesitate, Qingxiu glanced at the shop staff. One of them had been shrinking in the corner, too scared to speak. Now that the soldiers had arrived, he finally dared to stand up. Sirs, this matter actually isn't that complicated. It turned out that for the past few days, after finishing training during the day, they had been coming to the dogfighting pit to have some fun and place bets. At first, Li Jianshan had good luck and kept winning night after night, until tonight, when they happened to run into these Liaodong soldiers. They had just returned from afar and couldn't resist joining in the dogfight gambling. Somehow, these Liaodong soldiers had an excellent eye, they won every bet. Li Jianshan, on the other hand, kept losing until he was nearly out of money. In his frustration, as he was about to leave, he cursed, saying, "You've got better noses than dogs," which was clearly heard by the Liaodong soldiers. Liaodong soldiers were known for their fiery tempers. Even if someone just muttered behind their backs, they wouldn't let it go, they immediately began cursing at Li Jianshan. Coincidentally, Li Jianshan was the kind of person who couldn't stay calm unless there was a fight. He had been full of anger with nowhere to let it out, and now they brought it right to him. Without a word, Li Jianshan grabbed a bench and smashed it over them. Both sides started brawling on the spot, scaring away the other guests. Although the Liaodong soldiers had long fought bloody battles on the frontier against nomadic tribes, they couldn't match Li Jianshan's raw strength. He didn't even need help, he alone knocked all of them out. The scene was so chaotic that the shop owner quickly called the authorities. When the guards found out that it was soldiers fighting among themselves, they immediately sent city patrols, afraid they wouldn't be able to control the situation. It seems this incident has already been reported to the Liaodong soldiers' commanding officer. They say their commander is on the way. After saying this, the shop staff stepped aside, smart enough not to add anything extra, he only told it like it was. Now the city guards were in a tough spot. They hadn't expected the troublemakers to be Qingxiu's men, and he was here in person. With him around, they really didn't know how to handle Li Jianshan. Qingxiu didn't say anything. He walked straight up to Li Jianshan and questioned him directly, "Is what he said true?" "It's true." Before Li Jianshan could finish his sentence, he was suddenly slapped hard across the face. The slap came fast and fierce, nearly spinning him in place. When he came to, half his face was swollen high, like a pig's head. Even so, Li Jianshan didn't dare say a word, not even raise his hand to touch his face. He just stood there obediently, waiting for Qingxiu to deal with him. "I sent you to train in the army so you could follow me to the battlefield one day, fight enemies, and earn honor. But instead of learning anything useful, you come back with this?" Needless to say, these frontier patrol soldiers must have picked up their bad habits, like gambling at dogfights, directly from others in the military camp. These guys were eager to learn everything, good or bad. Li Jianshan tried to explain, mumbling, "Actually, I haven't come that many times, just 4 or 5 days." Seeing that Qingxiu was about to hit him again, he quickly shut up, afraid of making things worse. Qingxiu's swift and harsh punishment put the city guards at ease. From the looks of it, Qingxiu wasn't showing favoritism. There was no need for them to enforce the law, he was already disciplining his own people. Just as they were figuring out how to deal with the Liaodong soldiers, the sound of galloping hooves came from outside. Then dozens of heavily armored Liaodong troops stormed in. The beaten-up Liaodong soldiers lit up with excitement, reinforcements. Oh! The city guards were stunned. These soldiers were under Li Xiaogong, and they didn't know how to handle it either. The Liaodong troops scanned the room, then orderly stepped aside to make way. Moments later, Li Xiaogong entered with a stern face. As soon as he came in, he saw the soldiers with bruised and bloodied faces and immediately looked displeased. "General!" The soldiers rushed over, they finally had someone to speak up for them. But before they could say a word, Li Xiaogong lashed them with his horsewhip without hesitation. "Just got back to Chang'an and already causing trouble. I don't care if you fight outside, but you came here for gambling, and then you lost the fight too. How do you even have the nerve to complain? You've disgraced the Liaodong army." Li Xiaogong cursed them as he whipped them, looking like he wanted to beat them to death on the spot. They knew his temper well and didn't dare say a word. They bowed their heads and took the punishment, afraid that one wrong word would make it even worse. Once Li Xiaogong was too tired to keep whipping, he stopped, shook out his arm, and barked. "Get out of my sight. When you get back, take 20 strokes of the army stick and 10 days in confinement." The Liaodong soldiers, still hurting, slunk away. Li Xiaogong then turned with a dark expression toward Li Jianshan and the others. He'd finished disciplining his men, now it was time to deal with the outsiders. You're the ones who beat up my soldiers? Just as he said that, he suddenly noticed Qingxiu standing next to Li Jianshan. He froze, stunned, and then said with surprise, Duke Qing. You're here too. Haha, what a coincidence. Qingxiu gave a slightly awkward laugh. Looks like we're both here for the same matter. Once this is settled, let's grab a drink. Seeing Li Jianshan standing nearby with a swollen face, looking like a whipped dog, Li Xiaogong instantly understood. This one's your subordinate? Something like that. The guy has some talent. He used to be with the militia. I didn't want to see his abilities go to waste, so I brought him over to help. If Qingxiu valued him, then he must be someone special. Li Xiaogong was immediately intrigued. Qingxiu had a sharp eye. Those he chose, from Shuiren Gui to Su Dingfang, were never ordinary men. Li Jianshan must have some real skills too. He looked Li Jianshan up and down with interest and asked, So it was you who injured my soldiers earlier? They had dirty mouths. I just helped brush their teeth. Li Jianshan grinat. The beaten Liaodong soldiers instantly got angry and cursed, You damn bastard, you're the one with a dirty mouth, and now you're acting like the victim? Li Jianshan didn't care, rolled up his sleeves and said, If you still want to fight, come on. If I wasn't afraid of killing someone earlier, you'd all be missing something by now. Before he could finish, he took a hard knock on the back of the head, pain shooting through him like stars. Lord Li is talking to you. Just answer properly and don't talk nonsense. Qingxiu shouted sharply. Li Jianshan didn't dare yell back at Qingxiu, but he still looked unconvinced when facing Li Xiaogong. He thought to himself, just because you're royalty and lead armies, you got promoted by chopping a few heads. If it were me, I'd have 10 times the achievements by now. Looks like you're in good shape. Since you injured my soldiers, your skills should be decent. But I wonder how you do on a real battlefield. Honestly, Li Xiaogong kind of admired Li Jianshan. If he had found him first, he'd have taken him in too. Li Jianshan muttered, If I really went to war, I'd probably scare you to death. Never mind, I won't say another word. Seeing Qingxiu raise his hand again, Li Jianshan immediately remembered the pain in his swollen face, stepped back, and shut up. This whole thing was clearly my man's fault today. He'll be punished strictly when we get back. My apologies, Prince. Qingxiu said apologetically. Li Xiaogong chuckled, No problem. My men were out of line. Since Duke Qing has spoken, we'll let it go for today. Come, let's have a drink later. Although he said that, Qingxiu knew this incident wasn't good for Li Xiaogong. His trusted soldiers had been publicly beaten. For him to just let it slide would surely hurt his authority. Qingxiu didn't want Li Xiaogong to lose face, so after some thought, he pulled a money pouch from his robe and placed it on the table. Brothers, today's mess is my fault for not keeping discipline. Here's some silver, take it to eat and drink something good. You've come from far away, so think of this as my treat. Please don't hold any grudges. These words made the Liaodong soldiers feel much better. Since Duke Qing was showing goodwill, they gladly accepted the gesture and smiled, saying he was too generous. Still, no one dared touch the money until Li Xiaogong himself said, This is from Duke Qing. Go ahead and take it. Thank you, Duke Qing. Only then did they step forward. When they opened the pouch, they found several large, high-quality silver ingots and some scattered coins. It was a generous gift, and they thanked him again and again. Now that you've taken the silver, this matter is over. Got it? All of you, disperse. Li Xiaogong waved his hand, and the men couldn't wait to leave and go eat and drink. Li Jianshan watched the silver being handed out and felt both greedy and pained. With his current salary, it would take him 2 or 3 years to earn that much. Sir, you didn't have to spend money to smooth things over for me. I'm not afraid of them. Even if they come for revenge, so what? This silver shouldn't be wasted. Li Jianshan muttered, making Qingxiu frown, I'm not spending money for your sake. This isn't for you. No, I just mean, since there's so much money, maybe I could fight them again, knock them all down, and take it as a reward. Get lost. Got it. Li Jianshan didn't dare say another word and quickly called his brothers to leave. Just as he walked out the dogfighting pit, Qingxiu shouted from behind, If I catch you gambling again, I'll cut your hand off, no questions asked. Li Jianshan felt a chill down his spine and hurried away. He probably wouldn't dare come to a place like this ever again. Li Xiaogong watched him leave and shook his head as he looked at his back. What, you don't like that guy? Qingxiu asked with a smile. Don't like him. Li Xiaogong gave a bitter smile. I just can't understand how you always have such luck. Wherever you go, you find these fierce warriors, and then they end up under your command. It was clear he was envious of Qingxiu getting such a powerful fighter like Li Jianshan. Haha. Qingxiu laughed but said nothing. Rather than luck, it was more like the others didn't know how to recognize talent. Before this, Su Dingfang had been demoted to an ordinary guard. People saw him every day but no one appreciated his worth. Enough about that. We haven't seen each other in a while. Let's drink tonight, don't stop until we're drunk. How about it? Great. Let's drink. The two didn't waste time, found a tavern, ordered a few jars of good wine, and began chatting freely. They hadn't seen each other in nearly a year. Li Xiaogong couldn't leave Liaodong, and Qingxiu had been stationed in the western regions. There was an entire great tang between them. It took a month just to exchange letters. Now that they could talk face to face, they chatted freely about everything until late at night, when the nervous shopkeeper came to remind them it was closing time. Sorry to disturb you both, sirs, but we're about to close, the shopkeeper said awkwardly. Qingxiu was about to pay but found his pocket empty. He suddenly remembered, he had given all his money to the soldiers earlier and forgot to keep any for himself. Haha. Even Duke Qin runs out of money sometimes, how rare. Qingxiu laughed, not much silver on me today. This meal's on me. Next time, it's your turn, Duke Qin. Li Xiaogong pulled out a silver ingot and slapped it on the table. Tonight, let us two brothers keep chatting here. It's so late, there won't be any more guests anyway. No need to serve us, just bring more wine, all right? The shopkeeper wanted to object, but the moment he saw the silver, his eyes widened and he couldn't look away. If you say so, my lord, haha. The shopkeeper carefully took the silver and grinned, I'll get your wine right away, just, no one's around to cook any more dishes. No problem. Li Xiaogong generously waved his hand and tossed another piece of silver. This is for you. Thank you, sir. The waiter happily retreated, afraid of disturbing the two lords catching up. After 3 rounds of wine, the two were still not drunk and, coincidentally, turned to serious matters. Lately, things outside the pass haven't been easy to manage, right? Qingxiu asked first. Not too bad. Thanks to the solid foundation you laid at the frontier, the Shi and Khitan people are basically at our mercy. Liaodong was now very powerful. They had seized a large amount of fertile land in Jianzhou and even taken a seaport that originally belonged to the Shi people. With this port under control, and the Goguryeo Peninsula fully under Tang rule, Liaodong could now get supplies more quickly from there. And with this seaport, even if there were uprisings by remnants of old dynasties in Silla or Beach, they could still rush to suppress them in time. Although there had been a few disturbances recently, they were quickly handled. Those remnants couldn't stir up much trouble. Qingxiu asked the question he was most concerned about, what's going on with the Khitan? These Khitan could be a significant threat in the future, so Qingxiu was naturally keeping a close eye on them. The Khitan. Li Xiaogong paused with his wine cup. They secretly sent someone to talk with the Shi, hoping to ally and divide the pasturelands equally, avoid war, and stop further conflict. Since it was a secret letter, how did you find out? Did Sally hand it over himself? No. He didn't submit the letter. In fact, he's still hiding it. At this, Li Xiaogong's expression turned grim. Qingxiu was surprised. He didn't expect Sally, the Shi chieftain who usually trembled before the Tang army and knelt as soon as he saw Qingxiu, to be hiding such thoughts. After a moment of silence, Qingxiu understood. Looks like life's been going too smoothly for them. Ever since the Jurchen were gone, they've swallowed up a lot of Jurchen land. Their power has grown several times over, it's natural they'd get ambitious. This is more than ambition. If you ask me, they're trying to break away from Tang control. Otherwise, they wouldn't hide the letter and keep it secret. The two shared the same view. But Qingxiu was still puzzled. If that chieftain is hiding the matter, how did you find out? Li Xiaogong chuckled, the Shi tribes aren't exactly united. Originally, in the Shi tribe, there was a rule that the chieftain must be re-elected every 5 years by all the nobles. But Sally, having leaned on Tang support, had earned many military merits for the tribe, and his prestige and reputation had reached their peak. Even if the nobles wanted to hold elections, Sally ignored them, and the common herders supported him too. Naturally, the nobles weren't happy. Not because they cared so much about elections, but because re-elections gave them a chance at power. Now, if Sally refused to step down, with his current reputation, he could easily rule another 10 years. Wouldn't that mean they'd never get their turn? Li Xiaogong had long noticed these discontented nobles. He secretly contacted them and didn't even need to offer bribes, just asked them one question. If Sally keeps building the tribe, will you ever get a turn, unless he dies? Sally, arrogant within his tribe, had no idea all the nobles around him had already been infiltrated by Li Xiaogong. His intelligence network was full of leaks. Qingxiu looked at Li Xiaogong with admiration. The man was truly skilled at intelligence work. Well done. Actually, I expected the Shi and Chiton to try and secretly make peace and break from Tang. Barbarians fear strength, not virtue. The Shi won't remember that we saved them, they only care that they're stronger now and might go independent. Li Xiaogong's eyes turned sharp. He asked, should we find an excuse to punish them, as a warning? No need. Even if you punish them today, they'll still try again someday. Better to stick with your method, let them fight each other. Barbarians can never be fully wiped out. As long as there's land beyond the border not under control, even a barren piece of rock, they'll grow like weeds. Qingxiu dipped wine on the table to sketch a rough map. The reason the Shi and Chiton could contact each other is that their territories border each other. But the area between them is barren land, so there's no conflict. As long as we give them a reason to fight, we don't need to do anything, they'll destroy each other. Li Xiaogong looked at the crude map and suddenly understood. I get it. There's a pasture in Shuafang, it used to belong to the Turks. It borders both of their territories, and they both graze there often. This area, mentioned by Li Xiaogong, was one of the southern Mongolian grasslands given to Qingxiu after the Turks were defeated. Because it was remote, Qingxiu hadn't done anything with it, but allowed allied nomads to use it for grazing. Over time, the Chiton and Shi started to treat it as their own, and grazed more and more freely. Qingxiu understood what Li Xiaogong meant. You're planning to assign that pasture to one side? Exactly. I'll assign it to the Chiton and not inform the Shi. Then we'll have a good show to watch. Li Xiaogong Loga. This man really was a master at stirring the pot, truly talented. Good. Let's do it. Besides that pasture, you can use any other unassigned ones I control, use them as you see fit. With those words, Li Xiaogong was completely at ease. In that case, don't blame me for taking full advantage. Don't mention it. Those pastures came easily anyway. The two burst out laughing and kept drinking, not discussing politics any further. The next day, Li Jianshan hadn't even gotten enough sleep in the barracks when Qingxiu dragged him out, insisting he come see the Liaodong army. Liaodong has fought barbarian cavalry for years and was the main force in the Goguryeo campaign. Their combat ability and training methods are among the best in all of Tang. Seeing their troops will do you good. Li Jianshan also didn't treat it as a big deal. He thought, yesterday I fought those Liaodong soldiers too, didn't they collapse at once anyway? Qingxiu of course saw what this kid was thinking, and said nothing more. Only when they got into the carriage, with Li Jianshan personally driving the horse ahead, he suddenly asked, what's the largest scale battlefield you've ever fought on, how many people fought? Li Jianshan frowned and thought for a moment. Given his rather thin military career, there were few battles that left a deep impression. He rarely got to fight in major battles, otherwise he would have already distinguished himself. I remember once the Tubo people descended the mountains to seize a pasture. At that time my unit was on duty. We had about 1,000 people, fighting over 3,000 of them. That's the largest battle I've ever fought. Qingxiu smiled, that's not bad. I thought your largest battle would be the one we fought against the Shadua. Thinking back on that time, Li Jianshan's heart inexplicably pounded. That indeed had been his most thrilling battle, he had almost died in it. So you've never fought in a battle involving 10,000 men? Not just 10,000. I've only once been part of a force of 5,000, and that was counting both sides together. Li Jianshan snorted coldly, if I had the chance to take part in a grand battle, would I be like this today? Qingxiu was amused, hearing you say that, serving under me seems a bit unfair to you. Do you want me to apologize? No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that because no one had recognized me before, it's Duke Qing who rescued me, so I wouldn't be wasted half a lifetime. He quickly twisted his words, afraid of angering Qingxiu. All right, enough nonsense. Just drive well. They left Chang'an City. Qingxiu then realized that at some point it had started to snow. A cold wind blew in his face, and he realized winter had arrived. Looking ahead, people along the way all wore cotton clothing. Despite the cold wind and light snow, they did not seem to feel cold. Some even covered their cattle, horses, and donkeys with cotton cloths out of fear they'd freeze. It seems that when he insisted on using 1/10 of Tang land to grow cotton, his idea was right. At least among the people, cotton cloth was no longer rare. I haven't been back in Chang'an for a long time. I wonder, recently, has anyone around Chang'an died from freezing to death? Qingxiu asked casually. Li Jianshan, focused on the road, replied, I really don't know. But now what age is this? Cotton cloth is so cheap. If you can't afford ready-made clothing, just buy 2 pieces of cotton and patch them up into a winter coat. Who could still freeze to death? Hey, is this it? Have we arrived? Li Jianshan suddenly reined in his horse. Qingxiu lifted the side curtain and looked ahead. They had indeed arrived. The hundreds of Liaodong troops brought back by Li Xiaogong from Liaodong were training here. Even though the cold wind and light snow blew, they didn't reduce their intensity. These hundreds of Liaodong troops were the elite hand-picked from the army by Li Xiaogong as his personal guard. Wherever the commander went, they had to follow. Of course, they were treated extremely well. Their military pay was generally 3 times that of ordinary soldiers. Their equipment was of course the best in the entire army. In battle, they had to surround the commander like an iron barrel for protection. Even if arrows flew from the other side, they had to use their bodies to block them. If the commander met with disaster on the battlefield, they, the personal guards, would suffer severe punishment. Even though they got the best equipment and highest pay, if they couldn't protect the commander, what face do they have to live? At this moment, Li Xiaogong was training soldiers in cavalry charges. The hundreds of heavily armored soldiers moved with precision. At command, they simultaneously galloped forward, keeping the same pace and speed. And during the charge they could quickly adjust their positions, change formations. At a glance one could see they were veteran troops. Clearly, each one was a warrior seasoned in many battles. At first Li Jianshan wasn't overly impressed, just a few hundred people, what use in a real battle? But when he truly saw their synchronized cavalry charges, their spear thrusts, their formations weaving, he was struck by the gap. In his past fights he had almost always served as infantry, with very little cavalry participation. The scale he'd seen was always ordinary. But these few hundred charging cavalry gave him the feel of a massive force, a thunder of hoofbeats shaking the ground, a murderous momentum. He was deeply shaken. This intensity was nothing like he had seen before. On the battlefield, relying on one man's courage is not much use. Back then, though Shuiren Gui said he charged with 2,000 men into 70,000, that was only because his brothers behind were equally brave, protecting his rear. If he were alone, he would have been cut into pieces long ago. Li Jianshan was silent for a long time, but his attention remained fixed on the training ground, observing their cavalry charges and postures. Qingxiu saw that he was very interested in cavalry tactics. He stood aside and gave him pointers, pointing out their shortcomings from time to time so he would not imitate their mistakes. That Goguryeo was just a small border state in Liaodong, and yet in battling them you produced such a powerful army? After a long while, Li Jianshan finally spoke his impression. Small state? Qingxiu sneered coldly. When Emperor Yang of Sui mobilized 1,000,000 troops, nearly a third of the national grain and transport was used. He attacked 3 times and was defeated terribly each time. But isn't that because Emperor Yang was decadent, used the army poorly, which led to the defeats? Humph, that's just one narrative, used to degrade him. They portrayed Goguryeo as extremely weak, whatever. Anyway, even if I said it, you wouldn't know. The timeline of history had long been altered by Qingxiu. Goguryeo, which originally would have caused Li Er regret, was forcibly destroyed using weapons not native to this era. Since then, apart from him, probably no one knows how strong Goguryeo once was. There can be no records of it anymore. After a round of training, Li Xiaogong noticed Qingxiu and Li Jianshan who had been watching from the side, and immediately sent someone to invite them over. Since Duke Qing is here, why didn't you warn me in advance? I could have made preparations. Li Xiaogong was very warm, immediately having food and wine prepared. Qingxiu refused, saying he came only to observe the training today. Li Xiaogong noticed Li Jianshan kept staring at the cavalry, and laughed. They spend years dealing with the nomadic tribes at the frontier. Those barbarian beasts all grew up riding horses. Without strict training, they would never match them on the battlefield. Li Jianshan nodded absent-mindedly. His mind was elsewhere now. Li Xiaogong added, only by fighting cavalry from nomadic tribes can one train a truly strong army. If the enemy is all infantry, there's no real challenge. Fighting them is like playing chess with a terrible player, you'll only get worse. Qingxiu couldn't help but say, Prince, are you implying something? Trying to poach him to Liaodong? I didn't say that. But everything should be decided by the person involved. If he wants to go to Liaodong, I wouldn't mind giving him more recognition. As they spoke, the soldiers training on the front lines noticed Qingxiu and Li Jianshan, especially the latter. The Liaodong troops deeply admired Qingxiu, especially those who had followed him in the war against Goguryeo. Qingxiu was almost like a god in their eyes. But Li Jianshan, naturally, they didn't show him a good face. One after another, they deliberately called out in his direction, clearly showing their dissatisfaction. Qingxiu could tell these men didn't respect him and added fuel to the fire with a joke. Li Jianshan, they look down on you. Huh? Li Jianshan was just wondering why these people weren't showing respect to Qingxiu, but after being reminded, he suddenly realized they were challenging him. He was furious. He hadn't done anything, so why were these lords messing with him again? Clearly, they were out to get him. But he remembered how Qingxiu had settled things for him yesterday, spending quite a bit of silver to help Li Xiaogong save face, so he kept quiet and pretended he didn't hear. Not only did he not want to trouble Duke Qing, he also felt bad about the money spent. A captain rode over to Li Xiaogong to report that the current training session had ended and to await the general's instructions. Not bad. Let the brothers rest for now. We'll train again later. That's it for today, Li Xiaogong said with a cheerful tone. But the captain didn't leave immediately. Pretending to casually spot Li Jianshan, he raised his voice and called out, "Ah, turns out we've got an honored guest. Why didn't you let us know in advance? So we could be ready to receive you properly. Just those few brothers from yesterday probably weren't enough, right?" His words had double meaning, and Li Jianshan couldn't possibly miss it. Li Xiaogong saw the captain was stirring things up and was about to speak up, but then noticed Qingxiu had no intention of stopping it and was watching like he was enjoying a show. Knowing Qingxiu was that kind of man, Li Xiaogong decided not to interfere either. He was curious to see how things would unfold. Li Jianshan frowned. "Forget yesterday's few. Even if you bring dozens more, I'll beat the crap out of you all the same." "Oh? Aren't you cocky?" The captain sneered and pointed to the hundreds of Liaodong troops behind him. "I know you're good at one-on-one, but even if we gave you 2,000 men, my brothers here would still crush you to bits. Believe it? It's just cavalry. Not like I've never seen it before." Li Jianshan was not backing down. If the conditions were right, he'd love to take them on in a match. Talk is cheap. Who knows how you'll really perform in a fight? Qingxiu stoked the flames. "You have to lead a horse out before you know if it's a good one, right?" Li Xiaogong chimed in, "Duke Qing is right. Talking nonsense means nothing." Li Jianshan didn't mind sparring at all, but facing hundreds of elite Liaodong troops alone? That was clearly ridiculous. Qingxiu suddenly said, "Prince, how about you come up with a challenge? Let them compete. Whatever works." Clearly, Qingxiu was here for entertainment. This put Li Xiaogong in a bit of a spot. One-on-one, he could see Li Jianshan had some monstrous strength. But if it came down to actual battle formations and head-to-head numbers, one man versus hundreds of cavalry? That was nonsense. Got it. Li Xiaogong suddenly had an idea. "I heard the mountains east of the city had wild beasts lately. Many hunters saw a tiger there, and several people have been injured. Even government troops couldn't catch it. How about this, we make it a challenge, whoever can go into the mountains and catch that tiger wins. If you can't beat him, then next time you meet, bow your head and stop talking trash. How's that? Catch a tiger?" It was a creative suggestion, and honestly, Qingxiu was tired of the usual weapons and duels. Qingxiu found it amusing, but Li Jianshan went silent. And so did the captain. Tigers weren't just any wild animal. Hunting them wasn't a joke. Not everyone was Wusong. Normally, if hunters knew there was a tiger in a certain area, they'd gather at least 20 seasoned hunters before heading in. If the local magistrate knew a tiger was around and hunters failed to kill it, they'd dispatch troops, usually no fewer than 200. Even fully armored soldiers would struggle to beat a tiger one-on-one. In the mountains? Alone? That was suicide. Li Jianshan was brave but not dumb. No one wants to die needlessly. "I actually think it's a good idea," Qingxiu answered for him. "A duel with a side of pest control, can't get better than that." Li Jianshan silan li cursa. But since Qingxiu had agreed on his behalf, backing down would embarrass himself, and Duke Qing. Plus, he'd been showing off in front of these people yesterday. If he chickened out now, how could he face them? Fine. Catching a tiger, huh? No big deal. It's just a big cat. If anyone's scared, he's the loser's grandson. Li Jianshan forced himself to agree. Now that it was out in the open, the captain couldn't back down either. "All right. Just competing isn't enough, shouldn't there be a wager?" Before he could finish, Qingxiu pulled out a money pouch. "This is my pocket money. Since you want a duel, let this be the prize. Winner takes all." Qingxiu called it pocket change, but everyone knew his idea of pocket money could match a year's salary. Li Xiaogong didn't hesitate. "I'll add 50 strings of cash. If the tiger's killed and the government gives a bounty, I'll triple it and give it all to the winner." That was a generous reward, but both Li Jianshan and the captain looked grim. After all, this was a tiger, not some ordinary animal. That money wasn't going to be easy to earn. "All right." The commandant gritted his teeth and agreed, but he added one more condition on the spot. "Yesterday, a few of my brothers were punished with 20 military canes because of you. If you lose today, every one of their canings will be added to yours. Do you dare?" "Fine. As long as you can win, even 1,000 canings, I won't complain." Li Jianshan was also pushed to the edge and agreed on the spot. The commandant immediately shared this with the brothers of the Liaodong army lieutenant. Originally, they had been thinking of how to teach Li Jianshan a lesson and vent their anger. But when they heard that the challenge was to go up the mountain to hunt a tiger, they all fell silent. If they were going in groups to hunt the tiger, that would be one thing, they could at least rely on numbers. But the terms of the bet had already been set. This time it was all individual action, and any hunted tiger would only count as the achievement of a single person. In other words, each of them would have to go alone and deal with that deadly tiger themselves. They couldn't act in groups. That was not an easy task to take on. Brothers, that bastardly Jianshan already agreed, don't tell me you're worse than him. No matter what, we've got to make him lose face today. Don't you want to see him take a few solid canings? The commandant's instigation fired everyone up immediately. No matter what, they couldn't lose face today, they had to compete with Li Jianshan. The crowd responded right away, each declaring they would go up the mountain and hunt a tiger, determined to slap Li Jianshan in the face. However, before they could set off, Li Xiaogong stopped them, saying not everyone needed to go. He selected only a dozen or so strong, fierce fighters to go up the mountain individually. It's not that I don't want the other brothers involved, Li Jianshan said, but with so many people on the mountain, even a tiger would get scared and hide. What would be the point of the bet then? What he really thought, though, was to keep the weaker soldiers out of it to avoid them getting hurt by the tiger. And honestly, this so-called tiger hunt was just a way to let the bet end smoothly. Even if they didn't catch a tiger, killing a few wolves or other fierce beasts and bringing them back would count as a result. They could still determine a winner and a loser. A few dozen men immediately began preparing energetically. To prove this was all about personal ability, the Liaodong troops didn't even bring their pulley crossbows, just one long sword and one longbow each. Li Jianshan, also caught in the heat of the moment, brought no extra gear either, just one bow and one sword. As they stormed up the mountain, the local hunters were dumbfounded. Hunting tigers on the mountain was a mission assigned by the court. Why were these soldiers fighting to take on such a dangerous task? By now, the forest was covered in a layer of white snow. At the foot of the mountain, visibility was still decent, but the higher they climbed, the more their view was obstructed. Beyond 20 or 30 feet, all they could see was white, nothing else. Even though they'd agreed to hunt, this time of year coincided with hibernation season for many animals. Even non-hibernating creatures were much less active, making it hard to see any signs of prey. Along the way, they occasionally saw some rabbits darting around. But at this time of year, rabbits were extremely alert. Before a man could even grab his bow, the rabbit would vanish without a trace, impossible to hunt. Even Qingxiu started to get bored. He borrowed Li Jianshan's bow and fiddled with it for a while, then suddenly asked, "How's your archery?" Li Jianshan was slightly stunned. Looking at the bow in Qingxiu's hand, he suddenly remembered he had always served as infantry on the battlefield and hadn't used a bow in a long time. Back when my family hadn't fallen, I used to train in archery a lot. But ever since that great plague, I've rarely used the bow in campaigns. He had only brought the bow up the mountain because he saw others doing so and followed suit. Qingxiu played with the bow, found its strength decent, and suddenly raised it, shooting an arrow directly eastward. Qingxiu moved so fast it caught everyone off guard. Before they could react, the arrow had already flown into the dense forest, followed by a miserable howl. After the initial shock, they saw the bushes shaking wildly in the direction of the shot. Something alive was clearly struggling. "Go take a look." Qingxiu waved his hand at Li Jianshan, who immediately ran over, and soon shouted in excitement. "What amazing accuracy!" Li Jianshan pulled something large out of the underbrush, still twitching slightly. When he returned to the group, the Liaodong soldiers rushed over to look, immediately bursting into cries of amazement. It was a deer, struck directly in the eye by the arrow, piercing through its head. It died instantly, with no suffering. Its body was still twitching reflexively, a sign it hadn't fully died yet. None of them had seen anything in the forest before, but Qingxiu had somehow sensed it and shot with perfect aim. Anyone who's hunted deer knows, deer are extremely alert. Most can sense an arrow flying through the air and escape instantly, making them very hard to kill. And yet Qingxiu had hit it square in the eye. His skill and precision stunned everyone. I've long heard of Duke Qing's archery skills, now I see they're truly not exaggerated. I was lucky enough to witness his archery once on the battlefield. One shot killed an armored soldier. The guy was covered head to toe in armor, only his eyes exposed, and Qingxiu still hit him. This trip wasn't a waste after all. Everyone started chatting, completely forgetting they were supposed to be here hunting, not watching a demonstration by Qingxiu. "It's just a deer. Happened to wander into range, so I shot it." Qingxiu handed the bow back to Li Jianshan and smiled. "This isn't the right time. Looks like all the animals are hiding, we're probably not going to find much today. The others were also beginning to feel like giving up. But thinking about their opponent, they were reluctant to leave. They hadn't made Li Jianshan take those 100 canings yet, leaving now would feel unsatisfying. Li Xiaogong also felt things were getting dull. How about this, forget hunting tigers. Let's go a bit further in. If after a few more miles we still don't find anything good, we'll head back. Whatever we catch counts. Whoever gets the most and the biggest wins. This suggestion was still acceptable to everyone, and Li Jianshan immediately became anxious. Setting everything else aside, he was still thinking about the reward money in Qingxiu and Li Xiaogong's hands. With such a large group moving together, it'd be strange if we actually caught something. Why don't I walk ahead a bit, just act as a scout and check things out first? As he finished speaking, Li Jianshan didn't wait for Qingxiu's approval. He picked up his bow and knife and quickly walked toward the depths of the forest. However, he didn't go too far. At least, the group could still vaguely see his silhouette. It wasn't that Li Jianshan didn't dare go deeper, but rather he was unfamiliar with the forest. Combined with the white snow covering everything, it was very easy to get lost. Unconsciously, they had already walked for nearly an hour. Along the way, aside from the occasional wild rabbits or pheasants jumping around, there really wasn't any exciting prey. Although some people shot and killed a few of these small animals, they just weren't interested in such minor targets. If Li Jianshan weren't worried that these people might actually beat him and he'd be caned for nothing, he wouldn't have wanted to kill those little things either. Forget it, forget it. Looks like our luck isn't good today. If there's a chance later, you can continue the betting match. Let's just call it even for today. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, Li Xiaogong also lost interest and called on everyone to prepare to leave. No choice. The Liaodong soldiers felt disappointed, especially since they saw that Li Jianshan had actually hunted quite a few pheasants and rabbits. It was hard to say for sure that they had beaten him. But Li Xiaogong didn't let everyone work for nothing. He announced on the spot that the reward money he had taken out earlier would be used to treat the brothers to a good meal, as a reward for their efforts. That finally lifted everyone's spirits, and they began to cheer, though Li Jianshan was the only one who remained uninterested. He wasn't going to be drinking at the same table as these people. Marshal, why don't we go to Baiweiju today? The brothers have never been there and have been craving it for a long time. Yeah. A place that famous, if you've never eaten there, who can say they've really been to Chang'an? Qingxiu didn't expect these guys to start talking about his Baiweiju and couldn't help but ask, "You've heard of Baiweiju all the way in Liaodong?" The soldiers immediately burst into laughter. Not just Liaodong. Even in Goguryeo, there were rumors that Baiweiju had the best food in all of Tang. This was thanks to Qingxiu establishing a trade route from Liaodong to the Three Han Peninsula, then along the riverbanks back to Shandong and into Guangzhou. Any news spread quickly in that region. As a famous eatery in Chang'an, Baiweiju naturally became a hot topic among all the experienced merchants who had eaten around. If possible, it could actually open branches nationwide. Given Baiweiju's current reputation, it might really be viable. While Qingxiu was thinking about his business prospects, Li Jianshan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and waved his hand to signal everyone to halt. What is it now? What are you scared of again? The Liaodong soldiers never missed a chance to mock him. Seeing his reaction, someone immediately sneered at him. But Li Jianshan didn't seem to be in the mood to argue. He just stared intently ahead for a long time. By now, the sun had almost completely set. The forest was already dim, and now it was even darker, making it hard to see clearly or judge what lay ahead. Qingxiu stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" "Seems like someone is waving at us up ahead, but I can't see clearly," Li Jianshan said, frowning. "Ha ha 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 ha." This time, everyone behind him burst into laughter. "We joked that your eyes don't work, didn't expect it to be true. In the middle of a mountain forest, who'd be waving at you? If it was really a person, why wouldn't they walk over? Why don't you just say you saw a ghost? Was it a male ghost or a female ghost?" Their laughter made Li Jianshan furious. He shouted at them, "Shut the hell up. Maybe it's you guys who are blind." While they were arguing, only Qingxiu seriously examined the area ahead. He didn't even need to use any special focus, his eyesight was sharp enough to clearly see what was happening. With just the faint light reflecting off the snow, he could see that there really were two figures standing on two legs, waving at them. But the size of these two figures was strangely huge and burly. Upon closer inspection, it was clear they weren't human at all. They were two bears standing upright on two legs, waving like people to greet them, as if meeting old friends. Qingxiu immediately understood, these two bears had mistaken them for prey. Bears and tigers hunt differently. Bears often mimic other creatures to lure similar beings close before attacking. Their waving was a deliberate imitation of human greeting behavior. Once they drew people near with that movement, they would immediately attack those fooled by it. Many inexperienced hunters had died this way. Experienced ones, upon seeing someone wave in the forest, would instantly become alert and never approach unless they were certain it was human and not a bear. Bears don't have great eyesight. They had only seen Li Jianshan walking in front and hadn't noticed the 20 people behind him. Shut up. Stop laughing. Qingxiu frowned. With just those light words, everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Qingxiu's authority in their eyes was no less than Li Xiaogong's. He pointed ahead and said gravely, "There are 2 bears over there, imitating humans waving to lure us over." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically, shocked beyond words. Bears can wave like humans? That was something they had never heard of. But that wasn't the main point. Just now, Qingxiu had confidently said there were 2 bears ahead. Wasn't that extremely dangerous? Bears were second only to tigers in forest threats. And 2 bears together meant double the danger. Based on Qingxiu's understanding of animal behavior, if 2 bears were acting together, they were likely long-term hunting partners or mates, well coordinated in hunting. If it weren't for the fact they had 18 people, all armored, it would have been extremely dangerous even for skilled hunters. A bit tricky. This time, we only brought regular bows. Killing bears might be tough, Li Xiaogong said with some concern. In reality, if the 18 of them coordinated properly, taking down the 2 bears shouldn't be a problem. But no one could guarantee there'd be no casualties. If even 1 soldier were injured or killed just to deal with these beasts, it would be completely not worth it. Although the soldiers were wearing armor, the attacks of such large bears were often extremely powerful. Just 1 slap might crush both the armor and the bones underneath. Why don't we just avoid them? Li Xiaogong suggested, but Qingxiu said nothing. It was only 2 bears, he had charged through countless armies unharmed. How could he be afraid of just these 2 beasts? Even without help from the others, he could deal with them himself. He was merely thinking of a strategy. Seeing that Qingxiu didn't speak, Li Xiaogong assumed he had agreed and was just about to tell the soldiers to move around to avoid conflict with the bears. But just at that moment, the sun completely set. There was only faint light left in the sky, and the forest was engulfed in darkness. A deep, intimidating roar suddenly echoed through the mountains and forest. This roar sometimes sounded low and sometimes thunderous, startling the birds into flying in all directions, and scaring off rabbits, pheasants, and other small animals hiding in the woods. They all fled without daring to stay. A tiger. They immediately recognized the source of the roar. It was clearly a tiger's roar. It seemed the news about a tiger roaming the mountain and attacking people wasn't fake, it was absolutely true. At that moment, everyone became alert. They forgot their earlier disagreements and instinctively stood back to back, scanning their surroundings in preparation for a fight. Although they didn't have much experience dealing with wild beasts, every one of them had fought life-and-death battles on the battlefield. They were fierce and unafraid of death, full of the courage to fight to the end, so they weren't panicking. The tiger's roars didn't stop after just 1 or 2, they became more frequent and were clearly getting closer to their position. Without a doubt, the tiger had noticed the group gathered here and was planning to attack them. Tigers didn't fear crowds. In fact, even hunters, no matter how organized, would retreat at first sight of a tiger rather than confront it head-on. Li Xiaogong immediately felt a headache. Now it was really a case of bears in front and a tiger behind. Getting out safely would be very difficult. But even so, he remained calm. Though he had only 15 soldiers with him, he ordered them to form a formation and support each other. He also instructed them that even if they were attacked, they must grab onto the beast and not let go, even in death, so the others would have a chance to kill it. If their formation was broken, they wouldn't be able to hold off the wild beasts, and more would be injured or killed. Li Jianshan didn't follow Li Xiaogong's orders. He looked toward Qingxiu, knowing their leader must have a better plan. It's only 2 bears and 1 tiger, they're also hostile to each other and may not attack us together. Qingxiu slightly crouched and carefully observed the 2 bears, only to realize that the tiger's roar had apparently agitated them. They crouched down and started walking toward them. Clearly, the 2 bears thought the tiger was provoking them and were moving up to fight over the prey. It was strange, these 3 beasts hadn't even fought the humans yet, but already assumed they were weak and easy to kill. Obviously, the overly cautious behavior of hunters had given the beasts a big misconception. Li Xiaogong noticed the bears approaching, and with the tiger's roar coming closer, he immediately said, "Don't break formation. If the beasts can't win in their first attack and get injured, they'll naturally retreat in fear. As long as none of us are wounded, then." Before he finished speaking, someone suddenly leapt out from the formation and rushed directly at the 2 bears. Li Xiaogong was about to yell at whoever disobeyed orders, but when he looked closely, he saw it was Qingxiu who had charged. He drew a staff saber from his sleeve and, though much smaller than the two bears, still took the initiative to attack. Li Xiaogong was stunned. But he didn't dare send anyone to assist Qingxiu, worried that the formation might fall apart and the tiger could strike at any moment. He also didn't know how the bears would react. In that brief moment of hesitation, Qingxiu had already reached the front, just in time to meet a bear's massive paw coming down on him. Li Xiaogong's pupils instantly contracted, he nearly cried out in shock. In the next second, Qingxiu's saber spun in his hand, and a blade of light reflected by the snow flashed through the air in a perfect, clean arc. Roar! Then they heard the bear howl in pain, its paw had been chopped off midair, and its huge body stumbled back and fell. No one had seen how Qingxiu managed to slice through the bear's wrist in that instant. That wrist was thicker than a strong man's thigh, and yet it had been cut clean through with one blow. The injured bear fell, and the other, thinking it had an opportunity, immediately lunged forward with its jaws wide open, trying to bite Qingxiu. But this time, Qingxiu simply jumped back to dodge the sharp fangs. Then he spun the saber rapidly in his hand, flipped his grip, and stabbed down hard from above into the bear's upper jaw. The sharp saber pierced through the bear's upper jaw with ease and pinned its entire head to the ground, piercing all the way through to the lower jaw. The bear's entire head was nailed to the ground by Qingxiu's blade, it couldn't be pulled out. It couldn't open its mouth to roar and couldn't break free from the saber. All four paws were clawing at the ground wildly, and since it couldn't open its mouth, it could only whimper. Li Jianshan reacted quickly. The moment the bear was pinned, he rushed forward with his knife and slashed hard at its neck. Squelch! But the bear's skin was so tough that the slash only cut the surface, it couldn't be decapitated in one strike. Worse, his blade got stuck in the thick skin and wouldn't come out. Damn it! This thing's tougher than armor. Li Jianshan cursed loudly, using all his strength to finally yank the blade free. He almost stumbled from the force. The pain made the bear even more furious and crazed. It struggled harder, and it looked like it might break free from the saber. God damn it! Li Jianshan cursed again and raised his blade to strike the bear's head again, determined to chop it off. Qingxiu had no patience to wait for him to finish slowly killing the bear. He flipped an arrow out from his quiver and stabbed it straight down into the bear's skull. Squelch! The arrow easily pierced the bear's thick hide and skull. The bear let out one final cry of pain before collapsing completely, dead and motionless. Qingxiu drew his staff saber with a reverse grip and quickly approached the other bear whose paw had been severed. He had expected the bear to become enraged from its injury, but to his surprise, when it saw him approaching with the snow-covered staff saber, the beast actually became frightened. Dragging its wounded limb, it turned and began limping away. Qingxiu was slightly stunned. He truly hadn't expected the bear to be so scared that it would flee without even caring about its companion. Naturally, he wasn't going to let the bear go easily. He sheathed his staff saber, pulled out his bow and arrows, and shot 3 arrows straight at the bear's back. By the time he fired the third arrow, the bowstring snapped from the immense force of his draw, and the entire bow broke on the spot. Even so, the 3 powerful arrows had already flown out, and each one pierced more than halfway into the bear's body. In the end, the bear collapsed to the ground. After a sharp, painful wail, only its heavy breathing could be heard. It was completely unable to flee anymore. In just a few moments, these 2 bears were slaughtered like toys in Qingxiu's hands, one killed outright, the other lying on the ground barely breathing. This seamless sequence of slaughters left everyone utterly stunned. Although they already knew Qingxiu was highly skilled in martial arts, they never imagined he could kill wild beasts so easily. This wasn't like fighting humans on a battlefield. But thinking about it, it made sense. Back in the day, he had held off nearly 10,000 enemies with fewer than 100 men. 2 bears were nothing in comparison. Long live Duke Qing! Long live Duke Qing! The soldiers couldn't help but cheer on the spot. Their chants grew louder and more synchronized, shaking the forest. He had single-handedly broken what had looked like an unwinnable situation, entirely through his own personal might. Li Jianshan, get in formation with everyone else, don't expose your back. Qingxiu ordered Li Jianshan to fall in line. Also, give me your bow. Yes. At that moment, how could Li Jianshan possibly hesitate to obey? He did as told immediately. Just moments ago, Qingxiu had subdued 2 bears in an instant. He was completely convinced, with no objections whatsoever. The ease with which the 2 bears were killed also seemed to intimidate the approaching tiger. Tigers weren't very intelligent, but hearing the death groans of the bears, it instinctively sensed danger and seemed to stop approaching. Even its roaring became less frequent. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had been thinking about how to escape the tiger. If it left on its own, that would be for the best. Unlike the others, Qingxiu didn't act cautiously. Holding the bow and arrows, he paced left and right, observing where the tiger might be hiding. Li Xiaogong had originally wanted to warn Qingxiu, but before he could speak, Qingxiu had already drawn the bow and fired an arrow into the forest. Thud. It seemed to hit something hard. After a crisp sound, the tiger, apparently startled, suddenly burst out of the forest and fled wildly. Pretty fast for a tiger. Qingxiu sneered. He immediately pulled out 3 more arrows and shot them all in quick succession, each arrow creating a sharp sonic boom. Squelch. The 3 arrows one after another pierced flesh with loud, wet sounds. The tiger let out a series of painful, blood-curdling roars, and the forest's trembling started to slow. Clearly, the tiger had been injured and its movements were weakening. After it, Qingxiu gave the order. The Liaodong soldiers instinctively chased in the direction the tiger had fled. The tiger had taken 3 arrows, each a fatal wound. The faster it ran, the more its wounds tore open. After barely a kilometer, the tiger collapsed from exhaustion, only able to breathe weakly. "We've got it." The soldiers saw the tiger fall and immediately drew their blades, surrounding it, but no one dared get too close. Only when they got nearer did they clearly see that it was a massive, striped tiger. Beneath its skin, they could clearly see its rock-hard, knotted muscles. Even though it was already wounded, it lay on the ground with its bloody mouth wide open, emitting a terrifying warning growl. No one dared approach carelessly. On the tiger's back, 3 arrows had struck different spots, each embedded deep into the body, with only the fletching visible. Clearly, the tiger's internal organs had been pierced. Its desperate sprint had only torn the wounds further, its innards were likely shredded. Damn, what kind of archery is this? That tiger ran so fast, and all 3 arrows hit it. And in the dark forest, you couldn't even see where the tiger was hiding. How did Duke Qing spot it? Exactly. Forget hitting it, under those conditions, I wouldn't even know where to aim. Everyone was amazed, but wisely chose not to deliver a final blow. The tiger was already doomed. If they stabbed it again, they would only damage its valuable pelt. This tiger was massive. If its pelt was ruined, it would be a huge waste. If skinned whole, who knows how much it could sell for. At that moment, Qingxiu and the others finally arrived slowly from behind. Seeing the tiger unable to escape, he was very satisfied. If we had taken even a bit longer dealing with those 2 bears just now, this tiger definitely would have attacked us while our guard was down. Beasts like this excel at ambushes, Qingxiu said calmly. Everyone felt deeply ashamed by his words. From beginning to end, it had basically been his solo performance. Whether it was killing the tiger or the bears, they hadn't even lifted a hand. The fight was over before they'd realized. Still, he was the prince after all. Probably only someone like him could possess such terrifying strength. Even Li Jianshan, usually the loudest one, was now completely silent, deeply awed by Qingxiu. He had been the closest to Qingxiu and had seen almost everything. Even if not every detail, he'd witnessed enough. He knew that even if he trained another 20, even 30 years, trained until death, he could never match Qingxiu's skill. He had once dreamed of reaching Qingxiu's level, maybe becoming a one-man army on the battlefield someday, but now, that dream was shattered. His martial skill is like a monster's. I've never seen anyone so powerful. He mumbled quietly to himself. Li Xiaogong stepped forward to examine the tiger and sighed. We were planning to make this a hunting contest, but now it seems, if it weren't for you, we might not have gotten out of here alive. Honestly, our luck was terrible, to run into so many wild beasts at once. Qingxiu smiled and said, it's not like we couldn't all get out of here safely. The brothers are all battle-hardened warriors. Taking down a few wild beasts is easy, it just wouldn't have happened this quickly. You're really being modest, sir? Everyone couldn't help but think that. The tiger was already dying, and struggling in extreme pain before its death. Qingxiu didn't want to waste time, so he pulled out his staff saber and walked forward, preparing to end the tiger's suffering. Roar! The tiger sensed Qingxiu approaching with a blade and instinctively felt danger. It struggled desperately to get up. However, the wounds inside its body were already too severe. Its roars grew weaker and weaker, let alone escaping. It could only watch helplessly as Qingxiu prepared to strike. I'm giving you a quick death. Next time you pick prey, be more careful. Qingxiu muttered to himself. Then he directly stabbed the staff saber through the tiger's mouth, piercing its brain. The tiger died instantly, no longer able to move, and its fur remained almost completely intact and undamaged. The value of tiger skin needs no explanation. Just a 3 or 4 foot piece on the market could sell for a sky-high price. When hunters surround and kill tigers, they usually use all kinds of weapons, blades, spears, clubs, arrows. Just killing the tiger is considered lucky. There's no concern for preserving the integrity of the skin. After all, not everyone has the ability to kill a fierce tiger using only bow and arrow, and still keep most of the pelt intact like Qingxiu did. Just this one tiger skin would start at 300 to 400 taels of silver. But Qingxiu didn't plan to sell such high-quality tiger skin, that would be a real waste. He ordered the soldiers to collect the tiger's body without damaging the pelt, and bring it back whole. He would later have a professional skinner handle it. The complete tiger body included more than just the skin, the bones, internal organs, none of it was useless. As for the two bears, Qingxiu said to give them all to the Liaodong soldiers to handle themselves, whether they wanted to skin and sell them, or chop off the bear paws to cook, whatever they wanted. Duke Qing is truly generous. We really feel bad accepting such kindness. Qingxiu's generosity even made the soldiers feel a bit guilty on his behalf. No worries. I only came up the mountain today to join you, and I already got an entire tiger out of it, that's quite the haul. Qingxiu said with a smile. Although he said that, everyone knew clearly, he was the one who killed the whole tiger by himself. The group lifted the tiger's body and followed the original path back, laughing and chatting cheerfully along the way. As they passed a huge rock, a soldier happened to glance at it and suddenly cried out in shock. Was that arrow shot up there? His exclamation startled everyone, they thought another beast had attacked. Can't you be more steady? Why are you shouting here like you've seen a ghost? Li Xiaogong couldn't help but scold. No, General, look at this. The soldier squeezed forward and pointed to the top of the boulder. Everyone focused their eyes and many of them cried out in surprise. There was an arrow stuck at the top of the rock, the arrowhead had completely embedded itself, leaving only the shaft visible. This meant the arrow had been shot into the stone by force, the archer's strength was great enough to drive it into solid rock. The others marveled in awe, but Li Xiaogong remembered clearly, Qingxiu had fired a test arrow when shooting at the tiger earlier. That arrow hadn't hit the tiger but startled it. They all thought that shot had missed. Now it was clear. It didn't miss, it just happened to embed itself in that rock. With strength like that, no wonder he could chop off a bear's paw with one swing, even stone isn't safe from his arrows. Li Xiaogong patted the armor on his body. Just imagining that arrow hitting him made him shiver. It would probably go straight through two of him. That's why you lot shouldn't keep picking fights with whoever Duke Qing favors. He has sharp judgment, and the people he picks are all fierce, none of you are in any position to act tough. If you really had that kind of skill, back when we were in Liaodong, Duke Qing would have already taken you with him. What are you still complaining about? Li Xiaogong used the arrow embedded in the stone as a reason to directly scold the soldiers. Back at the barracks, Li Jianshan had completely lost his previous cocky attitude, he became quiet and withdrawn. Maybe it was Qingxiu's incredible martial skill that made him realize the massive gap between them. There's always someone stronger. Upon returning to camp, he immediately admitted he was wrong to provoke the Liaodong troops and even volunteered to take military punishment. The Liaodong men were straightforward types, soft over hard. Seeing Li Jianshan so sincere, they didn't hold a grudge. The issue was settled then and there and never brought up again. Qingxiu noticed this and was quite satisfied with Li Jianshan. The kid had finally gotten on the right path. Even back then, people fiercer than him, like Xueren Gui, weren't this arrogant. If he stayed so reckless, he'd end up suffering greatly someday, maybe even lose his life. Li Xiaogong was also warm and hospitable, letting Qingxiu and his companions stay at the camp overnight. The next day, he sent someone to Chang'an to fetch a top chef to come to the barracks and cook the bear paws and bear meat into fine dishes so everyone could feast and enjoy the rare delicacy. As for the bear pelts, he kept them, saying that later they'd be used to craft protective leather armor as rewards for soldiers with outstanding achievements. Qingxiu didn't stay idle either. He went into Chang'an to find a group of highly skilled leather craftsmen and brought them to inspect the tiger skin. When the craftsmen heard it was a tiger skin, they got excited and rushed to the barracks. After all, making products from tiger hide was extremely rare. The more works they completed, the more they could show off in the future, it was good for their careers. Originally, these men were full of confidence, but when they arrived, they were all shocked. They had never seen a tiger skin of such high quality, with only 3 small wounds the size of a pinky fingernail, and the rest perfectly intact. Never mind how it was going to be skinned, just the condition of the tiger's body alone already made it a piece of art. Even the most confident craftsmen were shaking as they approached. Just imagining damaging this thing in the slightest while working on it made them feel like they deserved to die. They eventually recommended another famous tanner in Chang'an to Duke Qing, claiming that only he could properly handle this tiger skin. Though we have some skill, compared to him we're like doing rough work. If we ourselves were to do it, there's an 80 to 90% chance we'd ruin this tiger skin. That's right. You should find him. If even he says he can't take it on here in Chang'an, then no one can do this job. What a pity, such a good tiger skin. The tanners expressed much regret. Clearly they felt it was a shame they would not get to do the work themselves. Hearing this, Qingxiu realized he had indeed underestimated the difficulty of processing this item. From questioning them, he learned that this tanner lived in the eastern district of the city, and had inherited the craft for generations. He was said to be the 9th generation. Moreover, he only accepted difficult jobs, tricky skin, and flesh work. It was said he once skinned a deer so that from head to tail there was merely one cut. The integrity of the pelt was so well preserved that no one has been able to replicate it to this day. If that is so, could I trouble you several to carry the item over for me? Say that I asked him to do the skinning. As he spoke, Qingxiu also took out a gold ingot and some horseshoe-shaped official silver. Let the silver be your payment for running the errand, and the gold as labor pay to that tanner. Is that acceptable? At the instant the craftsmen saw the silver, their eyes widened. This was just running an errand, and yet Duke Qing's reward was too generous. You are truly too courteous. It's just running an errand, how could you give us so much reward? We feel embarrassed to accept it. Though they said so, they took the money anyway, promising firmly to deliver the tiger skin and to be extremely careful in doing so. Thank you, all of you. If the tiger skin turns out well, I will give additional reward to each of you. Qingxiu's generosity made everyone feel comfortable. He repeatedly assured them that even if they only assisted the master tanner, they would help him complete the task. The craftsmen helped each other to load the tiger's corpse onto the cart. Luckily, the weather was cold, so the tiger's remains would not decompose easily without special treatment. These tanners wheeled the cart back to the city, chatting and laughing along the way. By the way, Duke Qing gave us a hefty reward. Why don't we go eat a good meal and drink first, then after we're full we'll go find Master Lin the tanner. Sure. Or we could just go straight to Bai Weiju. Better not Bai Weiju. If members of Duke Qing's family see us there, they might think we're slacking off. Let's go to Chunmanlu. The flavor is not as good as Bai Weiju, but it's not bad. The tanners agreed, then set off straight to Chunmanlu. They wrapped the tiger corpse carefully and placed it in the carriage, repeatedly reminding whoever guards it to watch it carefully. Only then did they ascend to dine. These tanners were normally very busy and had little leisure. Finally having the chance to go to such a high-end restaurant, they naturally ate and drank freely, laughing out loud. Their merriment did disturb others, though most ignored them, seeing their shabby clothing. Yet at the neighboring table sat a group whose style of dress was evidently different from that of the Central Plains, extremely luxurious and noble in appearance. They were very displeased at the tanners' behavior. These people were envoys from the Nanzhao 6 divisions in Yunnan Guizhou, who had come to Chang'an. They had met the emperor the previous day, received rewards, and been allowed to offer tribute and call themselves vassals of the Tang. They were now celebrating this. Having been rewarded, they considered themselves now Tang subjects, and in their minds saw themselves as above ordinary Tang citizens. Now the tanners seated so arrogantly beside them were greatly disturbing their mood. The chief envoy, Piluoj, grew angry. He summoned the waiter and demanded that he order those tanners to quiet down. The waiter was in some trouble. Sir, I will go and say so, but if those guests continue, I have no means to stop them. Nonsense! Do you know who we are? Piluoj slammed the table and shouted, we are sitting here eating with these commoners, that's already a lowering of status. Yet we can't even ask those peasants to be quiet? This waiter, who had long handled many kinds of guests in Chang'an's large restaurants, could tell from their appearance that these people were foreign envoys, and their status before departure must have been considerable. Now they act arrogant in Tang, this isn't your home. He muttered inwardly but did not express discontent. With a few smooth words he placated Piluoj. Piluoj was indeed unsatisfied. He pushed off the table and demanded the bill. As he left, passing by the tanner's table, he deliberately sneered, dog meat doesn't belong on the banquet table, yet you all have the nerve to dine here? The tanners froze. Before they could respond, those Nanzhao envoys had already departed. What do these barbarians mean? They were indeed upset inside, but didn't make much of it. Instead they continued their drinking and chatting. When those envoys walked outside, they saw a very luxurious carriage parked outside the gate. Each immediately hid their previous sharp expressions and approached, trying to curry favor with whoever owned the carriage. Having served in court missions, they knew that only nobles had carriages like this, especially ones with golden embroidered curtains and fringes, which were symbols granted by the court to meritorious officials. It was wise to make good relations with someone like that. I am an envoy of the Nanzhao 6 divisions, come to the Tang seeking investiture and to offer tribute. May I ask? He leaned forward and looked, there was no one in the carriage. The owner must be dining inside. Curious, he saw a servant nearby and asked, "Which important person does this carriage belong to?" That servant, speaking without thinking, replied, "Important person? Just some tanners. Don't look like big shot. They only said there's something valuable inside." Once Pilyuoj heard it was those tanners, his expression turned cold. "Are you absolutely certain? The gold-embroidered curtains and fringe of this carriage, only high ministers can use such." The servant immediately laughed. "You must not have been in Chang'an, right? Since Duke Qing made public his Qingfeng garments, many clothes he designed have had gold or silver subtle patterns. He avoids nothing. Whoever buys them can wear them. Over time, the court has ceased regulating those things. As long as one doesn't imitate court robes, using gold or silver thread embroidery in clothing isn't restricted." Only then did Pilyuoj realize he had been fooled by surface appearances. Especially when he thought about how those people had been drinking and shouting so carelessly just now, he became even angrier. Just a few lousy tanners can afford such a luxurious carriage? I want to see what they've got inside. At Pilyuoj's command, several men beside him immediately stepped forward to search the carriage, scaring the waiter into quickly stopping them. "Sirs, this absolutely must not be done, absolutely not. Get out of the way. Do you know who we are? Yesterday, His Majesty just granted us titles. You lowborns aren't even worthy of speaking to us." These words from Pilyuoj immediately frightened the waiter. He thought this man had been granted a high position by the imperial court and didn't dare interfere. However, had Pilyuoj actually explained clearly that he was only an envoy from a subordinate vassal state, he might have been mocked right there. "Take everything out of this carriage and throw it on the street," Pilyuoj ordered. But just as several men climbed in to search, they suddenly scrambled back out in fright. "A tiger! There's a tiger in here!" The Nanjiao 6th Division people were used to living near forests and mountains, and they feared wild beasts, especially tigers and elephants. Now to see a tiger in this carriage? Of course they were terrified. Pilyuoj cursed on the spot. "Bullshit. A tiger in a carriage? Are you still half asleep? You think I've never seen a tiger before?" As he spoke, he personally went forward to lift the curtain, and was immediately so shocked he staggered backward. Inside, there really was a tiger, and the moment he looked, he locked eyes with it. The tiger's eyes were wide open, and its bloody mouth gaped in a snarl. It looked like it might pounce at any moment. He was so scared that he immediately told his guards to draw their blades, but after taking a closer look, he realized the tiger wasn't moving. It was frozen in a ferocious, angry pose. He ordered the guards to poke it with the hilt of their weapons. Seeing that it didn't move at all, and examining it more carefully, they confirmed it was a dead tiger. "It's dead. Don't be afraid." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even the waiter who had been guarding the carriage barely managed to stand back up. When he saw the tiger just now, his legs had really turned to jelly. He never imagined there'd be such a huge one hiding there. Now that he knew the tiger was dead, Pilyuoj dared to approach and study it closely. Although they had people in their homeland who could hunt tigers, every hunt resulted in at least 7 or 8 hunters injured or dead. Killing a tiger required all kinds of weapons, blades, spears, clubs, and arrows, and the corpse was always mangled by the time the beast died. To see a tiger corpse so intact, with hardly any damage at all, was almost unimaginable. No wonder those tanners treated it so carefully. A tiger pelt this complete would definitely sell for an astronomical price where they came from. Even if the 6th Division's tribal leaders emptied all their savings, they couldn't assemble a full tiger pelt like this. In his eyes, this tiger corpse was more valuable than gold of the same weight. At first, he had just planned to trash whatever was inside the cart and leave, but now that he saw this perfectly preserved tiger corpse, he couldn't walk away. Those tanners clearly have no real skill. Giving them such a complete tiger pelt is a waste. We might as well take it ourselves. Pilyuoj was immediately overcome with greed and even ordered the whole carriage to be taken away. He had decided then and there to steal it. His subordinates hesitated. After all, they were still inside Chang'an City. Openly committing a crime might not end well? Do it. If those lowborns come to claim it, just drive them away. Even if the government steps in, they'll surely side with us. How can those peasants compare with us? Pilyuoj was clearly used to being superior in the Nanjiao 6 divisions and still habitually looked down on commoners. He repeatedly insisted on stealing it. With the boss giving orders, the subordinates couldn't say no. Thinking he'd take the blame anyway, they felt no more concern and moved in to seize the carriage. But just as they were about to act, the tanners had already come downstairs. Seeing them trying to take the cart, they were shocked and shouted at once for them to stop. "Do you even know whose carriage this is? You can't afford to mess with the owner of what's inside. Let go of the carriage and get lost. Are you looking to die? Robbing someone in broad daylight, do you have no respect for the law? The tanners rushed forward to stop them, and in the scuffle, a guard kicked down one of the tanners who had grabbed the reins. Pilyuoj then dropped all pretenses and personally joined in beating the tanners. Not only that, he ordered his followers and bodyguards to join in. A dozen people surrounded and beat the 5 tanners, hitting harder and harder. Onlookers were shocked at their arrogance. Some wanted to help at first, but the attackers drew blades and threatened them, scaring everyone back. Now things had really gotten out of hand. The crowd scattered to report the incident to the authorities. Meanwhile, Pilyuoj and his group boldly drove off with the cart, acting like it had been theirs all along. But a sharp-eyed bystander immediately recognized it. Isn't that Duke Qing's carriage? How did those people get their hands on it? Not daring to delay, the witness ran straight to Duke Qing's residence to report what had happened. At the same time, Qingxiu was riding slowly into the city with Li Jianshan. "Duke Qing, you look to be in a good mood today," a soldier greeted him. "Not bad. It's freezing cold, and you brothers are still on duty. It's hard work. Once your shift ends, go have some tea." Qingxiu tossed a few silver bits to the guards, who quickly caught them and repeatedly thanked him. Li Jianshan watched with bulging eyes. Qingxiu was so generous, giving gifts wherever he went. But not long after entering the city, they reached an intersection where a few people came rushing over. As soon as they saw Qingxiu, they lit up and quickly stopped his horse. "Duke Qing, you came at just the right time. Don't panic." Qingxiu quickly pulled the reins. "Whatever it is, speak slowly. No need to rush. It's serious. Just now, we saw your goods being stolen by a few foreign savages." They hurried up and explained everything they had witnessed at Chunmanlu. At first, Qingxiu didn't think it was anything major, but the more he heard, the darker his expression became. No doubt about it, the tanners they described were the same ones he had entrusted to transport the tiger skin. Previously, since there was no suitable cart at the military camp, he simply used his own carriage to let them transport the tiger skin. But unexpectedly, even that didn't stop those bastards from courting death. Beating up Chang'an citizens in the street, robbing his property in broad daylight, showing disdain for the law, and they were foreigners too. Any one of these would already cross Qingxiu's bottom line. Do you know which tribe those foreigners were from? Seemed to be something like the 6 divisions of Nanzhao. From the south, they said it was even farther than Lingnan. Nanzhao's 6 divisions? The Nanzhao kingdom? Qingxiu frowned. He suddenly remembered that, at this time, the Nanzhao kingdom should not yet exist. The future Nanzhao kingdom, that is, present-day southern Yunnan, was originally composed of primitive tribal groups, divided and scattered, collectively referred to by the Central Plains as the Nanzhao 6 divisions. They wouldn't unify into a kingdom until decades later, when a powerful leader emerged. Right now, they were still tribes without even the basic shape of a country. Originally, they shouldn't be contacting the Tang dynasty at this point, but maybe since Lingnan had been conquered and Tang's territory now bordered theirs on a large scale, they were trying to submit to the imperial court. These savage dog barbarians from Nanzhao, how dare they be so presumptuous? Qingxiu coldly asked, "Has anyone reported this to the authorities?" "Someone already rushed to report it, and we were just heading to your residence when we ran into you." Qingxiu didn't waste words. He immediately ordered Li Jianshan to come with him. "Understood." Li Jianshan instantly realized what Qingxiu intended. Qingxiu sped up his horse, and Li Jianshan followed closely behind, afraid of falling behind by even one step. Recently, due to the increasing number of visiting envoys in Chang'an, the Ministry of Revenue couldn't accommodate them all. So, some of the later arriving envoys were housed in inns or private residences outside, paid for by the ministry. The envoys from Nanzhao were among them. They were staying in a residence in the western district. By now, the officials had been informed and were already sending people to arrest them. Since these individuals were foreign envoys, even palace guards from the Yulin army were dispatched. Emperor Li Er had long instructed that if foreign envoys committed crimes, unless the matter was extremely urgent, local authorities must not handle it on their own, it must be managed by the court. So, the Yulin army was in charge. But before they could arrive, Qingxiu had already ridden ahead and arrived at the residence. At the gate, he saw his own carriage. Only now it was empty inside. The residence's main gate was locked. The tiger had clearly already been taken inside. "Open the door." At Qingxiu's command, Li Jianshan jumped off his horse and tried to push the door, only to find it barred from inside and wouldn't open. Li Jianshan stepped back a few paces, then rushed forward and kicked hard, breaking the bolt from inside. The gate burst open. Just as he kicked it open, he saw a few guards inside wielding blades. Those guards were stunned that someone had forcibly broken in. "You bastard, who are you to barge in here? One guard raised his weapon at Li Jianshan and questioned him, but before he could finish, Qingxiu pushed Li Jianshan aside and strode in with large steps. Before the guard could speak again, Qingxiu flipped his wrist and threw his staff saber. The blade flashed through the air and pierced the guard's throat precisely. The second half of the guard's sentence never made it out. He collapsed backward, dead without a sound. The remaining guards were stunned, but then immediately drew weapons and rushed to fight Qingxiu. These savages didn't care about reason. Someone dared to attack them, so they'd naturally kill him with their blades. Li Jianshan wanted to help but saw that Qingxiu seemed to be enjoying himself, so he held back and watched how Qingxiu vented his rage. "Have your leader come out," Qingxiu ordered coldly. But the guards didn't say a word. They raised their weapons and attacked him directly. So Qingxiu didn't hold back either. He dodged a blade, then punched one attacker square in the throat, breaking both his larynx and neck. Then, Qingxiu smoothly grabbed that man's sword, kicked the corpse aside, and charged into the group, slashing fiercely. "Nice!" Li Jianshan, watching Qingxiu's clean and powerful strikes, couldn't help but cheer. In less than half a stick of incense's time, those men were all slain one after another. The last one tried to flee, only to be stabbed through the back by Qingxiu. Only then did he finally stop, clearly unsatisfied. "Li Jianshan, guard the gate. If even one escapes, I'll chop off one of your fingers." Qingxiu threw down the warning and walked straight into the residence to search every room. Got it. If Qingxiu weren't clearly in his element, Li Jianshan would have gone to help too. Just then, a sound of hurried footsteps approached outside. Li Jianshan turned to see a group of government soldiers arriving out of breath. "Who are you?" They were shocked to see Li Jianshan and tried to push inside, but he blocked them. "Gentlemen, you can't go in yet. We're the Yulin army. Step aside now. Interfering with official business is a crime equal to those inside." The officer flashed his badge and sternly ordered Li Jianshan to move. "Yulin army? Wow, impressive." Li Jianshan sneered, "I don't care who you are. No one's going in today. That's Duke Qing's personal order. He wants to enjoy himself in there." They thought Li Jianshan was bluffing. How could a high-ranking noble like Duke Qing be hanging around with some random guy like him? But just then, a terrible scream came from inside. They looked and saw Qingxiu inside with a blade, kicking down doors one by one. Anyone he saw alive, whether they tried to run or resist, he struck down on the spot. So swift and ruthless, it could only be Duke Qing. Duke Qing." The officer didn't dare go in. He just stood at the door and shouted from afar, "We're here on official duty. Might we?" Qingxiu glanced back coldly, then ignored him and kicked open the next door, empty. "No need to trouble yourselves today. This matter concerns me. I'll handle it personally, don't bother." His voice was icy, making everyone tremble. No one dared take another step forward. They watched helplessly as Qingxiu killed envoy after envoy inside. At that moment, Piluoj and a few assistant envoys were hiding in a room, shivering with fear. They never imagined a bloodthirsty demon would come. They had originally thought, if the authorities showed up, they could just declare their envoy status to pressure them into backing off. They were sure no one would punish them over a few civilians. But they never imagined that the one who came would be a man who killed without hesitation. Judging by the look on his face, it was clear that he wouldn't stop until every last one of them was dead. Who is this man, coming here and killing people like this? Isn't he afraid of punishment from the imperial court? Piluoj carefully poked a hole in the window paper and looked outside. He saw that officials were already in place, but for some reason, they were just standing there, watching this madman go from door to door, hacking people down. No one dared to step in and stop him. He turned to look at his attendants, only to find them all huddled in the back, too scared to move. Enraged, he shouted, "The king sent you to protect me, not to cower like a bunch of cowards. Get out there and drive him away." But despite his words, no one moved. The closer the footsteps outside came, the more nervous everyone looked. Even Piluoj quickly stepped back and grabbed a sword from the table. Just as he picked it up, the door was suddenly kicked hard. The latch almost broke, and the whole room shook. Before he could react, a second kick blasted the door open. Qingxiu stepped in with a long, blood-stained sword, slowly walking into the room. With one glance, everyone inside froze like mice under a cat's stare. Piluoj was so scared, he dropped the sword he was holding. Without a word, Qingxiu raised his sword to strike. Piluoj immediately shouted, "Do you know who we are? We're noble envoys from the Nanzhao 6 tribes. We were just appointed as vassals of the Tang Empire by His Majesty yesterday. You dare to kill us, this is treason. A crime punishable by extermination of your entire clan." Qingxiu paused slightly at his words. "So, you do know your envoys?" Piluoj, thinking he had managed to intimidate him, felt a bit more confident. "Of course. Qingxiu pointed to the door and said coldly, "You beat up Tang citizens in the streets, stole from me, and treated our laws like nothing. And you think being envoys means you can get away with that?" "That rabble disturbed our meal," Piluoj said self-righteously. "Beating them was already a mercy. If this were Nanjiao, they'd be beheaded. And what, were those people your servants? If you dare, why don't we bring in the officials and let them decide whose side the court will take?" Qingxiu had no patience to listen. He charged forward, full of murderous intent. Piluoj didn't expect Qingxiu would still come at him. He panicked, stumbling backwards and trying to push his attendants in front of him. "Stop him! Stop him! Go!" But the attendants were already scared stiff. Even when pushed forward, they collapsed to the ground, trembling and shutting their eyes, waiting for death. Qingxiu didn't spare them a glance. He stepped around them and went straight for Piluoj. "I wasn't planning to wipe all of you out today. I was going to leave one or two of you alive, hand you over to the Ministry of Rights for punishment. But you, hiding behind the status of an envoy to do whatever you want. I've killed many like you. One more makes no difference." With those words, Qingxiu's sword flashed, Piluoj only saw a cold glint, and the next second, his world spun. The blade rose. The head fell. His headless body collapsed with a thud, unable to say another word. Qingxiu hadn't given him a chance to beg. As far as Qingxiu was concerned, his life was the price. "Don't kill us. Please. We beg you." It was Piluoj who wanted to steal the tiger skin. He ordered the guards to beat people. "They're already dead." "Yes, we had nothing to do with it. We'll accept any punishment, just don't kill us." The remaining envoys were terrified, bowing and pleading desperately, their heads knocking against the floor like drums. Qingxiu stared at them, frowning, then waved his hand. "I'll give the Ministry of Rights some face. Let them decide what to do with you. You can come in now." He called out to the people waiting outside. Only then did Li Jianshan step aside and allow the Yulin army to enter. The officer saw all the corpses on the ground and felt overwhelmed. He immediately ordered his men to start cleaning up. The surviving envoys, upon seeing the fierce Yulin soldiers, felt like they had just seen their saviors and rushed forward, begging to be arrested. Qingxiu was too terrifying. The officer came up to Qingxiu with a troubled expression. "Lord Qing, this is a bit tricky to handle. Do you think maybe?" "I'll go with you later," Qingxiu said directly, understanding what he meant. "Thank you, Lord Qing. But if I may, next time, could you, maybe not be so fast with the sword? These are envoys, after all, it's not easy to deal with the consequences." Qingxiu replied, "When they were causing trouble in the streets, they didn't seem to care much. But now you're afraid to deal with them?" The officer was speechless. "Enough. Go." Qingxiu dismissed him without another word. "Yes, sir." The officer quickly bowed and left, instructing his men to hurry and report the situation. Qingxiu tossed aside his now damaged sword and looked down at his blood-stained clothes, clearly annoyed. "Li Jianshan, go to my residence and fetch me a clean set of clothes." He took off his outer robe as he walked outside, only to find a crowd had gathered. Though they couldn't see what happened inside, the screams and sounds of violence gave them an idea. As they were wondering what was going on, they saw Qingxiu walking out, bloodied robe in hand. "This is..." The crowd stepped back, curious but afraid to ask. "Everyone." Qingxiu threw the bloodied robe to the ground and said loudly, "From now on, if you see any barbarians or foreigners acting arrogant on our streets, if they dare to beat citizens, strike back. If they drag you to court, just come to the Qing residence and find my people. If compensation is needed, I'll pay. If you need a lawyer, I'll hire one. Don't be afraid." Qingxiu's words truly lifted everyone's spirits, drawing loud cheers and shouts of his name. Lord Qingwagong was so straightforward because he worried these people might be bullied by those arrogant barbarian dogs relying on power. Hearing this, the crowd generally understood why Qingwagong appeared here today and why he had started killing. 8 or 9 times out of 10, it must be closely connected to what happened earlier at the door of Chunmanlu today. "Qingwagong, I heard those few tanners were beaten and sent to the medical hall. Their injuries seem quite serious," someone below said. "I know." Qingxiu looked thoughtful. Soon after, the military officer came out with his men and asked Qingwagong to go with them. "Please don't worry. We won't be disrespectful. We just want you to come over there to say a few words, and then..." "I know. You want me to personally testify that I killed these people, so it has nothing to do with you, right?" Qingxiu calmly finished the rest of the officer's words, making the officer very embarrassed, apologizing repeatedly. After Qingxiu left, the crowd also began to disperse, but someone with sharp eyes noticed on the ground a piece of clothing Qingxiu had just thrown away. Although it was blood-stained and dirty, it was still worn by Qingwagong himself. After a moment of silence, the crowd suddenly surged forward, scrambling to snatch the garment from the ground. No joke, right now King Wagong was the top star in Chang'an. Anything he discarded would be worth a fortune. A short time later, at the Ministry of Rites, the few envoys kneeling on the floor tremblingly explained the whole story from beginning to end, then bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Qingxiu added on the side, "Yes, they died by my hand. I killed them all. It had nothing to do with anyone else." Minister of Rites Lu Qingji felt a headache listening, thinking to himself that this old lord really could stir up trouble. If he didn't kill a few envoys every 3 days, he probably wouldn't be satisfied. But then again, these men truly didn't deserve pity. Although their crimes weren't capital, Lu also felt Qingxiu had done well to kill them. Originally this matter was large enough to be judged personally by Li Er, but when he heard Qingxiu did it, he lost interest and directly told the Minister of Rites to decide. In Li Er's words, as long as you don't provoke Qingxiu, he won't trouble you. If Qingxiu does have to draw his sword against you, it means the dead were not wrongly killed. I've understood the gist of the matter. In the end, it's still you envoys from the Nanjiao 6 divisions acting without thought. Lu Qingji immediately put on his official air and sternly questioned, "You come from a barbaric place, but even so you should not, in broad daylight, rob and beat people in the street, and even use your status as court-appointed envoys to tarnish the imperial court. By any one of these alone, you are unforgivable." Those men didn't dare to refute a word. Even as the scolding rained on their heads, they could only repeatedly say yes. Finally, Lu Qingji waved his hand, revoking all titles and ranks granted to Nanjiao, reclaiming all gifts, and expelling their envoys from the realm, never again permitting them to come to court. The ones already killed would not be pursued. Those still alive would each be caned 50 strokes. If during their expulsion they committed crimes along the way, they would be executed immediately, regardless of severity. As for King Wagong, although King Wagong acted impartially, he truly used excessive force. By rights it is not a capital crime, but I hope King Wagong will take this as a warning and not over-enforce the law again. When it came to Qingxiu, that was all, just a light remark. He didn't dare impose any real punishment. Even if Li Er himself came, he would probably only pretend to scold a few words. "Absolutely not, my lord." The envoys panicked, rushing forward to beg, "Punishing us is one thing, but please be merciful with revoking the titles. We came from thousands of miles away just for this investiture. Yes. If you take away the granted title, we'll have no face to return. This whole trip will be for nothing. You might as well let us die here." It was the first time Lu Qingji had seen people desperately beg to be made vassals. He really couldn't understand why they would risk everything for investiture. "The recall of the investiture is not my personal decision but His Majesty's order. I'm only conveying it. Even if you have objections, you have no right to argue. After you receive your caning, leave at once. Chang'an cannot hold you." When Lu Qingji finished, the envoys completely lost hope, cold sweat running down their faces as they lay on the floor. Looking at them like this, one might think they were about to be executed. "Take them away," Lu Qingji urged several times, but the men still lay motionless. He grew angry and ordered them dragged out. "Don't forget, 50 strokes each. Not one less." Not until the envoys were dragged out crying did Lu Qingji mutter, "Why are they like this? It's only removing their vassal title." Lu Qingji didn't understand, but Qingxiu understood very well. If these men failed their mission, 9 times out of 10 they would lose their heads when they returned. Their tribal rules were far less merciful, failure meant beheading. The title of Tang vassal state didn't mean much inside the Central Plains. But beyond Han territory, among surrounding nomadic tribes and primitive peoples, it was a name that inspired terror. In their eyes, the Tang Empire was heaven on earth, its emperor like a god. Being invested as a vassal was like being under divine protection. With Tang's vassal name, they could freely pressure or attack neighboring tribes, each stroke of the blade bearing the Tang court's official seal of approval. Even if they only wanted to defend themselves, small weak tribes could hold up Tang's investiture letter when attacked and no one would dare strike. Such an important thing, not only had they failed to obtain it, they were now forbidden ever to send envoys again. This failure meant not only losing their own lives but, under their harsh tribal laws, likely implicating their families too, the consequences unimaginable. What I said just now was formal language. But honestly, I still think what King Wagong did was exactly right. As the others left, Lu Qingji looked at Qingxiu with admiration. Every time King Wagong strikes at these barbarians, even those foreign merchants straighten up and behave. In the end, Qingxiu said with disdain, these people don't see themselves as outsiders. They really think after just one audience with His Majesty they've got a death immunity token. But why did the Nanjiao 6 division suddenly want to pay tribute? Until now they've had almost no dealings with our Tang. Thinking of the 6 divisions, Qingxiu asked again. The fact that they requested to be made vassals on their first tribute visit shows that they had made preparations before coming. This tribute mission was most likely fully planned in advance. In the past, when small countries came to pay tribute and submit to the Tang dynasty, it usually started with a visit by envoys. After personally seeing the strength and prosperity of Tang, they would return home to report, and only then would their rulers decide to pay homage and become vassals. Almost none came on their first visit just to become vassals. Lu Qingji didn't know much about them and casually said, "I'm not sure either, but I heard that their 6 divisions aren't very peaceful. It's 6 small tribes nominally united. Their chieftain may have sent people to submit in order to use the Tang's name to suppress those smaller tribes. That's just my guess. Don't take it seriously, just something to talk about." Qingxiu smiled slightly. Lu Qingji couldn't tell what he was thinking and didn't say any more. "Well, let's end the matter here for today. Minister Lu, please pass on a message to His Majesty for me. If he has some free time, let's meet at the Hot Springs Villa." "Of course." At the mention of the Hot Springs Villa, Lu Qingji immediately perked up. "Speaking of that place, I also go there when I have time. But I've never had the chance to book the top-tier private rooms inside." Hearing this, Qingxiu naturally picked up the hint and said, "Next time before you go, let me know. I'll make sure you can get one when you arrive." "Aya, thank you very much, King Guogong." Lu Qingji was beaming. With Qingxiu's promise, it was a sure thing. The punishment of the Nanjiao 6th Division envoys quickly spread through the entire city of Chang'an, and naturally drew mockery from all the other envoys. At first, they thought those men had run into some big trouble. But after asking around, they found out they had actually offended King Guogong, and even tried to steal from him in the street. Everyone knew what kind of man King Guogong was. Even without any provocation, he could stir up waves. Outside of the Tang borders, everyone feared him coveting their territory. Now these people had the audacity to steal from him, no wonder they met such an end. As for the injured tanners, Qingxiu didn't have time to visit them personally but sent money to help them recover. He also found out where the old tanner lived and had the tiger skin sent there. Though Qingxiu didn't meet him, the old tanner sent back a message of deep gratitude for King Guogong's trust. He also said that if he failed to properly process the tiger skin, he would quit his trade in Chang'an for good and never skin another hide. "That's a bit much, isn't it?" "It's just a tiger skin," Qingxiu said, surprised when he heard this while at Baiweiju. He said it's partly because of your trust, and also because the tiger's body was preserved so well. If he ruined it, even he couldn't forgive himself, the messenger said with a laugh. "Well, I suppose it's good he takes it seriously. Any trouble on the way delivering it?" "None. The last encounter with those Nanjiao 6th Division people was just an accident." Qingxiu waved his folding fan and told the messenger to get back to work. With the matter resolved, Qingxiu was in a great mood, especially since that evening, Li Er had sent someone inviting him to the Hot Springs Villa. Coincidentally, Lu Qingji had also requested a room there earlier. Qingxiu immediately ordered preparations and decided to go personally. But before leaving, he didn't forget to bring along Li Jianshan. The man had great potential and needed to get familiar with Li Er now to be promoted later. It had been a while since Qingxiu had returned to the Hot Springs Villa. After coming back from the western regions, he mostly spent his free time with his wives and concubines. Business at the villa remained strong without his involvement. Now that he was back, he saw that the Hot Springs Villa had expanded to more than double its previous size. Besides the expanded hot spring pools, there were now many added recreational facilities, card games, chess, and many tabletop games Qingxiu himself had invented. Before he left last time, he had even instructed them to build a swimming pool, allowing the people of Chang'an to enjoy themselves. Before this, swimming was mainly a necessary skill for fishermen. Anyone of status disdained it. But with Qingxiu's active promotion, he rebranded swimming as a noble sport that built strength and symbolized high status. He even used his influence in Chang'an to invite high-ranking officials and nobles to the villa to swim, turning it into a fashionable activity. With the power of celebrity influence, many followed suit. Ordinary citizens copied what they saw. The villa had diverted a stream to fill a public swimming pool, open at all times for local residents to use. Learning was cheap, and it quickly became a trend among the people. Sure enough, there were now many children and adults in the pool, swimming skillfully, even the kids were quite good. "We've arrived." Erguzi pulled the reins, stopping the carriage. Looking inside, he saw Qingxiu peeking outside and smiled. "Didn't get a nap during the ride? How could I sleep? The whole trip from Chang'an was so bumpy that even if I did fall asleep, I'd be jolted awake." Qingxiu yawned. He had tried to nap with his eyes closed earlier. The roads in Chang'an really need fixing, no carriage can handle this much bumping. This road's not good? This is the official highway, it's way better than anywhere else. Though Guzi said that, Qingxiu knew the truth. Recently, Li Er had clearly started caring more about the people's well-being. The roads within 100 miles of Chang'an had been paved with bluestone bricks, making travel easier for merchants and commoners alike. Bluestone was cleaner than the old dirt roads, which would kick up clouds of dust with each passing cart. But it also made the road bumpier. Slow travel was fine, but if a carriage sped up, it could shake apart. Still, this was the best material the government could find at the moment. If they'd stuck with the old dirt roads, then every time the wind blew, the city would be full of dust and everyone's mouth would be filled with sand. To get rich, build roads first. But these stone roads won't do. Small cargo is fine, but for heavy or fragile goods, the bumps will ruin everything. Qingxiu stomped the stone road underfoot, frowning. Using yellow earth to pad the road like before really doesn't work, even these neatly repaired bluestone slabs aren't worth looking at. Aside from being clean and durable, they have no other advantages. Asphalt roads would be a perfect solution, but unfortunately, in this era, there's no way to extract oil. And even if there were oil, they wouldn't be able to refine asphalt. What a pity. Just as Qingxiu was sighing, Guzi signaled to him, it was time to go in. His Majesty seems to have arrived half an hour earlier. Should we go in now? Got it. Qingxiu arrived outside the hot spring hall. When the attendants and servants saw him come personally, they quickly bowed in greeting. It had been a long time since they'd seen Duke Qing. Li Jianshan had also been waiting in the main hall for a while. When he saw Qingxiu, he immediately came over. Sir, this place really looks pretty good. They say all this belongs to you. It's okay, not exactly luxurious. You haven't seen my Chamber of Commerce. Once you do, you'll know this hot spring villa is nothing in comparison. If we're talking about profits, the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce that traveled the Silk Road truly made up half of Qingfeng's revenue. Nothing makes more money than international trade. At this time, Li Er was in a private room playing mahjong with Changsun Wuji and several trusted ministers. Under the table and chairs, a charcoal basin warmed the room, easing the rheumatism and chronic pain Li Er suffered every winter. He was in a great mood and fully immersed in the game. 8 won. 3 tiao. Li Er picked up a tile. He didn't rush to reveal it but instead mimicked what he'd once seen Qingxiu do, rubbing it with his thumb. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Yao Ji. Changsun Wuji exclaimed on the spot, Your Majesty, your mahjong skills are truly getting better, you can even feel out the tiles. Haha. I think I've got a little talent for this game. Everyone says drawing tiles is hard, but I find it pretty easy. Just as Li Er set down his tile, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when he heard Yao Ji, and he immediately shouted, Qi. I call. But who would have thought Fang Xianling had an even better hand? He played right after and Xiao Yu's face darkened instantly. Lord Fang, if I didn't Qi and you didn't Pong, how come the moment I get a good tile, you have to compete with me? Fang Xianling couldn't hide his grin. You can't blame me. My hand just happened to be right. The two of them kept competing over tiles, and Li Er could only shake his head. Apparently, he had just helped them both draw their hands. Li Ezite. Just as he was about to reveal his hand, Fang Xianling pushed his tiles out. Sorry everyone, I win, Yao Ji, single weight. That's it. I finally get a little luck and end up drawing for you. Li Er laughed helplessly and laid down his tiles. Take them. Changsun Wuji had been all smiles, but when he leaned in for a look, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly picked his own discarded tiles back up. Your Majesty, you drew the wrong tile, that's clearly the east wind. Li Er looked down and realized it really was the east wind. He had rubbed the wrong tile the whole time. Ha 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 ha. The four officials burst into laughter. It was a real mix-up. Gentlemen, who got a heaven-drawn hand? Why's everyone laughing so happily? At that moment, the private room door opened, and Qingxiu stepped in with a calm smile. Duke Qing has arrived. Li Er immediately lost interest in the game and set it aside. Calling me here all of a sudden, is there something urgent? Why not finish this round first, Your Majesty? No need. Business first. It's not exactly urgent business. Might as well finish the round, we won't lose much time. Since it was said like that, Li Er felt itchy not to finish. He called the others to continue. Strangely enough, once Qingxiu arrived, Li Er's luck shot up. Every draw gave him the tiles he wanted. After just a few rounds, he won. Now Li Er was hooked and wanted to play a few more hands. Everyone was in high spirits, so they decided, 5 players, loser rotates out for the next one. When Qingxiu got to the table, Li Er's winning streak came to an end. He truly witnessed Qingxiu's card-playing skills. Every draw was spot on. He could predict what others needed just by observing, and would never let anyone win. A few men playing cards together, they lost track of time in the fun. From midday till dusk, they played until their backs and waists ached, finally realizing how late it was. No more, no more. Lier pushed his tiles away and grumbled, "How did you get so good at this?" "No secret, just practice." Qingxiu, like a hidden master, brushed it off lightly. "Since everyone's too tired to continue, let's get to the main matter." As soon as he said that, the others immediately sobered up. Attendants brought in fruit platters and tea right on time. After a sip of tea, everyone waited for Qingxiu to speak first. Qingxiu slowly put down his teacup. "Does your majesty know that I had a conflict with the envoys of the 6 tribes of Nanjiao a few days ago?" Calling it a conflict was putting it mildly. In truth, he'd nearly killed them all, only a few insignificant minor officials remained. "I know. No need to explain to me, just handle it yourself." Qingxiu shook his head slightly. "That's not what I want to talk about. They've already been expelled from Chang'an. I'm not interested in the envoys. What I care about is the 6 tribes of Nanjiao themselves. They're worth discussing." Lier was genuinely curious why Qingxiu was so interested in the 6 tribes of Nanjiao. If I recall, aren't they the barbarians who live in the undeveloped forests past the Shu Road, way in the south? I heard their forging skills and civilization aren't even up to the level of the Jurchens. Xiao Yu asked. "That's true. But if we're talking about value, I think we shouldn't just look at their level of civilization." Qingxiu unfolded a map he had prepared long ago and showed it to the others. He had clearly marked the current location of the 6 tribes of Nanjiao. Not just the location, every mountain, river, and stream was carefully drawn. Looking at this map, Lier realized how little he actually knew about the southern territories. Aside from the southern mountains of Shu, he had no idea about the other side in such detail. This is where the 6 tribes of Nanjiao currently reside. Although there's a forest barrier here, beyond it lies vast fertile farmland, with abundant water sources, an ideal land for cultivation. And though the barbarians are united into 6 tribes, they are constantly at war with each other. One day, they will surely unify and form the kingdom of Nanjiao. Upon hearing this, Lier's nerves tensed slightly. Farming, unification, nation building, and valuing martial strength. These few key words together made it hard for him not to think of the already destroyed Goguryeo. It was precisely because Goguryeo had internal agricultural support that it could become the formidable enemy that exhausted the Sui dynasty. If Qingxiu hadn't had various powerful siege cannons in his hands, Goguryeo probably wouldn't have been defeated even now. Now, these few elements have almost all gathered in the 6 tribes of Nanjiao as well. Qingxiu noticed the change in Lier's expression and further prompted, "Your Majesty, look here." The marked point on the map in his hand was the outer edge of the Sichuan Basin and the area connecting to Nanjiao. From the map, it seemed that the 2 areas were completely isolated and inaccessible. But upon closer inspection, one could see many small rivers and mountain passes connecting the 2 regions. Just like the connection between Shu and Hanzhong. Although these small paths are easily overlooked, if the 6 tribes of Nanjiao truly form a nation and gather strength, these paths could become the routes they use to attack Shu. Although Shu is rich in resources, its location is far from the core of the Tang dynasty, Zhongyuan and Guanzhong, and it is not the main battlefield for Tang's foreign conquests. There aren't many troops stationed there, and the court couldn't possibly station large numbers of soldiers in the region to guard against a potential threat that might never materialize. Even now in Lingnan, the court only needs to station 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers to maintain stability. If 10,000 soldiers were stationed at the border of Shu, wouldn't that be a joke? So, Nanjiao really is a hidden threat. If they rise, the whole of Shu will be unstable. Lier's judgment was absolutely correct. In actual history, the greatest threat from the south during the late Tang was the kingdom of Nanjiao. Their repeated attacks on Shu drained the Tang's national strength. They even captured Jiaoji and Lingnan and slaughtered all the Han Chinese there. So much so that the Central Plains dynasties completely lost their foundation to govern Jiaoji. Even though later dynasties briefly reclaimed Jiaoji, they eventually had to retreat completely due to endless pacification wars. At this point, Qingxiu didn't say more nonsense and directly laid it out. If left unchecked, should any changes occur in the Central Plains in the future, they will definitely pose a threat to Shu. Now, while they are not yet a major threat and still divided, we can directly destroy them. Let Tang troops enter Nanjiao, migrate people to settle and farm the land, and turn it into territory assimilated by our Tang dynasty. This proposal from Qingxiu left Lier with no way to refuse. What he had just been thinking was exactly this. Nanjiao was not a barren desert like Mabe, nor a cold and wet swamp like Zhenzhou. If, as Qingxiu said, the area truly had large tracts of arable land, then there was no need to worry about investing heavily without getting returns. Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, Duke Qing, are you really certain there is usable farmland there? I mean no offense, I just want to say, Nanjiao is very far, and we'd have to cross many mountain ranges in Shu to reach it. The cost of supplies along the way is astronomical, if the gains don't outweigh the losses. Qingxiu only asked back, so, as Lord Xiao says, if the equipment and resources invested can't yield immediate returns, we shouldn't fight this war? If that's the case, then from the time we destroyed the Turks at the founding of the nation, none of the battles we've fought were worth it. Only then did Xiaoyu realize his comment was inappropriate. Embarrassed, he blushed and lowered his head without saying another word. Li Er knew Qingxiu's judgment couldn't be wrong, though he didn't understand how Qingxiu knew the local situation so clearly. But since Qingxiu said there was, then there most likely was. Even if there wasn't, fighting this battle and eliminating a potential threat still wouldn't be a loss. Now, the Tang dynasty is wealthy and strong, with abundant grain and supplies, and many brave soldiers ready to fight. They're maintained for the purpose of eliminating all hidden dangers. Qingxiu continued, Your Majesty need not worry too much. Part of the 6 tribes of Nanjiao borders Lingnan. By then, we can not only launch from Shu, but also get support from Lingnan on the flank, working together to eliminate them. Good. That would be best. Li Er was overjoyed. The war hadn't even started, and Qingxiu was already laying out an initial plan, and firmly believed it was feasible. Then there was no need to hesitate, he would simply let Qingxiu go ahead with it. This time, how many troops and how long will you need? As he said this, Li Er suddenly realized something was off. Qingxiu still had to return to the western regions to manage things. Compared to Lingnan, that place was clearly more important. He couldn't just drop everything there to handle a small matter here. Your Majesty, how to conduct this campaign should be decided by you. I still have to return to the western regions, and there are many matters in Chang'an that require my attention. I don't have much time to manage that place. Though he said this, Qingxiu still expressed willingness to draw up a plan for Li Er and help him map out the campaign against Nanjiao. Li Er was slightly disappointed, but on second thought, it made sense. Qingxiu had too much on his plate now. As emperor, he too ought to personally plan and prepare. Although Qingxiu would not lead the campaign himself, he reminded Li Er not to rush to use force. After all, the 6 tribes of Nanjiao were not united. If your Majesty can make good use of this and get them to wear themselves down internally before the war begins, then the campaign will be twice as effective with half the effort. Indeed, that makes sense. Li Er closely examined the map. Although it was detailed, there were no specific annotations about the 6 tribes. Clearly, even if Qingxiu understood the area, he couldn't know its real-time situation. This was something Li Er would have to find a way to solve. Does Duke Qing have any recommendations for who should lead the campaign? Li Er didn't want to choose himself, it was just that he had no one available at the moment. Most capable commanders had been taken by Qingxiu, and others like Li Shaogong had to hold down key regions and couldn't be pulled away. Initially, Li Er thought of transferring Li Shaogong from Liaodong, but when he remembered the Xianbei and Khitan on the borders, he gave up on that idea. Now looking back, he found he didn't have many generals left. Should he go himself to fight Nanjiao? Although, when it came to leading troops, he truly was the best in the Tang dynasty. But Qingxiu was full of confidence, clearly already prepared. I have a perfect candidate. I believe no one in the Tang dynasty now is more suitable to be the commander of this campaign. Who? Li Er was immediately interested. He hadn't expected that Qingxiu still had a promising general in reserve. Duke of Luoyang Commandery, Li Daozong. When Qingxiu mentioned the name, Li Er suddenly remembered, there was still this relative of the imperial family serving in the court. It wasn't that Li Er had a bad memory or that Li Daozong was incompetent. It was simply that he had too few brilliant achievements, or rather, too few opportunities to show them. As for Li Daozong, it's hard to say whether he was unlucky or fortunate. He truly was a capable and valiant general who could take charge independently. Originally, he should have played a major role and gained great fame in the wars to destroy the Turks, Tuyuhun, and Goguryeo. But unfortunately, he encountered Qingxiu, who changed history and turned those tough battles into one-sided crushes. As a result, Li Daozong never had a chance to show his abilities. He was stationed in Liaodong the whole time, where there was no large-scale war, so he remained obscure, just waiting for Li Shaogong to take over his post so he could return to Chang'an to become a civil official. Having never set foot on the battlefield, even Li Daozong himself wasn't sure whether he had the talent for warfare. Li Er thought about it and recalled that he only had military experience in Liaodong, and even there, he hadn't fought many real battles. So, it was hard to say whether he could truly take on such a responsibility. If Qingxiu hadn't recommended him, Li Er would never have thought of this man. I haven't seen him on the battlefield, but Duke Qing seems to know his abilities well? Something like that. He's just never had a chance to show himself, but that's not his fault. There were simply too many capable generals in the court. If not for this specific moment of need, he wouldn't even have been considered. Since Duke Qing thinks he's suitable, I have no objection. Let it be as you say. Li Er made a firm decision on the spot to move this matter forward immediately. Li Daozong, who had been holding a minor post in the Ministry of Revenue, never expected that Li Er would suddenly summon him, and even ask him face to face whether he was willing to go to war and serve the country. At first, Li Daozong was confused, but without any hesitation, he agreed on the spot. Though he very much wanted to ask Li Er why he had chosen him, especially since he had so little battlefield experience. But once he thought about it, he worried that asking might ruin his hard-earned opportunity, so he swallowed the question. As long as your Majesty trusts me, no matter where it is, I am willing to go, serve the country with all my heart, and even die in battle without regret. Li Er waved his hand. We're not in court, it's just you and me, no need to talk in such formal clichés. Yes. Only then did Li Daozong realize he was too emotional, even his hands were shaking. Right now, all he wanted was to rush to the nearest academy and buy every single book related to military strategy. If he had time, he'd even personally visit Duke Qing's residence to consult him about the art of warfare. At first, I didn't plan to pick you for the battlefield. It was Duke Qing who insisted on recommending you and guaranteed that you would perform. Hearing this, even Li Daozong was confused. Though he had met Qingxiu a few times and had even ventured into Xianbei territory with him, he didn't recall ever showing any military command skills in front of Qingxiu. Though I don't know why Duke Qing chose me, since both he and your Majesty trust me, then if I achieve nothing in Nanjiao, I'll have no face to see him again. Li Daozong immediately stated that he would return home to pack right away. As soon as Li Er gave the order, he could lead troops to Nanjiao the very next day. If he failed to pacify it, he would never set foot in Tang territory again. The 6 tribes of Nanjiao do need to be fought, but not immediately. Before war begins, thorough planning is required. Charging in head-on went against Li Er's original intention. He handed a strategy manual to Li Daozong personally and instructed him to follow every step in it and not to deviate. If you prepare for war according to the strategy book and win, you'll still be credited with the top achievement. If you lose, the blame won't fall on you. But if you don't follow this strategy and lose, you'll bear double the responsibility. Even if you win, you'll earn no credit upon return. The reason Li Er wanted him to follow the strategy so strictly was, after all, because he didn't trust Li Daozong's abilities. After all, the man had almost no experience leading troops. If left to act on his own, he'd likely lead the army to disaster. Better to restrain him from the start with the plan Qingxiu had written. The strategy was already laid out. Tang didn't lack brave soldiers and skilled vanguard commanders. This war was as good as won. Li Daozong carefully took the strategy book and immediately promised he would not let Li Er down and would capture Nanjiao flawlessly. I don't care if you capture it flawlessly. What matters is, you must promise repeatedly not to deviate from this strategy book. Li Er emphasized again. All right, as your Majesty commands, I will absolutely not act on my own. Li Daozong quickly agreed, and only then did Li Er relax his brow. I know you have talent, logistics and operations are no issue. This battle should be all but certain. After leaving the palace, the more Li Daozong thought, the stranger he felt. Li Er had always told his generals in military discussions that military tactics have no constant form, and water has no fixed shape. One must never rigidly stick to rules on the battlefield, and must be flexible in all things. So why was he, of all people, being told to follow one piece of paper for everything? Out of curiosity, he opened the strategy book and read through it. To his surprise, every step in the book was thoroughly written. According to it, he must first arrive in Shu, then begin continuous contact with the 6 tribes of Nanjiao, trying to win over some weaker tribes and Cao division. The goal was to throw the 6 tribes into chaos before the fighting even started. Ideally, they'd start a civil war, the more intense the better, while Tang would provide some weapons as support. In short, the plan was to muddy the waters more and more. Once they'd fought enough internally, Tang would find a pretext to unite all nearby small tribes and barbarians. Then, in one swift move, completely wipe out the 6 tribes of Nanjiao. This was just the broad strategic direction. The book even detailed which areas were suitable for deploying troops, ambushes, and more, with extraordinary precision. The writing style and tone of the strategy book became increasingly familiar. By the end, he suddenly realized, it was Duke Qing's handwriting. But thinking about it, that made sense. In the entire court, aside from Qingxiu, no one else could have this deep of an understanding of such a remote place. The level of detail made him suspect that Qingxiu had once left the Han lands and traveled all around, memorizing everything about the surrounding regions of the Tang Empire. Even if Duke Qing wrote this personally, could he really predict everything and account for every situation on the battlefield? Thinking back on Li Er's slightly distrustful tone, Li Daozong couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Even though he hadn't shown military command skills before, it wasn't like he knew nothing about war. Even if I really don't know how to lead troops, it's not like I need to be taught every step hand in hand like this, right? Li Daozong felt somewhat unconvinced in his heart. If it weren't for Li Er's repeated instructions earlier, he really would have wanted to try freely commanding this war, to show the court that he also had the ability to lead troops into battle. Forget it. It's not easy to get such an opportunity. If I win by making my own decisions, there's no benefit anyway. In the end, Li Daozong still decided to honestly follow the strategy step by step. Moreover, the strategy book was indeed detailed, most of it included things he hadn't even considered himself. Li Daozong gave the order, and after only 3 days of preparation, he immediately set out. He didn't need to bring troops from Chang'an. He only needed to take a few strategists and attendant officials, along with the court-issued documents and official seal, and head to Shu. While he was full of anticipation about his trip to Shu, Qingxiu wasn't idle either. He summoned all the old craftsmen in Chang'an who specialized in firing bricks and bluestone to the Ministry of Works, asking them to share their own brickmaking formulas and experience. Ever since he decided to focus on developing a new material to replace brick and stone paving, and after testing a pile of materials, he finally chose one that was relatively easy to obtain and had a well-balanced performance. Cement. Even in the industrial age, cement was considered a fairly decent paving material, only because of issues with load-bearing and deformation was it often inferior to asphalt. But in this era, such problems didn't exist at all. After all, in the Tang dynasty, there were no trucks weighing 7 or 8 tons roaming around. Even fully loaded wagons were far from heavy enough to damage cement roads. However, with the current era's industrial foundation and materials, it was impossible to produce cement comparable in performance to that of the industrial age. Just the list of chemical ingredients was enough to give Qingxiu a headache. Luckily, he didn't need to recreate the original formula. If the performance reached even half of it, that would be a success. After all, he wasn't planning to build multi-story high-rises with this cement. As long as it could pave roads and not break, that was enough. The main raw materials for cement are lime, clay, and iron or powder. The general ratios were similar to the bricks and tiles of this era, which is why Qingxiu wanted to collect various civilian recipes for brickmaking. After several days of hard work at the Ministry of Works, filtering and adjusting proportions with the craftsmen, he finally produced a formula that just barely satisfied his performance and cost requirements. Once they successfully fired the first batch, Qingxiu personally ordered the craftsmen to mix in sand and stone according to the formula he had written, then repeatedly tumble and pour it onto a test road section. After hardening, the cement road was tested by running carts over it repeatedly, even increasing the load weight, and still, there were no signs of deformation. It actually works. When the craftsmen saw that the hardened cement could truly bear weight, and that wind and rain didn't damage or deform it, they cheered on the spot. This stuff is way better than bluestone roads. The surface is so flat that carts don't even bounce when they roll over it. If we pave all the official roads with this, the efficiency of transporting goods would increase by several times. This really is something new. I never knew that these fired bricks and stones could be used like this. Everyone was talking, while only Qingxiu crouched down and closely observed. It still feels a bit soft. If we add some salt during mixing, it might improve. Too bad this era doesn't have that many industrial chemicals. While Qingxiu was thinking, Deputy Minister of Works Zhang Xiguang stepped forward, wanting to speak several times but hesitated. He seemed worried about disturbing Qingxiu's focus. Lord Deputy Minister, if you have something to say, just say it. Why hesitate? Qingxiu stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. Only then did Zhang Xiguang speak. Duke Qing seems quite satisfied with the results of this cement? Barely. It still needs additives. If the current strength of these products could be improved a bit more, it would be better. For every bit of strength improved, the service life might increase by a corresponding year. That would mean a huge cost saving in the future. Zhang Xiguang gave a bitter smile. If that's the case, I'm afraid before we can even begin large-scale paving, just firing the cement might drain the national treasury. Drain the treasury? What a joke. Qingxiu knew all too well that although cement seemed like a product brought forward from nearly 1,000 years in the future, after his simplification and improvement, the materials used were already very cheap and economical. Lime, iron or powder, clay, each of them was abundant and cheap. Even if some amount of salt had to be added, he had already driven the price down. I understand your point, these materials indeed aren't costly. But the labor time and manpower needed. Zhang Xiguang showed Qingxiu his rough calculations. To produce and mix enough cement to cover a 100-mile radius around Chang'an, at least 100,000 people working day and night for a whole month would be required. Cement is extremely thick and heavy. Using only water-powered wheels, and water drawn from rivers outside the city, couldn't stir it at all. They'd have to set up water wheels on the downstream of the Yellow River where the elevation drop produced the strongest current, to move such heavy wheels. If water power couldn't handle it, then manual labor would have to be used. Naturally, that would be time-consuming and exhausting, with painfully low efficiency. This is just my rough calculation. There may be even more problems and difficulties we haven't encountered yet. But I'm afraid they'll be unavoidable later. Qingxiu pushed away the ledger and said calmly, "No need to calculate further. There's one thing even more troublesome than mixing cement." What Qingxiu was referring to was the furnace and firepower needed to fire the cement. This was something he had considered from the very beginning, and it looked even more impossible to solve. Firing cement required stronger, more intense flames. The larger the quantity, the bigger the furnace needed to be, and the more fuel and higher temperatures were required. If they relied solely on firewood, they'd probably deforest all of Guanyi and still not meet his requirements. Besides, the temperature of burning would barely exceed 1,000 degrees, while large furnaces needed at least double that. Bringing this advanced material into the current era naturally meant solving many new problems. In the end, it's still about power and fuel. Qingxiu let out a long sigh. It really was troublesome. Zhang Xiguang seemed to think Qingxiu had run out of ideas and couldn't help but speak up. In fact, you could think about it differently. We don't necessarily have to pave all of Chang'an, or even the entire 100-mile area, with cement. If we only pave one main road inside Chang'an, that would already be enough. Enough? If it's just to be a vanity project, then yes, it's enough. Qingxiu shook his head. That was absolutely not what he wanted. If we only pave the main roads in Chang'an, then outside the city, all the village roads are still dirt roads or even muddy roads. The carts and horses transporting goods still have to travel on them. If the efficiency doesn't change, then what's the point of using cement for paving? In my opinion, if this material cannot be promoted and widely used throughout the country, then it's better not to burn it at all. It's completely meaningless. Zhang Xiguang and the bureaucrats behind him were all speechless. The reasoning was indeed sound, but it was still the same old problem. They simply couldn't produce that much cement. However, Qingxiu wasn't particularly discouraged. He knew he would eventually have to face the issue of productivity. If this problem wasn't solved, then no matter how many devices he invented, it would be useless. If we use the current methods to make cement, of course it's inefficient. But have you thought about this? What if we build a machine specifically designed just for firing and mixing cement, making targeted improvements? Wouldn't that drastically increase efficiency? Qingxiu deliberately reminded Zhang Xiguang. We can do that? Zhang Xiguang was slightly stunned. He hadn't thought about this aspect before. This was normal. Qingxiu's idea came from the industrial era's custom production lines. A dedicated assembly line made for a single product, maximizing performance in that one area. The ancients didn't think this way not because they were stupid, but because they had no need for such massive production capacity for a single product. They valued versatility more. Tools that could serve many functions were the most efficient use in their eyes. Zhang Xiguang and the craftsmen specifically discussed the idea, and found that Qingxiu's plan was actually feasible. After all, the amount of cement they now needed was astonishingly large. It absolutely couldn't be produced using the old small workshop model. Enough, you don't need to worry about these things. Qingxiu simply waved his hand and took over everything. The rest, none of you need to handle. What I need now is for you to continue improving the quality of the cement. At the very least, the hardness needs to increase. Whatever materials you need to mix in, just do it. With Qingxiu's promise, they all let out a sigh of relief. This way, they didn't need to worry about the most troublesome part at all. Then we'll rely on Duke Qing's guidance for this matter. We'll certainly do our best. Qingxiu casually replied. What he was thinking about now was how to get more fuel and solve the power issue. Looks like I'll need to discuss it with His Majesty. The next day, at morning court. Need workers? That's easy. How many laborers do you want, and where should they be sent? As soon as the morning court started, Qingxiu directly requested from Li Er to mobilize conscripted laborers. According to him, this task required a huge number of laborers, and even needed local troops and auxiliary forces to cooperate, so it needed Li Er's full support. Although Li Er didn't fully understand, he thought it must require at least tens of thousands of conscripted laborers. Otherwise, Qingxiu could have handled it out of his own pocket without needing to report to the court. About 50,000 laborers. Besides that, I also need to deploy 20,000 auxiliary troops to be sent to Yunzhong town in Mabei. The number stunned Li Er on the spot. Yunzhong town was beyond Yanmen Pass, one of the few arable lands in southern Mabei. But compared to within the pass, it was still considered barren. Even if there was arable land there, very little had been developed. Feeding 100,000 people would be extremely difficult. Qingxiu was asking to send this many laborers in one go. Was he planning to build a city there? But now that the Turks had been defeated, none of the tribes in Mabei dared to approach Mabei anymore. Who would he be building a city to guard against? First, these 50,000 won't be summoned all at once. I need the court to first approve the conscription of 3,000 laborers, and also allow me to freely deploy local auxiliary troops. If things go well, the number will gradually increase, up to 50,000 at most. Second, the reason I'm recruiting laborers is to search for and develop coal mines in the area. If coal is found, a large number of people and resources will need to be invested in the early stages. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood, but Li Er was even more confused. Doesn't the court already get coal from the Liaodong area? It seems we don't even use it all each year. There's plenty in the national treasury. Just use that. Why go through all this trouble to mine it in Mabei? What Li Er said, Qingxiu was certainly aware of, and he knew even better how much coal was currently in the treasury. Qingxiu said, that amount is far from enough. Based on how much I'll need later, relying only on coal transported from Liaodong is too expensive and too little. It's nowhere near enough to meet my needs. The officials looked at each other when they heard this, and began whispering among themselves. The coal in the treasury now is enough for the people of Chang'an and surrounding areas to burn for over 3 years. What is he going to do with it all? No matter what it's for, there's no way he can burn that much coal all at once. I think, could it be that Duke Qing wants to forge weapons? I heard that using coal fires makes for better weapon quality. That's ridiculous. Even melting down an entire mountain wouldn't give him enough to forge that much. The officials chattered, but none of them could make sense of it. Among everyone present, probably only Qingxiu understood how ridiculous their comments were. Duke Qing, can you be certain there's coal to be mined in Yunzhong town? Li Er asked again. There definitely is, and the reserves are large, barely enough to meet my needs. Qingxiu was very certain. In fact, coal mines in the Central Plains weren't rare at all. Not to mention areas outside the pass. Even within the pass, coal mines in the Jinzhong region were extremely abundant. Based on current productivity levels, they might not be exhausted even in several thousand years. But that was exactly the problem. Qingxiu knew about these coal mines, but he couldn't touch them, because they were all deep mines. Due to geological factors, most coal deposits were buried deep underground, over 100 zhang deep. This kind of depth was completely beyond what manpower in an agricultural era could reach. Only the industrial age's steel giants could dig that deep. Therefore, to Qingxiu, the coal mines in Jinzhong were visible but unusable. He had to mine those that were only about 10 zhang deep, or even exposed on the surface. Only these shallow mines could be excavated by manpower and mass-produced, just like the coal mine he had discovered in Silla. Unfortunately, that coal mine was too small in total volume, and too far away. Distant water couldn't quench a nearby fire. If he wanted to find the nearest shallow mine to the Central Plains, from what he remembered, it was vaguely somewhere in Mabei, around Yunzhong town. But he couldn't recall the exact location. He would have to search on-site. If luck was bad, he might not even find it. But even if he couldn't find it, he still had to try. Otherwise, the industrial empire he dreamed of building, everything, all his grand plans, would be nothing but wishful thinking. People born in the industrial age all believe that technology is the foundation of industry, but in fact, this is reversing cause and effect. The true foundation of industry is energy that is abundant, accessible, and has extremely high energy density. Even without petroleum, the minimum requirement must be coal. The energy gained from burning charcoal alone is far from enough to drive those massive beasts of steel industry. It is precisely for this reason that the steam engine and industrial revolution first appeared in England, which had vast shallow coal deposits. Only because they could easily extract large amounts of coal with manpower during the agricultural age were they able to lay the foundation for building industry. Otherwise, even if other regions had steam engines more advanced than England's, without usable energy, they would still be nothing but piles of scrap metal. No matter how much it costs, the shallow coal deposits in Mabe must be found. Qingxiu's thoughts had drifted a bit far. He pulled himself back to the present. The sounds of discussion in court were still ongoing, and Li Er was frowning deeply. Altogether, it meant nearly 50,000 laborers were to be deployed, along with auxiliary troops. This meant the number of people conscripted had no upper limit. Looking at Qingxiu's previous records of requesting manpower from the court, this scale was second only to the campaign against Goguryeo. And judging by the momentum, it might even surpass that in the future. If only 10,000 to 20,000 were needed, or even half that, Li Er could agree immediately. Even if it failed, the loss would be acceptable. But with this many laborers, it wouldn't just involve one region. Likely, people would have to be conscripted from Guangzhou, Jinzhou, Shandong, and even Yuyun. 50,000 able-bodied men may not seem like a lot, but you couldn't just target one place. Every region still needed enough men left behind to farm and labor. Not to mention the material consumption needed to support these people, especially since Mabe was outside the pass. All materials would need to be transported from Guangzhou, and the loss along the route would also be a huge astronomical figure. This level of mobilization and supply expense was comparable to a full-scale war to destroy Goguryeo. But after defeating Goguryeo, the court gained vast farmland and millions of people. Even if coal was found in Mabe, then what? There was already more coal in the national treasury than could be burned, and ever since cotton clothing became widespread, coal prices had dropped significantly. Its value as a barter good on the market was also extremely low. At least for now, Li Er thought this large-scale operation seemed more harmful than beneficial. Li Er thought for a moment and asked again, since you're just looking for coal and not planning to mine it yet, can't you use fewer people and spread them out to search? No. Your Majesty, the number I need is already the minimum required to survey for coal mines. Any less and it won't work. Qingxiu's response was firm and absolute, giving Li Er no room to negotiate. Shallow coal mines are not surface mines. At the very least, you have to dig several feet into the ground to see anything. With too few people, Qingxiu couldn't conduct a carpet-style search. Li Er looked at the court officials. He was seeking their opinions with this gesture. Changsun Wuji said nothing. Xiao Yu frowned deeply. The others whispered quietly, unsure what to say. In the end, it was Fang Xianling who stepped forward. Your Majesty, since this operation involves so many people and affects several regions, shouldn't we consider it more carefully? Before Li Er could respond, Qingxiu directly asked back, consider carefully? For how long? A year? 2? Or just leave it hanging indefinitely? As long as Your Majesty gives the order and instructs all regions to prepare manpower, I will personally organize and assemble them. The court won't need to worry. Fang Xianling immediately fell silent. He wisely chose not to respond. Duruhui wanted to say something, but Fang Xianling quickly pulled him back to stop him. Can't you see? Duke Qing is absolutely determined to do this today. Not even His Majesty can change his mind, he whispered. Duruhui was slightly stunned, then nodded and said nothing more. Ahem. May this old man say a few words. An aged voice came from among the officials. It was Yu Yunwen. Qingxiu gave a slight nod. What wise words does Lord Yu have? This old man's view is humble, please don't laugh. Yu Yunwen chuckled. Let me say first, my intention is not to oppose Duke Qing's matter. I know you are farsighted and most of the things you pursue are for the good of the state. Few people worry more for the nation than you. Lord Yu flatters me. I'm just taking the court's salary and trying to ease His Majesty's burdens. Hee. What I mean is, this large-scale operation is no small matter. Even if His Majesty is determined to support you, it's only right to let everyone see how this benefits the court and the nation. That way, we can also help however we can. Yu Yunwen's words immediately drew support from many others who didn't want to offend Qingxiu. Everyone quickly voiced their agreement. Of course, Qingxiu understood what Yu Yunwen was really saying. On the contrary, he had already considered this ever since he made up his mind yesterday to speak up. But these feudal-era bureaucrats only knew how to play politics and manage government affairs. Even though Qingxiu had promoted craftsmen and demonstrated their importance, in their bones, they still believed the social hierarchy of scholar, farmer, artisan, merchant was eternal and the laws of the ancestors unchangeable. With such people, Qingxiu really didn't have the energy to explain the importance of energy and industry. But fortunately, he only needed to convince one person. Qingxiu looked again toward Li Er, who sat on the dragon throne. The latter spread his hands. Your Majesty, please give me 2 or 3 days. Then, I ask you to summon all court officials to gather in the eastern suburbs. How about it? Li Er quickly said, the eastern suburbs are too narrow. If there are too many people, they won't fit. Let's use the western suburbs instead? The excuse about space was completely false. the eastern suburbs had become foul-smelling from the cultivation of penicillin, and Li Er absolutely didn't want to go there. If it weren't for the fact that penicillin was so useful, he really couldn't have tolerated it. Very well. Then I ask your majesty to gather all court officials in the western suburbs. I will naturally make it clear to everyone why the coal mine in Yunzhong town must be excavated. At this point, Qingxiu thought of something else. As for the western regions, I won't be able to return in the short term. I'd like to delegate my powers there so someone else can act on my behalf. Li Er had also just thought of this and agreed immediately. It just so happened that the expansion of the western regions had entered a development phase. There was no need for wars on all fronts, just keep farming and building troops. But as for who to delegate authority to, Qingxiu was actually a bit hesitant. At present, the only ones in the western regions qualified to take over were Shui Rengue and Hou Junji. Besides those two, Qingxiu didn't even bother to consider anyone else. Hou Junji is experienced and skilled in managing officials and politics. As a military commander, there's nothing to question. But this man favors nepotism above all. Shui Rengue is one of us and prefers promoting based on ability, but he's too young. When holding high office and great power, who knows if he can keep his composure? Qingxiu really found it hard to decide. Li Er saw Qingxiu's hesitation and faintly guessed who his candidates were, so he reminded him, for matters of great importance, using a veteran general is never wrong. He was still hesitating, but with that reminder from Li Er, Qingxiu immediately recalled what Hou Junji had done in the original history, conspiring with the crown prince. Thank you for the reminder, your majesty. Let Shui Rengue take my place. Qingxiu made the decision on the spot. Li Er was somewhat surprised, but since Qingxiu had made up his mind, he had no objections. Since Duke Qing has made his decision, I won't say more. I'll personally write the letter of appointment later. You needn't worry about the western regions anymore. Thank you, your majesty. Qingxiu bowed. I must begin preparing for this matter right away, so I won't wait for the court to adjourn. I will take my leave first. Duke Qing may withdraw first. This was the first time Qingxiu had ever left morning court early, but in the entire court, he was the only one allowed such a privilege. Only after Qingxiu left did someone finally raise an objection to Li Er in court, saying Shui Rengue should not take over Qingxiu's duties. Your Majesty, Shui Rengue is Duke Qing's close ally. His loyalty may even exceed that toward the court. If everyone in the western regions is replaced by his direct subordinates, then who are the western regions being expanded for? You should let Hou Junji take over. Regardless of anything else, Hou Junji is at least a veteran general. We beg your majesty to reconsider. From any perspective, having Shui Rengue take over is quite forced. Voices of objection rose one after another, all asking Li Er to revoke the appointment. But the few close ministers remained silent, completely uninvolved. Especially Chang Sunwuji, who looked like he was lost in thought. If you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't suspect them. I've already promised Duke Qing, how can an emperor go back on his word? Li Er stood firm against all objections. To show his resolve, he even ordered the appointment decree to be written immediately and personally stamped it with the imperial seal. At that point, no one dared raise another word. Afterward, everyone wisely avoided the topic, switching to other matters of discussion until court was dismissed. After court, Li Er specially called several close ministers to the Taiji Hall. Though Li Er said nothing, everyone guessed what he wanted to discuss. Though gathered, they all stared at each other in silence, unsure how to start. In the end, it was Chang Sunwuji who spoke first and got to the point. Frankly speaking, this matter with Qingxiu is not easy. If I were to advise, I would say it's unwise. He spoke objectively, not showing favoritism even though Qingxiu was his son-in-law. In fact, his words reflected what everyone present felt, including Li Er. I estimate that Duke Qing will end up mobilizing nearly 100,000 people, all heading outside the frontier. Li Er gave a bitter laugh. To be honest, if it weren't for Duke Qing's repeated victories over the years, absorbing huge tracts of farmland and population, the treasury might not even be able to afford this. Fang Xianling said, if your majesty thinks the nation can't afford it, could you try to persuade him? It's useless. Once he's made up his mind, even I can't change it. Besides, he might even know better than I do how much grain and supplies the treasury has. Li Er knew Qingxiu too well. Even so, he still asked for everyone's opinion, whether they supported this plan. As expected, no one supported it. All were opposed. No one wanted Li Er to go through with it. Li Er was silent for a moment. No one rushed him, they all waited for him to make the final decision. Suddenly, Li Er stood up and declared, I'm going to Tiango Injiwen. Everyone was shocked. Li Er was going to let a divination decide, letting the will of heaven determine the outcome. He was in such a hurry that everyone had to jog to keep up with him. Tiango Injiwen didn't seem too busy at the moment. When Li Chunfeng saw the emperor coming, he quickly went to call his master to receive the emperor. Tell the national diviner, no need for tea. I came for one thing, to draw a divination. Once I have the result, I'll leave. Li Er was urgent and quickly gave the order. Please wait, Your Majesty. Just as Li Chunfeng was about to leave, he saw Yuan Tiangang already standing at the gate of the temple, personally greeting Li Er. Your Majesty, it's been a while since you visited my temple. Yuan Tiangang bowed. Someone already told me what happened in court today. You've come because of Duke Qing's matter. Exactly. Which was perfect. Li Er didn't have to explain everything again. He immediately asked, can you draw a divination? I can, but I don't think it's necessary. Yuan Tiangang slightly shook his head. Didn't Your Majesty already receive many divinations about Duke Qing in the past? Li Er was about to ask what that had to do with today, but upon thinking carefully, he realized Yuan Tiangang was reminding him. Previous divinations had repeatedly shown that Qingxiu was the very embodiment of Tang's destiny, and that Li Er must trust him completely, without doubt. Yet today, just because Qingxiu proposed something that seemed risky, he had hesitated and even doubted him. Wasn't that going against the very principle of, if you use someone, don't doubt them? So that's it. Li Er suddenly felt all the gloom in his heart lifted. His mind cleared instantly. All his worries vanished. I understand now. Truly, you are the national diviner. A smile broke across Li Er's face. Anyone could see he was completely relieved, with no more concerns. Yuan Tiangang smiled. It wasn't me who enlightened you, it was Your Majesty who figured it out. Otherwise, persuasion would be pointless. Without that, the Tang dynasty wouldn't exist today. If even heaven tells me to trust Duke Qing, and I still doubt him and hold back, then I'm going against heaven's will. Li Er burst into laughter. Yuan Tiangang said nothing more, only smiled. At last, Li Er untangled his inner conflict. He didn't say anything more and took his leave from Yuan Tiangang, telling his close ministers they'd discuss again in a few days. Whether this works or not will depend on whether Duke Qing can produce something convincing enough to persuade the ministers. If he can, then why not try it with him? Li Er had made peace with it. This relieved the ministers. If this issue had dragged on and caused division at court, it could truly have become a national crisis. As they left the palace, Changsun Wuji couldn't help but ask, Gentlemen, have any of you heard anything related to this? Why does my good son-in-law need so much coal? A few ministers looked at one another, none able to speak up. It was Du Ruhui who, somewhat uncertain, said, I only heard that Duke Qing has recently had the Ministry of Works produce a certain material, seems to be called cement? Cement? The name was truly unfamiliar, at least none of them had heard it before. But since the name includes water, it should naturally be of watery nature. Why then does it require burning with coal? Then what is this material used for? Changsun Wuji pressed. I heard it can be used to replace bluestone slabs for paving roads. And then? Then, they say roads paved with cement will be harder, more level, and the vehicles traveling on them will not be too bumpy. The ministers exchanged looks. They truly did not understand. To go through such great trouble, mobilizing vast labor to mine enormous amounts of coal, ultimately all for paving roads? Perhaps this cement has other uses too, maybe something we have not thought of. Du Ruhui noticed everyone's frowns, and quickly added, perhaps, if it truly is only for that single use, then Your Majesty likely would not have agreed. The ministers all shook their heads in succession. They couldn't understand, just for paving roads, was so much effort necessary? What Qingxiu wanted Li Er and the ministers to see was obviously not merely a simple cement and its paving function. Although Qingxiu knew the importance of road construction, clearly in this era no one had seen hardened road surfaces, so they didn't know the benefits, telling them would be in vain. Since he had to move everyone, he naturally had to present something weighty and something whose benefits even they could clearly see. After thinking it over, Qingxiu knew he could only bring out that thing. He overnight summoned all the craftsmen in the Ministry of Works, regardless of ability level, and using a sketch he had drawn long ago, instructed them to manufacture what he envisioned. At first, these craftsmen were full of expectation. They thought Qingxiu would present again something astonishing. But when they saw the drawing and heard Qingxiu's description of its function, they were instantly disappointed. Not that I say this, but is this thing's function limited to just that? If we truly build it as you require, using our current materials, I'm afraid in less than half a month it will be completely useless, of no use. Perhaps your grace should consider alternatives? Or summon the blacksmiths, have them hurry and forge a batch of steel, how about that? The crowd expressed puzzlement. To them, rushing to produce this thing was simply a waste of time. There is no time. Even were we to forge steel, with ordinary methods it would not be durable. In mass production, one still must specially make a batch of special steel. Qingxiu immediately rejected their suggestions, resolutely saying, build it exactly according to the drawing. You needn't worry how long it will last, even if it endures only one day, spending 1,000,000 in gold would be worth it. Moreover, later you all will know how important this thing is. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingxiu called his household troops and had several containers filled with silver ingots and copper coins carried in. The craftsman's eyes all widened. I won't speak idle words. In just 3 days, if you can build this thing, I will distribute all of the silver and copper money. Everyone involved will share. Additionally, whoever can merit themselves by speeding up the build will be rewarded 10 taels of gold and 100 bolts of cotton cloth. With the object placed before them and Qingxiu's unshakable authority, the craftsman's enthusiasm was truly fully ignited. No more words, just get to work. The craftsmen immediately took up positions. That very night, they didn't even rest, they worked through the night to meet the deadline. Qingxiu of course did not relax either. From the first moment work began, he continually monitored progress and sometimes personally intervened to direct, allowing no flaw or error. Although the craftsmen were confused, why was Qingxiu placing such weight on this, why the demands on project speed and precision so much higher than ever before, they could not help but be driven by the prospect of silver. So it went on for 2 straight days and nights. Everyone worked frantically to meet deadlines. When fatigued they lay on a bench for a moment, meals were eaten within half an incense stick time, they all feared delaying even a minute. Qingxiu was exceptional. He seemed like an immortal cultivator. Over these 2 days he did not close his eyes even for a moment. He continuously adjusted and inspected the mechanical parts craftsmen produced. Even with the smallest deviation, he could immediately detect it and demand immediate correction. In such matters, one must not merely pursue speed. A tiny error can lead to a 1,000-mile deviation. If precision is lacking in the slightest measure, usage might at least lose 1 year of service life. If built with such meticulousness, even if it succeeds, this thing might still not be usable. These 2 days would then have been entirely wasted. Qingxiu both instructed and taught the craftsmen how to correct, truly leading by example. For 2 days, the Minister of Works Chen Dao saw Qingxiu working alongside the craftsmen in the ministry. He was genuinely astonished. He did know about the appointment of Qingxiu by Li Er. From this, he suspected that the bizarre device Qingxiu planned to show Li Er and the entire court was exactly what they were building now. Although Qingxiu would not permit anyone to observe the device before the result was revealed, Chen Dao still had servants who delivered meals try to observe as much as possible and tell him what they could. At least he wanted to know what the device was for. Yet over these 2 days, one batch of servants after another tried to spy, but none could clearly explain what the device was. From their descriptions, the more Chen Dao heard, the more strange he felt. That device seems to use a lot of water, especially a great deal of water. I saw Duke Qing prepare several large water jars, continuously pouring water into them. When I went, I only saw white smoke, besides that, nothing else. My eyes are dim, truly I cannot tell. Please excuse me, Lord. Chen Dao waved his hand, dismissing the servants without a single reproach, but in his heart his curiosity grew even greater. White smoke. Could it be that Duke Qing is really trying to cultivate immortality? Chen Dao thought this and couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, someone hurried in to report, His Majesty the Emperor was personally arriving. Your Majesty? Chen Dao jumped in alarm. Why was no one told before? Report to you, my lord, this time His Majesty did not come on inspection, but decided at the moment to come. The imperial guards were not mobilized. Chen Dao immediately understood Li Er's purpose and ordered preparations to receive him instantly. Your Majesty, I was unprepared because of the suddenness of your arrival, please do not blame me. Chen Dao personally greeted Li Er and apologized, but the latter took no offense at all and walked directly into the Ministry of Works. He was followed by only 7 guards, obviously Li Er had come in haste. I am not here to inspect the Ministry of Works, so spare me all the unnecessary formalities. Li Er walked inside, asking as he went, I heard that Duke Qing has stayed in the Ministry of Works these past days and neglected everything else, only taking craftsmen and focusing solely on producing that thing. Indeed. To tell the truth, I have not seen him rest these days. He works harder than the craftsmen. And even I can't enter casually. At these words, Li Er's pace slowed considerably, for they were approaching the workshop. From outside, one could already hear the occasional sound of machinery being struck and the sizzle of water evaporating. Li Er truly felt curious. He had come partly to see what Qingxiu would produce. But since Qingxiu refused to allow irrelevant people to enter, it meant he was determined not to divulge the secret. If that were the case, perhaps Qingxiu did not even intend for Li Er to see it. If Duke Qing wants to keep secrecy to the end, even if I peek in advance, it might be of little use. After thinking it through, Li Er stopped in his tracks. At that moment a cheer of delight came from within, and then a swirl of white smoke rose above the workshop. From the exclamations within, it seemed their device was beginning to take shape. Li Er's curiosity burned, but he restrained himself. Minister Chen, these past days, do you know even a bit of what Duke Qing has been making inside? Your Majesty, I am as curious as you, but, Chen Dao spread his hands helplessly. In truth, even if they entered and saw that thing, it would be hard to tell its exact use. Li Er was about to leave when suddenly the workshop's large doors burst open. Qingxiu walked out, bearing a stern expression. Your Majesty? Qingxiu saw Li Er at a glance and looked surprised. Haha, I came to the Ministry of Works today for an inspection. How coincidental. Li Er, embarrassed, did not admit his true motive and made up that excuse. But today the ministry was not informed that Your Majesty would visit. It was a sudden decision. I admit I arrived unexpectedly. Lia hastili ansviat. Qingxiu did not press further. He merely bowed slightly. Important matters occupy me. I cannot properly receive Your Majesty. Also, my time is limited, please forgive me. Duke Qing, don't speak that way. I see today you are burdened with weighty matters. Qingxiu handed a list to Chen Dao and instructed him to prepare exactly everything on the list, leaving out nothing. If he discovered a shortage at the last moment, it would be too late. Having handed over the list, Qingxiu did not even spare a word. He turned and re-entered the workshop. Immediately, the same series of metallic strikes resumed. Li Er gave it some thought but said nothing. He instructed Chen Dao to fully assist Qingxiu and to satisfy every need without omission. If the Ministry of Works lacked capability to meet Qingxiu's demands, Chen Dao was to report immediately to the court so the court could supply what was necessary. It was rare that Duke Qing was given such attention. Though Li Er had no idea what Qingxiu was preparing, this degree of interest spoke volumes. 3 days passed swiftly. Li Er had initially worried Qingxiu would not complete preparations in time. On the first evening, Qingxiu sent word that Li Er should bring the ministers to the Ministry of Works the next day, for he would demonstrate before all his reasons to persuade them. Upon hearing this, Changsun Wuji relaxed visibly. Though he believed Qingxiu's requirements were difficult, Qingxiu had nevertheless met the deadline and fulfilled his prior appointment with Li Er. Still, many did not hold out hope for whatever Qingxiu would present. No matter how astounding it might be, could it compare to the automobile or the curved plow? How could he convince Li Er to release vast resources? When they arrived at the ministry, the minister's chatter had quieted. Seeing Li Er expectant, none dared spoil the mood. Lord Xiao. Yu Yunwen advanced and bowed to the chancellor. After brief greetings, conversation turned. Is Duke Qing this time in a predicament, riding a tiger and unable to dismount? Riding a tiger? Yu Yunwen shook his head and smiled. Throughout the Tang, no one has the qualification to say that about Duke Qing. Even if today fails, so what? Any single achievement he has accomplished is worthy of historical record. In my view, even if today yields nothing and His Majesty's hopes are momentarily disappointed, it would not harm the grand scheme. That is true. Yet the demands Duke Qing made that day were indeed bold. Haha, when has Duke Qing ever not made bold demands? I thought, Chancellor, you had become accustomed to them. Lord, you jests. Though Li Er and the ministers had gathered, no sound came from within the workshop for a long time. Chen Dao busied himself running messages, but the workshop would not inform the situation. When asked, even he could not say the progress. Craftsmen came in and out continuously, carrying water by buckets inward, along with large amounts of coal. Gao Shirlian watched coldly from the side as the craftsmen rushed about. He merely sneered, full of disdain. Gentlemen, I have heard these past days that the coal carried into the workshop is enough to supply the surrounding villages for a year. I don't know what they are devoting it to, but it is consuming coal at great rate. No wonder Qingxiu insists on mining coal. But if he mines so much, I fear the entire Tang will be dug down. His associates beside him chuckled contemptuously. Ever since Gao Shirlian and others were suppressed by Qingxiu and lost power in the court, they had fallen out of favor. If they could see Qingxiu humiliated today, it would be ideal. Excuse me, sirs, let me through. A few conscripted laborers drove a donkey cart between them. Gao Shirlian turned sullen at once. He could smell the donkey's manure clearly. He had never suffered this before. They even demanded he give way. But with Li Er present, Gao Shirlian dared not cause trouble. He merely coldly stepped aside and let the cart pass. Stinks. Gao Shirlian spat contemptuously. Several ministers turned their heads, their eyes questioned whether his words had a hidden meaning. They all stood there braving the cold wind early in winter, waiting. Even Li Er bore it without impatience. Of course they could not complain. Until the sun was high, finally a message came out from inside. It was ready. Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin preparations. Chen Dao, already nervous under all the stares, hurriedly called people to get things ready. Li Er immediately looked up, trying to see inside, but obviously saw nothing. Woo! Suddenly, from the direction of the workshop came a resonant, long wail, a sound like water whistling as steam bursts from the crack of a pot lid. That long wail was very loud. Many ministers drowsing were startled awake, and the sound came ever closer. The workshop's large door swung open. Qingxiu stepped out first. Everyone, make way! With that shout, the ministers instinctively stepped aside, and they saw 7 or 8 laborers straining to drag a flatbed cart from within, carrying a gigantic object. The object dragged by the cart was enormous, looking nearly as tall as a 2-story house. Its size was such that perhaps even the ministry's main hall could not contain it fully. From its appearance it was extremely strange. Many cast iron pipes were entangled over it in a convoluted weave, parts of its shell were made of wood. At a glance, no one knew where to begin, it had so many structural details, one look could not take it all in. Moreover, at the front and rear of this monstrous object were 2 huge iron chimneys. The front sprayed white mist outward, the rear sprayed black smoke. Those with even some knowledge of ministry-made devices knew this must be a complicated internal machine. But looking at it, no one could tell its use. Is this a furnace for smelting iron? It really looks like it. But who ever put an iron furnace on a vehicle to transport it? That Duke Qing has labored non-stop these past days, giving up sleep, he's come up with something like this? What on earth is this thing for? Talk among the ministers continued, though a few watched the massive machine intently. Especialilia. He observed it most closely, always trying to discern its principle, but could not catch it. From what I see, though I cannot grasp it, from my understanding of Duke Qing, whatever he builds is never wasted effort. This must have a major purpose we can't see yet. Li Er said earnestly to his close ministers. Qingxiu walked around the massive object once and his expression was quite pleased. Clearly, it met his expectations. However, the first words he spoke greatly surprised everyone. As you have seen, I have built this device. But I fear none among you can discern its function. And I tell you now, currently, this device has no use. If I must say one, it is only to burn coal and heat water. Beyond that, it has absolutely no function, at least for now. As soon as these words were spoken, all the clamor instantly ceased. Li Er, who had just been confidently vouching for Qingxiu, had his smile freeze, turning awkward. Changsun Wuji, seeing this, hastened to smooth things over. Son-in-law, why say this? Speak truthfully. Even if we don't understand, we can at least guess roughly. But Qingxiu did not deviate. I speak the truth. If I do not speak truthfully today, would that not be a crime of deceiving the sovereign? Now even Changsun Wuji did not know how to respond. Many ministers secretly shook their heads, thinking that today Li Er would be greatly disappointed. Qingxiu had come back from the western regions, how could he be playing such unpredictable jokes? Li Er was about to ask when Qingxiu motioned for the civil and military officials to remain silent and hear him out. Before this, I have one phrase, a newborn child, what purpose can it have? This question was even more bewildering. The ministers looked at one another, none knowing how to respond. A child, naturally, except crying, is of no use. Li Er broke the silence and answered. Your Majesty is perceptive. Qingxiu nodded. Even if that child is endowed with talent, whether in future to pass exams or to lead armies across thousands of miles, that requires time to grow and training. But when born, he's only a child. He can only cry. Aside from eating and sleeping, he has no purpose. Speaking thus, Qingxiu pointed at the monstrous device behind him. This device is just the same. Gao Shirlian could not help but say, Duke Qing, is that your excuse to absolve this device? Whether this device has potential, we do not know. But as it stands, it indeed appears to have no use. Lord Gao. Qingxiu intended to speak but could not help but laugh. His laughter was extremely scornful, especially to Gao Shirlian, it sounded like open mockery in front of the ministers. Gao Shirlian's face turned red. Why is Duke Qing laughing so? But Qingxiu did not reply. He only waved his hand while still laughing, the disdain unmistakable, making Gao Shirlian more vexed. Though angry, Gao Shirlian did not dare lose face. He stood there like a clown as Qingxiu's spectacle, the minister's eyes on him like thorns on his back. Lord Gao, forgive me. I did not mean to mock you, only that your earlier question was absurd. Qingxiu patted the massive device behind him. If you live another 10 years, then when you recall your words today you will understand why I laughed. You must preserve your body until that day. This statement lambasted Gao Shilian from beginning to end. Gao Shilian nearly ground his teeth. He regretted having stepped forward to ask the question. This was self-humiliation. Minister Gao, let Duke Qing finish speaking, then you may ask. Li Er, already growing impatient, saw Gao Shilian's interruption delaying matters and felt even more displeased. Yes? Gao Shilian bowed his head, his face ashen. He said nothing further. This device is called the steam engine. I hope everyone today will firmly remember this name. Even if over 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, even if this device loses its practical use, it will still enter the annals of history and forever hold a place. By its name alone, ministers imagined it had something to do with water, perhaps a usage like a water wheel? At this moment, of course, they had no way to know what emergence of the steam engine meant. This device dragged human civilization from the slow, tepid agricultural era straight into the industrial era, accelerating the pace of progress that would have taken centuries to far exceed the pace of millions of years before. Qingxiu's gaze swept over everyone's faces. He saw them whispering among themselves. They had guessed, Qingxiu wanted to mine coal on a large scale, almost certainly for this device. Light the furnace. Qingxiu called. Immediately someone shoveled coal into the combustion chamber. A craftsman at the front then pulled the cylinder, and water was added. The steam engine's firepower surged, and the steam whistle grew piercing. Qingxiu himself stepped forward and opened the wooden shell. Inside appeared a crank lever spinning at great speed. The more intense the combustion inside, the faster the lever rotated. The civil and military officials' attention instantly focused on that rapidly rotating crank. They could tell that inside this massive thing were arranged a combustion chamber, a water boiler, and other complex components, all for driving that crank. Some who could not grasp the principle murmured, "What use is making it spin?" But those with some understanding of mechanical structures, even those who had seen water wheels, cried out in amazement at this device's wonder. Wonderful! Wonderful! How is this achieved? No human force pushing it, neither water flow nor external force, yet it spins by itself. No wonder Duke Qing said such a thing was powerful. Those able to interpret cried out again, leaving those who could not understand flustered and asking how it worked. Only Li Er stared tightly at the rotating crank. By then he fully understood Qingxiu's intention. No wonder he had treated this device with such seriousness, even risking his credibility to demand resources. This device needs no external force, it spins by itself. It doesn't need water flow, doesn't have to be fixed in one place. Li Er murmured to himself, glancing at Changsun Wuji beside him, with the same look of delight. To those who did not understand, this just looked like turning a crank. But in Li Er's eyes, this device was a mobile water wheel, the principle being changed from relying on a fixed river flow to burning coal in a combustion chamber. I used to wonder, if a water wheel could run without being limited by river flow, spinning freely, then if this device were placed on carts or machinery, it would be. Li Er's hand trembled uncontrollably, and he asked, "This device only needs to burn coal? No external force? No pushing by hand?" "Of course. As your Majesty sees, I couldn't hide a person inside, otherwise it would have burned to ashes long ago." Qingxiu laughed softly and ordered the shell removed, revealing its interior. Indeed, there was just a combustion chamber, a water boiler, and various small complex parts. There was absolutely no place to hide a human to fake movement. And the crank's speed was far beyond what manpower could produce. Truly so. How is it done? The ministers gasped. This exceeded their prior notions. Water can drive a water wheel by pushing it. But burning coal produces only heat and steam, how could that drive rotation? Qingxiu said no more. He ordered someone to take hot water from inside, pour it into a kettle, and place it above the burning coal furnace. The coal's thermal energy was very high. Since the water in the kettle was already hot, a little heating made it boil quickly. As the water boiled, white steam poured out from under the kettle lid, pressing upward through cracks, making squeaking sounds. The lid trembled. Yet the minister's attention was entirely on the combustion below. Li Er watched most carefully, but still could not see the full principle. This device just boils kettle water. Beyond that, there is nothing remarkable. I think so too. It seems nothing special. After all, we burn coal at home often. How exactly does this drive the crank? The ministers, not seeing the mechanism, were baffled. Even Li Er looked puzzled. Li Er was about to ask Qingxiu to explain when Fang Xianling, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Gentlemen, perhaps we have focused on the wrong point. What Duke Qing wants to show us may not be how the coal burns. Li Er, seeing that Fang Xianling might have insight, asked, "Do you have a view?" "I can't really claim to have a full view," Fang Xianling frowned and looked for a moment. "But your majesty sees, the fire is burning well. Yet that flame itself cannot push anything, it only heats. The water in the kettle is boiling, violently. Occasionally some steam bursts forth. Just like a water wheel uses water flow, this device might use the motion of the boiling water to drive rotation." Qingxiu had hoped Fang Xianling might guess the working principle of the steam engine correctly. But although his speculation was partially correct, the mechanism that Fang proposed was incorrect. Qingxiu smiled wryly. But it made sense, people who were used to water wheels naturally thought in terms of water wheel mechanisms. Very close. But Lord Fang's guess is still wrong. If one simply uses the power of boiling water, the efficiency is too low, and the force too weak. Qingxiu invited the ministers to approach for a closer look. When they drew near, they saw that although water boiled, it did not touch the kettle lid. Only the rising steam inside pushed upward on the lid. "Oh, that's it." The ministers suddenly understood. After all, they had often seen steam-lifting kettle lids. But even seeing it, they would never have linked such a small force to doing any mechanical work. Just from that? Li Er was full of uncertainty. Even if that water boils, how much power can it produce? Your Majesty is correct. One kettle's steam can only push a lid. But if you increase the quantity of water 100 times, 1,000 times, how much force would result? That question stumped Li Er. In other words, Your Majesty should also know, when a horse runs at extreme speed, the headwind can knock someone off. Water wears stone. From tiny drops sand accumulates. Steam is the same. As Qingxiu spoke, he ordered someone to open the cylinder's cover. Instantly, white steam billowed everywhere, the heat blew outward. Qingxiu motioned for Li Er to climb to a higher position. Li Er stood on a ladder and from that vantage could clearly see everything inside the cylinder. He saw inside how the water boiled, relentlessly producing hot steam rising upward. At the top of the rising hot steam there was placed a wheel shaped like a sieve to collect the steam going upward, and under the push of the steam it spun rapidly. So that's how it is. Li Er instantly understood. At last he had grasped how the steam was being used. After he came down he called the ministers forward. They all stepped up to carefully look at the inside of the steam engine. Everyone had to look. Its inner structure truly opened the eyes of the civil and military officials. It was the first time they knew that energy could be gathered in such a way to raise efficiency. Even without natural energy like river water, one could use burning fuel and other means to forcibly create energy for use. In their amazement, their minds also opened. Inwardly they sighed, Duke Qing really was a genius. Gentlemen, as you see, by collecting the push of the steam one can drive the inner turbine to spin, and at the other end, by connecting it to a crank, use the steam's energy just like the energy of a water wheel. He pointed to the spinning crank. Everyone imagine, if on this end a wheel were attached, this thing could drive a great cart to run, and its running speed would be beyond what horses could catch, and the cost paid would be only some coal and water. Besides vehicles, connecting it to other things would be just as useful, looms or forges, whatever it is, its efficiency would far exceed manual work. What Qingxiu said was no lie, everyone agreed. And when he spoke of these prospects, the ministers who had dealt with different fields could not help but picture it themselves. The possible uses of this thing were truly too many, so many they could not think them all through. Son-in-law, so it's for this that you need so much coal? Chang Sun Wuji stepped forward, saw the combustion chamber devouring coal at an astonishing rate, and understood. Qingxiu said calmly, "Forgive my bluntness, even if you gathered all the coal in Chang'an stores, it would not be enough to keep this steam engine running for one winter. And this is only one machine. If in future there are dozens, even tens of thousands, the coal needed would be beyond imagining. That's why I must find more coal." Chang Sun Wuji really could not imagine such demand, but mining so much coal and then transporting it back to Guangzhou would also be troublesome. Can't wood be used instead? Doesn't wood also boil water? Qingxiu immediately rejected that. Wood burns too slowly, and its heat is far from enough. To boil this much water would take at least 5 or 6 times the wood of this coal. And with such demand, even if you cut down all the wood in Guangzhou it would still be hard to sustain. Chang Sun Wuji reflected and realized how foolish his idea had been. But after these words, nothing more needed saying. Everything His Majesty had seen with his own eyes, if he had enough foresight, he should at once agree to what Qingxiu had proposed earlier. At least in Qingxiu's view. Duke Qing, after a long while Li Er slowly spoke, his voice a little hoarse. Does your majesty still have something to ask? Can this thing be connected to wheels? I want to see, between a vehicle driven by this steam engine and one driven by horses, which is faster. Your majesty, there's no need to test. Even by eye one can see the crank's rotation speed is not comparable to a horse cart. Qingxiu shook his head. And this thing only needs coal and water to keep running day and night until its iron breaks. But horses still need rest and sleep. How could they be compared? What's more, the steam engine can also run other machinery. Horses can only pull carts forward, they cannot drive other equipment. The meaning of his words was obvious. He meant to use this cold iron giant to completely replace flesh and blood. But, such a big thing, even bigger than the cart it pulls. Just as I told your majesty before, this thing is only a newborn baby now. In the future it can grow. If its size can be reduced by half, even 3 or 4 times, then what? Qingxiu's repeated persuasion and his vision for the future made Li Er, already tempted, waver even more. Truly no more words were needed, whether for its use or its future potential, it was worth a major investment. Only the initial investment was so huge that if it did not reach what Qingxiu envisioned, then truly a sea of resources would have been wasted. And it easily reminded him of Emperor Yang of Sui digging the Grand Canal. And he could also say at the time he too did it to raise productivity. Your Majesty, do not cut and not cut. The future of Great Tang rests on your Majesty's decision today. Li Er was wavering, but still found it hard to decide on the spot. Perhaps I should first return, make a decision? At latest tomorrow give Duke Qing an answer. Qingxiu pressing step by step instead left Li Er a little at a loss. It was as if in that moment their positions of ruler and minister were reversed. Li Er looked at the ministers. Though they did not state their views openly, he could read from their eyes that they too wanted to see this thing further improved. All the more since many of them were already imagining its uses. So be it. Your Majesty indeed should consider carefully. Qingxiu no longer pressed but suddenly turned his words. Your Majesty, you rose from a world in chaos. You should know why in the late Sui the world fell into disorder. Li Er did not know why Qingxiu raised this, but answered, that Yang Guang acted against the Wei, squeezed the people's labor, left 9 out of 10 households empty. For a chance just to eat, the people had no choice but to go to the battlefield and fight. In the end it was still not enough materials. If there had been enough food for everyone to eat full, endless cloth, how could the world have gone into chaos? Qingxiu immediately said. This reasoning Li Er also understood, but he only gave a bitter smile. Easy to say. How could it be so simple? The farmland of the world is limited, its grain yield only so much. How could everyone eat endlessly? Qingxiu instantly denied, that is because productivity is not enough. Your Majesty also knows, the curved plow lets one person till 1 more mu of land a day. If a more efficient steam engine replaced human power, how much more than double would the efficiency be? And this is only for farming. In weaving, in forging, it is the same principle. Qingxiu's gaze passed over everyone's faces, he saw them whispering or loudly debating. They too guessed, Qingxiu's large coal mining was almost certainly for this device. Open the furnace. Qingxiu gave the order. Immediately someone shoveled coal into the combustion chamber, and a craftsman pulled the cylinder, adding water. The steam engine's fire surged, and the whistle's tone sharpened. Qingxiu himself stepped forward and opened the wooden casing. Inside revealed a crank lever spinning at high speed. The more intense the burning inside, the faster the crank turned. The civil and military officials' attention instantly focused on that rapidly spinning crank. They could see that inside the massive device were arranged a combustion chamber, a water boiler, and various complex components, all to drive that crank. Some who could not see the principle murmured, "What use is spinning that thing?" But those with some mechanical knowledge, or who had seen water wheels, immediately exclaimed at the wonder. Marvelous! Marvelous! How was this done? No human push, no use of water or external force, yet it turns on its own. No wonder Duke Qing said this thing was powerful. Those who could understand cried out, leaving those who could not bewildered, asking how it worked. Only Li Er stared fixedly at the rotating crank, by then he fully grasped Qingxiu's meaning. No wonder Qingxiu placed such importance on this device, even risking his credibility to request resources. This device, without external force, can rotate itself. It doesn't need a river flow, it does not need to be fixed in place. Li Er spoke softly to himself, glancing at Changsun Wuji beside him, they shared looks of delight. To those who did not see the mechanism, it seemed just to rotate a crank. But in Li Er's eyes, this device was a mobile water wheel, only the energy conversion method changed from relying on a river to burning coal in a combustion chamber. I used to think, if a water wheel could run without river constraints, rotate continuously, then if this device were placed on a vehicle, on machinery, it would be. Lier's hand trembled uncontrollably. He asked, this device only needs coal? No external force? No human pushing? Exactly. As your majesty sees, I could not hide a person inside, otherwise he would have burned to ash long ago. Qingxiu laughed lightly and ordered removal of the casing, exposing the internals. Indeed, there was only a combustion chamber, a water boiler, and complex small parts. There was no place to hide a person to fake rotation. And the crank's speed was far beyond what human strength could provide. It's really so. How is it done? The ministers exclaimed. It was beyond their prior conceptions. Water flow can drive a water wheel by pushing it. But burning coal produces only heat and steam, how could that drive rotation? Qingxiu did not waste words. He ordered someone to take the hot water inside, put it in a kettle, and place it over the furnace burning coal. Coal's heat energy is very high. Since the kettle's water was already hot, slight heating made it boil quickly. As it boiled, white steam surged from under the kettle lid, pressing upward through gaps, making squeaking sounds. The lid even trembled. Yet the minister's focus was entirely on the combustion below. Lier watched most intently, but still could not discern the mechanism. This device just boils kettle water. Beyond that, nothing special. I think so too, seems nothing extraordinary. I often burn coal at home. How does this device drive the crank then? The ministers, not seeing the inner logic, were baffled, even Lier looked puzzled. Lier was about to ask Qingxiu for explanation when Fang Xianling, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Gentlemen, maybe we have misfocused. What Duke Qin wants us to see might not be how the coal is burned. Lier, seeing Fang Xianling might have insight, asked, what do you see? I can't claim I fully know, Fang frowned, observing. But your majesty sees, the fire is burning strong. But that flame itself cannot push anything, it only emits heat. The water in the kettle boils vigorously. Occasionally steam bursts forth. Similar to how a water wheel uses water flow, this device might use the motion of boiling water itself to drive rotation. Qingxiu had hoped Fang might guess the principle correctly. His guess was partially right, but the explanation was incorrect. Qingxiu gave a wry smile. But it made sense, they were used to water wheels, and instinctively applied that model. Very close. But Lord Fang is still mistaken. If one simply used the force of boiling water, efficiency would be too low, and the force too weak. Qingxiu invited the ministers to come closer to observe. When they approached, they saw that although water boiled, it did not contact the kettle lid. Only the rising steam beneath the lid pushed upward. Ah, so that's it. The ministers suddenly understood. After all, they had seen steam lift kettle lids before. But even if they had seen it, they would not have connected that tiny force to doing any mechanical work. Just by that? Lier asked in disbelief, even if that water boils, how much force is there? Your Majesty speaks rightly. One kettle's steam can only push a lid. But if the water volume is increased hundreds or thousands of times, how much force would it generate? That question stumped Lier. In other words, Your Majesty should know, when a horse runs at top speed, the headwind can knock someone off. Water drops wear away rock, from small grained sand forms towers. Steam likewise. While Qingxiu spoke, he ordered someone to open the cylinder's cap. Instantly white steam surged out, the hot flow striking forward. Qingxiu motioned for Lier to stand on higher ground. Lier climbed a ladder. From that vantage he could clearly see everything inside the cylinder. He saw inside how the water boiled, continuously producing hot steam that surged upward. Qingxiu heard the words, refined iron, and found it amusing. In this era, such iron was a fine thing. In an industrial age it wouldn't even make a strong metal lid. You needn't worry about this matter further. Also, seal up the steam engine. There is no need to repair it. In Qingxiu's view, this steam engine had too many defects and was not worth putting into use. Had he not been pressed for time, he would never have made such a rough steam engine. But in these few days there had been gains. At least he had cultivated a group of craftsmen who had basic exposure to steam engines. These people were extremely important. In future, to produce these devices in volume, one would rely on these craftsmen to train more technicians. The craftsmen were also helpless. They had thought this device would run like Qingxiu described, installed with wheels, carrying people at speed surpassing horses, or plowing fields as it moved. When all the tasks were done, Qingxiu fulfilled his promise and took all the gold, silver, and copper coins he brought to the ministry, and distributed them evenly to every craftsman. Even after dividing among so many, each person got 70 or 80 strings of cash. That was a huge sum to them. Before they even rejoiced, Qingxiu announced, Though this steam engine is somewhat unsatisfactory, that is not your fault. At least you have done your best. For that alone, each of you will receive 20 bolts of silk in addition. Thank you, Duke Qing. They rejoiced wildly. Duke Qing was generous. But there was more generosity behind. Qingxiu ordered officials to write ledgers recording each craftsman's name, and according to each one's contribution, he assigned each a bonus. The smallest got 20 to 30 strings of cash, the largest got 90 strings. Besides money, Qingxiu also set aside part of the land under his control and gave that to them as reward. These craftsmen, many of them having never seen so much money or land in their lives, looked at the certificates given to them and thought they were dreaming. How could they imagine receiving so much? Their monthly stipend was only 2 strings of cash. Now with these rewards, even if they quit and rented out land, they could live well. Holding such sums, their hearts grew warm. Particularly as they thought of the future in the Ministry of Works, hard, taxing work, they felt perhaps it was better to take the money and go home. These thoughts did not escape Qingxiu's eyes. He paused, then said, "Gentlemen, are you satisfied with today's rewards?" At that question, they all replied with reverence. Who dared say no? Duke Qing says too much. These are rewards from your grace. How could we not be satisfied? We have labored many years yet earned not a third of this. How could we not be delighted? Qingxiu waved his hand, indicating they needn't say more. I give this money not as severance, but as incentive. I hope in future you will help me build various devices, and serve the court more. I know you have worked hard, so I give you this much. I hope later you will devote yourselves more. He shifted his tone, but if you feel the work at the ministry is too hard, and wish to find a lighter post, I do not mind. We can part amicably. After all, you have already helped me much. Those who had thoughts of quitting felt a bit embarrassed. With the rewards in hand, they did not know what to say. Of course, you need not be anxious because of my words. I speak today because there is one more thing to tell you. Qingxiu paused slightly, his eyes scanning each face, weighing their thoughts. As long as you continue to work earnestly, any meritorious service will be rewarded not just with money, but with promotion and rank. Do you all just want to return home and be wealthy landowners, without wishing for advancement in court? This is the opportunity that only those who pass the examinations could have. And now you all have it. By then Qingxiu had completely whetted their appetites. Indeed, as he said, compared to promotions and rank, money and land were nothing. And the promise came from Duke Qing's own mouth, absolutely trustworthy. Those who had wanted to withdraw no longer felt the money in hand was so enticing. If they continued, the money they could gain would be far more. We will certainly put forth effort for Duke Qing. Whatever you command, we will do. What you say is nothing, we serve Duke Qing. Titles and money are insignificant. Yes, we came here for Duke Qing himself. Good. Qingxiu heard this and could not help but laugh. You all understand, serving the court is what matters, money is nothing. Duke Qing's perception is high. We cannot measure up. They praised each other, then all suddenly realized something was off, and burst into laughter in unison. The next morning's court. Li Er took his seat. Seeing Qingxiu below, he gathered energy. Duke Qing's proposal yesterday? I have made a decision. Li Er drew a deep breath, the minister's gazes immediately fixated on him. The proposal Duke Qing put forth is feasible. I immediately issue orders to the frontier towns to conscript and dispatch manpower, to gather more than 10,000 laborers as soon as possible for Duke Qing. Thereafter, if more are needed, be it people or grain, your majesty will consider fulfilling them to the greatest extent possible. With that, the dust settled. No more needed to be said. Your majesty is so wise, future generations hearing of today will surely praise it. Qingxiu smiled and proclaimed loudly in the court. Many looked at Qingxiu with envy. The resources he secured that day were things they likely could never gain from Li Er in a lifetime. But that was his skill, at least he dared ask for what others dared not even imagine. Besides that, I issue notice beyond the border that Shui Rengue shall fully take over Duke Qing's duties, with Ho Junji assisting, jointly managing the western regions. All major decisions may be made by those two. Furthermore, starting next year the court will reduce troop, grain, and financial supplies to the western regions to 30% of the prior level, and thereafter reduce year by year. Qingxiu, of course, heard that. Li Er was taking this opportunity to lighten the burden on the court. After speaking, Li Er forced a relaxed smile and said, Duke Qing, don't take it the wrong way. I'm not giving up on the western regions. It's just that the court has to focus most of its resources on helping you develop the coal mines outside the pass, so naturally, we need to cut back elsewhere. Previously, Qingxiu claimed that the western regions were already self-sufficient, and clearly, Li Er was taking this chance to save some resources for the court. Qingxiu couldn't help but chuckle to himself, His Majesty really is calculating. But that's fine. In the end, these remaining resources would probably all be used by him anyway. What he was about to do was truly a money-burning endeavor. Your Majesty, I'll set out for Yunzhong tomorrow. The court only needs to provide material support. Everything else I'll handle myself. Now, Qingxiu really held half the empire's resources in his hands. Either he would turn these resources into returns worth millions of times more, or it would all go to waste, and the foundation the court had built up over the years would be completely squandered by him. Many ministers believed the latter was more likely. But Qingxiu knew, what he was doing today would definitely succeed in the future. After making all the necessary preparations, Qingxiu set off. Besides a few household guards, he also brought along Li Jianshan. That made Li Jianshan depressed. He had been waiting to go to the western regions to fight and earn military merit. He didn't expect that after staying in Chang'an for just a few days, he would be sent to dig coal in the north. Even though he didn't want to, with Qingxiu's order coming down, he could only pack up and hope to head to the western region sooner. But Li Jianshan didn't know that the western regions had already entered a new strategic phase. The Tang army had stopped its advance and was consolidating and absorbing the vast lands and people it had recently taken. Even if he went, there would be no war to fight. Before leaving, Qingxiu specially took some cement from the Ministry of Works and heavily rewarded the craftsmen who kept improving it, promising that if the cement's quality improved further by the time he returned, he would reward them even more. Everyone, do your best. Duke Qing is going outside the pass this time to help us solve the hardest problem. The rest depends on us. Everyone responded with enthusiasm, their spirits high. This time, Qingxiu was not going outside the pass for war, so the court couldn't organize a formal send-off by all officials. But Li Er still personally came to see him off. Even after they left Chang'an, he watched for a long time. They say Duke Qing is gambling, am I not gambling too? And I'll be the one to bear most of the consequences. Li Er muttered to himself as he watched Qingxiu leave. Western regions. After the envoy from Chang'an finished reading the court's appointment, both Shuiren Gui and Hou Junji were stunned. Not just them, everyone in the western regions thought the court would appoint Hou Junji to take charge. How did it end up being Shuiren Gui? Chang Yaojin couldn't help but mutter under his breath, this appointment probably wasn't entirely the court's idea, some of that kid's intentions must be mixed in. His voice was low, but Tang Jian beside him still heard and immediately signaled him to stop talking. Actually, even without his reminder, many present were already thinking the same thing. It was just too obvious. After the envoy finished reading, Shuiren Gui stepped forward and asked, this appointment, it came from the court? Lord Shui, this was personally written by His Majesty, with his jade seal stamped on it. Do you think we'd dare forge it? We'd lose our heads. The envoy handed the imperial edict to Shuiren Gui with a smile and said, Lord Shui, from now on, all matters big and small in the western regions are under your control. You're now the top authority here, congratulations. But there wasn't any real joy in his tone. Instead, it sounded more like he was gloating. Never mind that all the troubles in the western regions were hot potatoes, just Hou Junji alone could become a huge problem. If Qingxiu were holding this post in the western regions, Hou Junji wouldn't dare say a single word. Even if he were demoted to a guard or had his son sent off as a spy, he'd accept it without complaint. But with Shuiren Gui? Hou Junji believed his military achievements and capabilities were no worse than Shuiren Gui's, and with his many years in the court, he was even more skilled in handling government affairs. Not to mention, he had once been Shuiren Gui's direct superior, and even now Shuiren Gui's rank wasn't higher than his. So how could he be passed over for this position? Resentment started building up in Hou Junji's heart, even though he didn't show it on the surface. Shuiren Gui held the appointment letter, feeling both amused and troubled. He hated handling administrative matters, yet these troubles were all being shoved into his hands. He also knew Hou Junji was proud and would be a problem now that he got this post. Boss did this on purpose, didn't he? He wants to test me, Shuiren Gui suddenly thought. Honored envoy, please go rest. Then I won't disturb General Shui. The envoy gave Shuiren Gui a meaningful look, then glanced at Hou Junji, clearly enjoying the drama. Once he left, the room went silent. Although the top figures of the western regions were all present, from Chang Yaojin to Tang Jian, no one said a word. Deng Tianguang wanted to break the awkward silence, but with none of the senior officials speaking, he didn't dare. Congratulations, Shui kid. Looks like you might succeed Duke Qing one day, Chang Yaojin suddenly clapped and laughed. Congratulations. The others echoed the sentiment, and even Hou Junji had no choice but to stand and salute Shuiren Gui. Actually, if Lord Hou were given this post, I think it would be more fitting, said Shuiren Gui, trying to ease the tension. The court must have considered many aspects in making this decision, Ho Junji replied hoarsely. Maybe they saw something we didn't. I have no objections. Ho Junji's expression was flat, without a hint of emotion. Anyone present who wasn't a fool could see his dissatisfaction. I still have things to attend to, excuse me. Ho Junji didn't say more and left right away. Only after he left did the atmosphere lighten, and the lower-ranking officials finally dared to breathe freely. Chang Yaojin gave a sarcastic smile. That old Ho Junji, while I don't know him well, I know enough of his personality. He doesn't have a problem with Duke Qing. If Duke Qing were here, even if he bypassed the court and appointed someone directly, Ho Junji wouldn't dare make a sound. He just can't accept you. Shui Rengue didn't care at all. So what if he's not convinced? If he really wants it, this position can be his. What's the big deal? Nonsense. Chang Yaojin scolded him bluntly. No wonder that brat Qing always says you're heartless. You really don't think about anything. Tang Jian couldn't stand it either and agreed, if this were purely a court appointment, there's no way you would have gotten this role. Obviously, Duke Qing worked behind the scenes to get you this post. He thought things through this far. Clearly, he has his own plan. And you don't care at all about Duke Qing's plans? Being pressed with Qing Xiu's name did force Shui Rengue to think more. Even if he didn't want the job, he had to do it. Boss always tells me to get more exposure to government affairs. Is he trying to train me up? Chang Yaojin and Tang Jian exchanged looks. They both felt things definitely weren't that simple. In any case, you're holding this post now. Just do your job and don't hand over power carelessly because you think it's troublesome. Kid, you don't realize how much power you hold right now. Tang Jian warned. The Protector General of the Western regions, post Shui had taken over didn't originally come with that much authority, it was heavily checked by the court. But since Qingxiu took on the position, Emperor Li Er had gradually delegated more power due to his trust, to the point that now the Protector General's authority was equivalent to that of a local king. Now that the role had passed to Shui Rengue, he inherited all that power. From appointing officials to military deployments and material usage, Tang Jian explained all relevant matters in detail to Shui. And that was only the tip of the iceberg. Just listening to it gave Shui a headache. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Now I understand why Duke Qing didn't want Ho Junji to take over this post. Something that belongs to the family should be held by family, how can it be passed to outsiders? This casual complaint actually hit the nail on the head. With such power in his hands, even Shui Rengue, who was usually carefree, had to brace himself and focus completely. Though he could move everything at will, to avoid any sudden shifts, he ordered that everything in the western regions remain exactly as it had been before Qingxiu left, with as few changes as possible. A few days later, Ho Junji listened to his confidant's detailed report on everything Shui Rengue had done since taking office. After hearing it, Ho Junji's expression revealed a trace of contempt. That's it? Yes, basically no changes at all. Not even a single low-level official was replaced. Ho Junji frowned. The court had given Shui such massive authority, yet he didn't dare use any of it. Every arrangement made it clear that Shui Rengue was just temporarily holding the role, and even with Qingxiu absent, everything still centered around him. What a waste. With such great power, instead of using it to achieve greatness, he just keeps hiding and farming. Ho Junji slammed the table hard, frustrated. A while back, he'd received intelligence from Ho Yuenda in Karasar. Karasar had broken the truce with the Turks, and they were now deep in battle. Their national strength was much weakened, and even their capital was barely defended. If we strike now and wipe out the Turks while taking control of all Karasar, what an enormous achievement that would be. He was focused solely on regrets and had completely forgotten the strategies Qingxiu had previously laid out. General, in my opinion, if Shui Rengue isn't doing anything, why don't we act ourselves? There are so many small weak nations nearby, you could take them with ease, his confidant suggested. Generals in the western regions held significant authority over troop movement. Qingxiu had previously allowed them to act first and report later. This was based on his absolute trust and command. As long as he was there, generals might move freely, but no one dared act outside his strategy. But now that Qingxiu was gone, and Ho Junji had over 10,000 troops in hand, if he wanted to make a move, Shui Rengue probably wouldn't say much. And by seniority, how could Shui dare lecture him? Once he had results, even if Shui objected, it would be too late. After all, he's only temporarily in charge. He's not truly replacing Qingxiu as Protector General. We don't need to worry too much. Every word from the confidant hit Ho Junji's sweet spot. Sounds reasonable. You may go. Tomorrow, wait for my orders. Ho Junji gestured. The confidant understood and left. But just before exiting the door, he saw two people approaching. Cheng Yaojin and Tang Jian. Sirs. He quickly bowed to them and left. Ho Junji was puzzled. Why are you two coming at this hour? Heh, no need for tea, General Ho. We just came to say a few words, won't take long. Cheng Yaojin plopped into a seat, very casual. Ho Junji thought, I wasn't going to prepare tea anyway. What business brings you here this late? It's nothing major, just related to the appointment decree from the court today. Hearing that, Ho Junji snorted, showing no attempt to hide his dissatisfaction. This didn't surprise them. After a brief silence, Cheng Yaojin said, General Ho, though the order came from the court, you know how the court works. They let Shui Rengue take over, but there's a good chance that Brat Qing had a hand in it. When Qingxiu was mentioned, Ho's brow twitched, but he didn't show more emotion. Tang Jian added, we know you're not happy. You've been around longer. Now you have to take orders from a kid in his 20s, who would be okay with that? I'm not dissatisfied. No matter the court's decision, I will follow orders, Ho Junji said dryly. Enough. Chang and Tang exchanged glances and went straight to the point. Old Ho, if you're still having thoughts, I suggest you hold them for now. That Brat Qing could come back at any moment, and all military achievements and rewards in the western regions require his approval to count. The meaning was clear, even if you conquer nations and win countless battles, if you ruin Qingxiu's strategy, you'll end up with nothing, and possibly punished. Nothing more needed to be said, so they took their leave. Once they were gone, Ho Junji's calm mask dropped, replaced by deep worry. He indeed could ignore Shui Rengue, but he did not dare ignore Qingxiu. Even though Qingxiu was not here at the moment, he still didn't dare to treat him as if he didn't exist. Forget it. Anyway, that brat Shui Rengue is a political idiot. With so much power in his hands, sooner or later something will go wrong. When trouble comes, who else besides me can clean up the mess in the western regions? In the end, Ho Junji chose to temporarily put aside all thoughts. This risk, he couldn't afford to take. Half a month later, Mabe, Yunzhong town. It was already deep winter. In Mabe, the cold was bitter, and the land was covered in white snow as far as the eye could see. Even the few areas of land in Yunzhong town were buried under snow. Here and there, some broken tent stakes could still be seen. Back when the Turks were at their height, this area outside the pass was considered fertile. The grass was abundant, and many areas could easily be turned into farmland with some modification. At the end of the Sui dynasty's chaos, many people from the central plains who couldn't survive there had to flee beyond the pass. At that time, Jieli Khan took the opportunity to settle them in places like Yunzhong and Shuafang, where there was arable land, and had these Han people farm for him. Back then, the Turks were indeed at their peak. Northward they expanded beyond the pass for 10,000 li everywhere, horsemen and herds could be seen. But due to overgrazing, the grasslands were quickly destroyed, and many fertile lands rapidly turned to desert. Only after the Turks were defeated did their power shrink year by year, and their population and livestock numbers drastically drop, allowing the overgrazed grasslands to gradually recover. Those leftover tent stakes were the best evidence that the Turks once flourished here. Although it was freezing, every conscripted laborer and soldier had been issued thick cotton clothing, shoes, and gloves, enough to withstand the cold. These 10,000 laborers were scattered all over by Qingxiu's wide net approach to dig and search everywhere. He even promised, if a commoner found a coal seam, they would be rewarded with 10,000 strings of cash and 1,000 mu of fertile land. If a soldier found it, they would be immediately promoted 5 ranks, a leap to the top. With Qingxiu being so generous with incentives, everyone was full of enthusiasm. No one wanted to miss this chance to get rich. Although it was hard for one person to find coal, if a group of dozens found it together, splitting the reward was still acceptable. However, even with heavy rewards, coal wasn't something easily found. By the 5th day of arriving here, the snow-covered area of Yunzhong had been dug into pits everywhere. Most of the snow had been cleared, but not a single piece of coal had been found. Qingxiu also knew this couldn't be rushed. He had prepared to work here all winter if needed. His plan was to shallowly dig every area first. After the entire Yunzhong area had been explored once, they would go back and dig those pits deeper again and again in cycles. Yunzhong definitely had large shallow coal seams. Using this method, sooner or later, they would find the coal buried underground. How long it would take, that depended on fate. If they couldn't solve it in one winter, they'd wait until spring. If that didn't work, another year. Even 2 years. If they didn't dig up enough usable coal, his steam engines would be nothing but decorations. They wouldn't be able to push through the threshold into the industrial era. While everyone outside was busy, Qingxiu was also occupied in his tent, studying a map and marking possible shallow coal areas. Just then, the stove's fire weakened, and Li Jianshan walked in at the right time to add charcoal. He also took the kettle from the stove and poured Qingxiu a cup of hot water. This water is really interesting. It flows through rivers, drives water wheels, and once boiled, can be used in steam engines. It's just like that saying in Laozi's book, something about water benefiting all things and not contending, right? Li Jianshan said with a grin. Qingxiu was surprised. You blockhead, even started reading Dao De Jing now? Heh, how can I not? I'm already a blockhead. If I don't read more, I'll be hopeless. Li Jianshan lauga hartili. Qingxiu looked at him and suddenly thought, wait, weren't you supposed to be out patrolling today? Why are you standing guard here? Duke Qing's safety is extremely important. Naturally, I have to protect you. Compared to that, other tasks can. Cut the crap. Are you here to ask me for something? Qingxiu interrupted directly. Li Jianshan scratched his head and sighed, my lord, from the looks of it, we'll be digging coal here all winter. All winter? Qingxiu put down his pen and sneered, most of these coal seams are 10 zhang deep underground. Even the shallow ones are 2 or 3 zhang. At this pace, we'd be lucky to finish in winter. Li Jianshan was stunned for a long time and finally sighed. If it's like this, when would he ever get the chance to earn military merit on the battlefield? What's your rush? Gold will shine sooner or later. Even Shui Rengue was once unrecognized and wasn't this anxious. Your time will come. Qingxiu folded the map. Just as I'm done here, come walk with me. As soon as they left the tent, the cold wind mixed with fine snowflakes hit them in the face. The cold air inhaled into the lungs felt like it could freeze the organs. Even Li Jianshan shivered from the cold, but Qingxiu quickly adapted and continued walking into the wind and snow. When he reached the excavation site, he saw that everyone within view was digging pits and carefully sorting through the excavated dirt and rubble. If coal fragments were found, it was cause for celebration. Whoever found it would immediately receive Qingxiu's huge reward. If not, it meant more digging. Who knew when it would finally be found? Of course, most people were in the latter group and just kept their heads down and dug. Damn it! A burst of cursing came from not far away. Looking over, several laborers angrily threw their hose into the pit. I accidentally spilled a bucket of water in, and it froze instantly. How are we supposed to dig this? Frozen harder than iron. How the hell do we work like this? We should move somewhere else to dig. We can't just die here. Bullshit. How do you know there's no coal here? If there is and we miss it, who's going to pay us back the 1,000 mu of land and 10,000 strings of coins? Most of the moisture and soil beneath the surface had frozen solid, making it impossible to even shovel up a clump of dirt after digging for a long time. This seriously affected the construction schedule. Some people tried to use firewood to heat and soften the ground, but it had almost no effect. Even if they burned all the heating fuel, it wouldn't necessarily improve efficiency much. If we keep digging like this, I'm afraid the whole winter will pass, and we still won't have covered even half of the Yunzhong area. Qingxiu frowned tightly. The efficiency was too low, completely unacceptable to him. After thinking it over, he gave an order to Li Jianshan. Go bring the gunpowder carried by the accompanying troops. But we're not fighting a war, what do we need gunpowder for? You'll know soon. Go quickly. Qingxiu didn't let him say more. Li Jianshan quickly went himself, and shortly after, he returned with a large group of soldiers carrying bundles of gunpowder. Qingxiu ordered them to immediately open all the gunpowder packs, combine 5 small packs into one big pack, and then bind 5 large packs together. Qingxiu was planning to use this gunpowder directly for mining. Using gunpowder for mining wasn't something he hadn't considered before, but he had too many concerns. There were mountain ranges in Yunzhong, and the coal veins mostly ran along these ranges, with many formed directly from them. If it were any other season, that would be fine. But now the mountains and hills were already covered in snow. Using gunpowder in these areas might trigger avalanches. If anyone got hurt or killed in such an incident, the losses would outweigh any gain. Also, the black powder they were using had limited power, at least in Qingxiu's view. Usually, yellow powder was used to blast mountains. To achieve similar results with black powder, they had to increase the amount significantly. 1 portion of yellow powder required 4 to 5 portions of black powder as a substitute. If that wasn't enough, they'd add even more. Eventually, it would blast through. Once all the explosive charges were prepared, Qingxiu ordered the laborers to evacuate, especially to stay far away from the mountains, and not to approach. Duke Qing is using gunpowder to blast open the mountains and search for coal veins. During the explosion, everyone must stay far away, do not go near. If you don't follow orders and fail to evacuate in time, getting buried by an avalanche will be your own responsibility. Soldiers immediately began dispersing the crowd, shouting warnings while they did so. It wasn't that people didn't understand the risk, it was just that some might be tempted by the rewards and try to sneak in to search the moment the mountain was blasted open. After all, the prize was 10,000 strings of coins and 1,000 mu of fertile land, hard to resist. Qingxiu wasn't unwilling to give out such rewards, but if people died in avalanches before even seeing the coal, it simply wasn't worth it. Only after confirming that no one was hiding near the mountains, Qingxiu gave the order to place gunpowder in all pits that had been dug to a certain depth in the area. Especially in the hard-to-dig places on the mountainsides, Qingxiu directly ordered multiple times the usual amount of powder. His plan was simple and direct: if this would cause a snow slide, then so be it. Let it be a big one. Use as much powder as possible. There would only be one avalanche anyway, so better make the blast as strong as possible. Maybe, just maybe, this would help him find the buried coal. How is it? Qingxiu shouted. In the distance, a soldier raised a red flag to signal they were ready. As soon as Qingxiu gave the order, they lit the fuse and quickly moved away. Boom! The large bundle of gunpowder ignited and exploded, making a thunderous noise louder than a cannon, blasting dirt and snow high into the sky. The ground shook violently, everyone could feel the tremor under their feet. After the explosion, Qingxiu immediately went forward to inspect. Through the thick smoke, he saw that the blasted cave had expanded to over twice its original size. The soil was now much looser, even a simple shovel could easily turn it over. This is good, this is really good. If we use gunpowder for every pit, it'll be much easier. This is dozens of times faster than digging with a shovel. Digging such a big pit by hand would take forever. Duke Qing, why don't we just use gunpowder for everything? It's so fast. Both the laborers and the soldiers suggested it. Compared to digging with iron shovels, using gunpowder was much more efficient. Qingxiu ignored their chatter. He examined the pit, then looked at the nearby mountain range, calculating the explosive force. Let's try again. Qingxiu called out. Someone immediately went to prepare another round. Boom! Another pit was blasted open. This time, even before Qingxiu could check, the crowd had already gathered in excitement. Sure enough, the new pit was even larger, nearly twice the size of the last one. People speculated it was due to looser soil, making the explosion more effective. But only Qingxiu realized it wasn't the soil. The difference came from the way the cavity had been dug, and how the gunpowder was placed. The blast angle was much better. Of course, this wasn't intentional, it was just a lucky coincidence. Still, the result was so good that Qingxiu's last bit of hesitation vanished. Compared to such visible results, the risk was negligible. As long as they were prepared, even if an avalanche really happened, they could just keep their distance. Bring all the gunpowder here. Everyone cheered. Duke Qing was brilliant. Now this was efficiency. But just as soldiers were about to set the charges, Qingxiu stopped them. I didn't ask you to collect the gunpowder to blast these small pits. Then what does Duke Qing intend? Qingxiu pointed to a nearby hill. Blast that. They had started digging the ground because the rocks on the hill were too hard to dig. That's why they looked on the surface first. But now that they had such an efficient tool, why bother with slow digging? Of course, they should blow up the mountain directly. Wherever there's the highest chance, blast that place. The crowd didn't understand why Qingxiu wanted to target the hill, but seeing that tall mountain, the thought of blowing it up made everyone strangely excited. Perhaps it was human nature. The tougher something is, the more joy you get from destroying it. This time, Qingxiu gave the order, and from laborers to soldiers, everyone jumped into action with fiery enthusiasm. Qingxiu repeatedly observed the hill in front of him, looking for spots that would be easier to destroy to place the explosives. Although Qingxiu was not a professional demolition engineer, he still understood some basic principles of mechanics. Even if he couldn't find the most precise detonation points, it would still be better than placing the explosives randomly. This time, Qingxiu intended to make it a big one. He wasn't just placing explosives at a few select spots. Instead, he had everyone surround the entire hill, placing explosives at every point that looked like it would be easier to blow up. Don't save the explosives. Use as much as you've got. Today, I want to see what we can turn this mountain into. Qingxiu's command made everyone even more excited. Some even came up to ask if it was possible to blow up the whole mountain with that much explosive. Of course, that was wishful thinking, but Qingxiu didn't respond directly, he just smiled, saying that they'd see for themselves once the explosives were lit. There were many points to set up explosives this time. Thousands of people carrying explosives climbed and surrounded the mountain, working non-stop from noon to evening and still not finishing the setup. The amount of explosives was still far from meeting Qingxiu's requirements. After thinking it over, he simply ordered that they take 5 full days to lay the explosives. He would rather keep delaying the detonation time than settle for a weak explosion. Otherwise, if every time it was just a lukewarm blast, it wouldn't do much to shake the rock layers of the mountain. If the explosives weren't strong enough, the snow from the resulting landslide could immediately cover the blasted spots, wasting all their effort. Qingxiu's command was exactly what everyone wanted too, so they worked even harder. Though they didn't know why, they were extremely excited about the tall mountain in front of them. Just the thought of the mountain collapsing filled them with excitement. Everyone worked like this for 2 whole days. On the 5th day, Qingxiu found even more suitable points to set explosives, which delayed things a bit more. By noon, when the sun was directly overhead, everyone had withdrawn from the mountain. Aside from the soldiers assigned to ignite the charges, no one else was near the hill. That's about enough. Without wasting time, Qingxiu confirmed safety and immediately ordered the signal to ignite. Once the soldiers lit the fuses, they didn't dare delay. They jumped on their horses and ran away as fast as they could, fearing the shockwaves or an avalanche might bury them. Seeing this, everyone tensed up, staring at the mountain with full concentration, afraid to miss the spectacular moment of the explosion. There were hundreds of explosive placements on the mountain. Although Qingxiu had taken into account the greater impact of a simultaneous detonation and tried to balance the fuse lengths, some long, some short, to ensure they would go off at the same time. For such a massive setup surrounding the mountain, without electrical detonation devices, it was impossible to make the explosions perfectly synchronized. A time gap between detonations was inevitable. Boom! As the first fuse burned to the end, a violent explosion came from the middle of the mountain, sending white snow flying into the sky, mixed with black shattered rocks beneath. Before the debris could even reach its highest point, another explosion followed. The shockwave from that one shook the first round of dust and snow in the air. Then came the third, fourth. Boom! 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 The explosions continued one after another. At first, you could still count how many had gone off. But soon, it sounded like firecrackers going off in succession, too fast and too many to distinguish. Even their ears went numb and temporarily deaf from the deafening noise. Everyone could only rely on their eyes to barely follow the chunks of rock and white mist blowing up from the mountain. This massive hill, under the chain of explosions, went from being solid and unbreakable to shaking and cracking. Each explosion caused more fissures and loosened the rock, and the next one would deepen the damage. Soon, the entire mountain was enveloped in smoke and snow mist from the blasts. When the destruction passed the mountain's critical point of resistance, large slabs of rock and snow began to slide off the mountain. Huge amounts of snow and rock tumbled down, exposing the brown, irregular rock layers underneath, only to be quickly buried again by more falling rocks and snow, again and again. No one could tell how many explosions had occurred or how many charges were still left. But when they saw this scene, everyone couldn't help but shout out loud. Even though their voices were completely drowned out by the explosions, Qingxiu could tell from their excited gestures and cheers how loud and powerful their shouts must be. In fact, seeing the results of the mountain blast, Qingxiu was also very satisfied. If they had to dig it all up little by little with hose, even after 2 or 3 months, they wouldn't have achieved anything close to this. Science and technology truly are the #1 productive force. But just as the explosion started to die down, Qingxiu suddenly noticed something was wrong. The snow sliding down from the mountain was piling up rapidly at the base, and the growing mass was quickly exceeding what it could support. Now, that accumulated snow was collapsing at an alarming speed, rushing toward them like a wave. Faster than a tidal wave hitting the shore. Run! Qingxiu shouted urgently, but his voice was immediately drowned out by the sounds of explosions and the rolling snow. Even he couldn't hear himself. But clearly, no one was stupid. No one wanted to be buried in snow. They all immediately turned around and ran, leaving Qingxiu behind in an instant. This made Qingxiu both angry and amused, but he wasn't slow to react either. He quickly turned and fled, and soon caught up with the retreating crowd. Still, the rolling snow was faster. Before they could get far, the avalanche had already caught up and swallowed some of the slower runners. A large portion of the group was quickly buried under the snow. Even though Qingxiu was fast, the roaring avalanche behind him was closing in. In the end, the landslide finally used up all its momentum. The last swirl of snow fell, barely wrapping around Qingxiu's ankles, and then the blizzard came to a complete stop. At that moment, the final explosive on the hill went off. After the blast, only a lingering echo remained across the mountain, signaling the end. The shallow layer of snow covering his body was easily brushed off by Qingxiu. Besides him, quite a few others had also luckily escaped the avalanche, but even though the falling snow had stopped, they were still shaken and only dared to stop running after getting several dozen zhang away. Qingxiu turned to look back. Every crater blown open earlier had been buried by the avalanche, and behind him, not a single person could be seen. Just then, the snow was pushed aside from below, and one figure after another crawled out from under the snow, patting their bodies in a sorry state. The snow layer was only a bit over 1 zhang thick, and didn't contain any ice or rocks, so being buried didn't pose much danger to life. Only then did Qingxiu feel at ease. He immediately ordered that everyone who could still move should help dig out those still trapped in the snow. All of you who can move, start digging, get the brothers out, or we're in trouble. The snow isn't deep, but if someone stays buried too long, something bad could still happen. Everyone sprang into action, shouting out names and quickly digging up those buried below, not daring to delay even a moment. Luckily, most people still had enough strength after the avalanche. Even if they couldn't stand, they could still call out, allowing rescuers to find them in time. Qingxiu watched from a distance as the mountain, now nearly free of snow, came into full view. He sighed in relief, grateful for how well prepared they had been. Before blowing up the mountain, he had made everyone retreat far away. This meant the first wave of snow during the avalanche lost much of its power by the time it reached them, leaving only a weak aftershock. After a whole day of effort, all those affected by the avalanche were found. Only a few had minor injuries from falling during the escape. Fortunately, no one died. Once people recovered from the fear of the collapsing snow, they turned to look at the mountain. The entire mountain was now bare. The places hit by the explosives were exposed, revealing large areas of uneven rock, some spots even several zhang deep, making it easy to tell at a glance whether there was coal in the mountain. This scene instantly lifted everyone's spirits. Some even cheered aloud. Duke Qing really had a way. With his method of blowing up the mountain to find veins, they might be able to locate coal before spring even arrived. It's still up to Duke Qing, he really knows how to come up with solutions. If it were me, I'd only think to use cannons to blast the mountain, but that seems too inefficient. No kidding. Cannons have a hard time even breaking city walls, let alone blowing up a mountain. While the others were talking, Qingxiu couldn't wait. He personally led a group of soldiers to climb the mountain and check for any mineral veins. Li Jianshan had originally wanted Qingxiu to take a break while he went up to look, but Qingxiu insisted on doing it himself. They could only identify the richest coal veins. If the coal was mixed with too many impurities, they might just mistake it for regular rock and overlook it. Missing that would be a big problem. Qingxiu didn't need to search the entire mountain, just a few key areas. If those didn't show any signs of coal, then they could assume the whole mountain was worthless. But after checking, Qingxiu was still disappointed. This hill had no coal. Not even the slightest trace of coal impurities. That meant there probably wasn't any coal in this whole surrounding area for at least several dozen li. All the craters they had dug over the past few days were ultimately a waste of effort. But Qingxiu wasn't too discouraged. In fact, after today's mountain blasting, he felt even more excited about the results. It proved they didn't necessarily need yellow powder. As long as the placement was right, even with enough black powder, they could achieve the same effect. More importantly, from now on, whether mining in mountains or on flat ground, there was no need to waste manpower digging by hand. Explosives would do all the work. After coming down the mountain, Qingxiu was very relaxed, not disappointed at all. His steps even felt lighter. Either way, this area could now be ruled out. Brothers, no digging today, let everyone rest for a few days. 3 days from now, we'll pick another site and start again. After a brief rest, Qingxiu led his mining team to begin blasting suspected coal locations all across Yunzhong town using explosives. The efficiency was drastically improved. Within 10 days at most, they could determine whether a site contained coal. And as more civilian workers arrived, Qingxiu organized them into teams too, sending them out to use explosives for exploration. This process was 4 to 5 times faster than Qingxiu had originally expected, and it even led to many surprising discoveries. Although they hadn't found coal, they uncovered large amounts of iron ore in many locations, and even more exciting, quite a bit of copper ore. Though copper wasn't as valuable as gold, it was still a major material used to make currency. Once extracted and processed, it could be used like money, basically no different from a mint. Naturally, all the copper ore they unearthed would belong to Qingxiu himself, since this coal mining operation was massive and would require untold future expenses. He might not even break even with all the copper he found. But after 10+ days of continuous blasting, the region was significantly affected. Previously, some small nomadic tribes had occasionally sent their livestock to graze secretly in Yunzhong and Shuafang. Most of the grass in the north and the steppe was already dead. Only the slightly more fertile areas like Yunzhong and Shuafang still had enough grass to eat. But with explosives going off every few days, and with civilians and soldiers constantly carrying large bundles of gunpowder, the nomads were thoroughly scared. After half a month of this, they didn't dare come here to graze anymore, which brought peace of mind to the soldiers and laborers in the area. With no barbarians stirring up trouble, they could work more comfortably. One day, Qingxiu was inspecting a newly blasted site, checking the debris and rock layers. Qingxiu wasn't exactly a skilled geologist, but after this period of observation, his understanding of geology and mineral veins had greatly improved. In many places, just by looking at the broken rock layers after blasting, he could instantly tell whether coal was present, no need for careful inspection like before. As soon as he saw the crater at this site, Qingxiu sighed. Clearly, it had all been another wasted effort. However, the others had not yet come to the same conclusion as Qingxiu, especially Li Jianshan, who was still busy helping the laborers examine the rocks for any traces of coal. During this time, Li Jianshan had come to understand that since he had no chance to go to the battlefield for now, he might as well make contributions in another way. Achievements were still achievements. It was better than going back to being a general, wasting his days doing nothing. Take a good look, I really think this is coal. How could there be none? Sir, don't joke around. There's no way this is coal, it's just a darker rock. You could burn it for 3 days and nights and still wouldn't light it. Li Jianshan stubbornly held up a black stone, but a few experienced laborers directly dismissed his assumption. I really thought this was coal, forget it. Li Jianshan gave up and threw away the black rock, clearly frustrated. One soldier saw this and laughed. Sir, this isn't something that can be rushed. If coal was that easy to find, why would Duke Qing gather all of us here? I heard he's planning to use 50,000 laborers. 50,000. Hearing that number, Li Jianshan was speechless. If he had to compete with that many people, his chances of finding coal were basically zero. Just as he was about to check another explosion pit, he suddenly received an urgent military order from Qingxiu, calling all accompanying auxiliary troops to assemble immediately. Li Jianshan didn't understand why, but he quickly put on his helmet and gear and rushed with the other auxiliary troops toward Qingxiu, waiting for instructions. Qingxiu had suddenly summoned them because he had just received an urgent piece of military information. To call it military intelligence wasn't entirely accurate, it came from some laborers in the northwest mountains of Yunzhong. They had used explosives for blasting at the base of a mountain there. But just after placing the explosives, a number of nomadic cavalry had appeared nearby. These people surrounded the area, not attacking, but not leaving either, and more of them kept arriving, watching them with bad intentions. There were only about 2,000 laborers working there, with nothing more than hammers and picks. If a conflict broke out, they'd definitely suffer heavy losses. Helpless, they had no choice but to flee quickly, and they didn't even have time to take the explosives with them. Although Qingxiu didn't know what these people were planning, he felt that even if they didn't draw weapons, just showing off in Yunzhong was basically courting death. This land wasn't just part of the Tang Empire, it was Qingxiu's personal fief, granted by the court. These people showing off here was like picking a fight at his front door. To Qingxiu, this wasn't just a matter of border dispute. Their horses had stepped on his doorstep, how could he pretend nothing happened? He knew they were just trying to scare the laborers and probably didn't dare start a real fight, but in his eyes, their actions were still way out of line. Qingxiu hadn't called for many soldiers, just a bit over 500 auxiliary troops, and only a few dozen horses. According to the laborers, there were over 2,000 cavalrymen, but Qingxiu didn't care at all. With just his 500 men, he set out with full force. Taking 500 ragtag soldiers to face over 2,000 fierce nomadic riders, probably only Qingxiu and his fearless men would dare to do something like that. The laborers were stunned when they heard Qingxiu was going to confront them and were afraid to go. But seeing how aggressive Qingxiu was, they gritted their teeth and followed. Among them, only Li Jianshan was the most excited. He was thinking, if a fight broke out, he'd finally have a chance to show his skills. He had waited so long, finally, a real battle. Qingxiu's group hurried to the location and arrived just as the nomadic cavalry hadn't yet left. Some of them had even dismounted and climbed the mountain to collect the explosives left behind. This scene immediately enraged Qingxiu. Not only had they come to his territory to show off, they were even stealing his explosives. Especially since he would never allow those things to end up in the hands of nomadic tribes. Li Jianshan, how's your archery? Qingxiu called out, and Li Jianshan understood instantly. He picked up his bow, aimed briefly, and shot an arrow straight into the topmost nomad on the mountain. That man screamed as he fell through the air and crashed to the ground, dead on the spot, shocking all the other nomads collecting explosives on the hillside. Only then did they notice the Tang forces had arrived, and were quickly approaching. At first, they were scared. But on closer inspection, they saw that most of these people were laborers and poorly equipped auxiliary troops without even helmets. That gave them confidence. As long as it wasn't the regular army, they thought they could bluff their way through. Are you crazy? You even dare kill one of us? One of the nomad leaders shouted angrily, pointing at them. We're herders from the Khitan tribe. We've always had good relations with the Tang. If a fight breaks out here today, all of you will be the culprits. Bullshit. Qingxiu didn't wait for him to finish. Before Li Jianshan could shoot again, Qingxiu grabbed a cavalry musket from his horse and fired straight at the man's head. Bang! With a loud shot, the leader was hit right between the eyes and fell off his horse instantly. The sound of the gunshot stunned all the nomads. They hadn't expected these men to be armed, and to actually open fire. Immediately, they jumped off the hill and ran without looking back, even leaving the stolen explosives behind. Their chief had given strict orders, absolutely no fighting with the Tang army. Even harming an ordinary Tang citizen would mean death. They dared to bluff and scare, but a real conflict? No one dared to truly engage. Qingxiu showed no mercy. He gave the order, anyone with a musket, fire at will. No muskets? Use bows. Don't worry about the consequences. They weren't close to begin with, so once the bullets and arrows started flying, the nomads couldn't even lift their heads. Even if they wanted to fight back, they couldn't. Good relations, my ass. You Khitans are just vassals of the Tang Empire. Even your king kneels before Tang officials. We let you graze here, and you really think this land belongs to you? Qingxiu shouted angrily while continuing to fire his musket. He fired 5 shots in a row, killing 5 men. Finally, the rest all mounted up and fled, none dared look back again. Li Jianshan got excited when he saw those people fleeing. This was a great chance for him to take heads. Follow me. He cracked his whip and drew his long blade, chasing fiercely after the fleeing riders. But those nomads ran very fast, and their horses were much faster than Li Jianshan's, which was meant for hauling cargo. Although Li Jianshan managed to shoot down 3 nomads along the way, he eventually fell behind because his horse was exhausted and couldn't run anymore. Damn it, what a pity. Li Jianshan noticed his horse was panting heavily and struggling to move, so he had no choice but to stop. They hadn't been equipped with real war horses. These cargo-pulling horses simply weren't made for combat. Li Jianshan had to turn back and saw that Qingxiu was already ordering the laborers to surround the hill and reset the explosives. Although some explosives had been stolen, it wasn't a big loss. Qingxiu sent for more laborers to come and continue preparing for the blast. But the matter with those Khitan people was not going to be let go so easily. Li Jianshan, switch horses and immediately return to call up all available auxiliary troops. No need to bring everyone, just over 1,000 will do. Make sure they bring pulley crossbows and muskets. Qingxiu was determined to pursue this matter to the end, not just because those people had intruded on his fief. The grass on the Turkic graves was already taller than their saddles, yet these people still dared to secretly play tricks. Clearly, they had become overconfident due to the recent leniency shown to them. If that was the case, then it was time to teach them another lesson. Li Jianshan was overjoyed upon hearing this. He immediately agreed, switched horses, and rushed off to gather reinforcements. He couldn't wait to start a fight right now. As Qingxiu watched everyone busy setting up explosives on the hill, he suddenly thought of something. The Khitan people had known about the blasting for a long time, so why did they only now show up in this particular area to scare and chase the workers? If they were worried about the grasslands being damaged, the blasting had already gone on in this area for nearly a month. Many parts of the grasslands were already destroyed. It didn't make sense for them to just react now. This could only mean that the Khitan didn't want the Tang army to investigate this area. Perhaps, there was something hidden here that they didn't want the Tang people to discover, or maybe they wanted to keep it for themselves. Thinking this, Qingxiu immediately ordered the workers to stop and personally went up to investigate. The hill wasn't large, its size was pathetically small, and it wouldn't take more than half an hour to reach the top. Qingxiu first walked around the base, checking the rocks and flipping over debris. He soon noticed signs of previous mining. He was certain this wasn't left by his own workers, because the mining marks were very primitive and rough, not done with shovels or pickaxes, but more like hacked with knives and axes. His workers would never use such inefficient tools. There wasn't much to see at the base, so Qingxiu decided to climb up the hillside to check. At that moment, explosives had been buried in many places along the slope. People warned Qingxiu to be careful not to accidentally step on the powder packs, which could explode from heavy impact. But this concern was unnecessary. Qingxiu, with his sharp senses, could clearly see every buried explosive and would never step on one by mistake. At the hillside, there were fewer mining marks, and most of the erosion was natural. In areas with deeper wear, he noticed the rock layers inside were completely different from those outside, darker in color and more brittle. Could it be? Qingxiu used a pickaxe to knock off a piece and examined it closely. It looked like coal, but in some ways, it was very different. He tried lighting a fire and threw the stone into the flames. It didn't catch fire, but over time it turned darker and gave off a very unpleasant smell. Is this coal? Someone couldn't help asking Qingxiu. It doesn't look like coal to us. Even if the color's different, it should have caught fire by now. It really doesn't look like it, but this smell. Qingxiu sniffed carefully. He could tell that the smell from the burning rock was very close to coal, though no flame was visible. Could it be a mineral that's very similar to coal? No, that's not right. Qingxiu pulled the stone out of the fire. It had turned pitch black and was still emitting thick white smoke even after being removed. Seeing the white smoke, Qingxiu suddenly had a realization. He figured out why the rock wouldn't burn. High-quality coal that can burn directly must be mined from areas with the densest coal deposits. But from outer regions, the coal content is low, and what's mined is coal mixed with rock. That kind of coal can still be used, but it must be processed and purified, removing the impurities, leaving refined coal for burning. Qingxiu immediately ordered water to be fetched and collected more rocks that might contain coal. They crushed them all together. After smashing the rocks open, they found the inside was dark brown, more and more like coal. Only after smashing and sorting all the rocks did they finally pick out pieces that might be coal. These dusty bits of coal smelled very similar. After examining them, everyone became extremely excited. It really looked like low-grade coal. But Qingxiu didn't burn it directly. He had water brought over, and the crushed rocks were washed repeatedly, scrubbing out all impurities until they became jet black and shiny. At this point, Qingxiu was about 70 to 80% sure. He ordered a fire to be lit and had all the fine powder thrown in to burn. As soon as the powder was added, the fire weakened significantly, and everyone's heart sank. They knew that adding coal usually causes a brief drop in flame, since coal takes longer than wood to fully burn. Qingxiu and the laborers stared at the flickering fire, their hopes rising and falling like the flame that seemed on the verge of going out. Seeing how slow this was, and that the black fragments still wouldn't ignite even as the fire was about to go out, everyone finally became completely disappointed. These things simply weren't coal, otherwise, after such a long time, they would have caught fire already. How could it take so much effort? Qingxiu kept staring intently at the fire, then suddenly gave an order: fan the fire. Get more people to do it. They thought Duke Qing was just unwilling to give up. Although they felt it was useless, they still went forward to fan the fire as instructed. Dozens of people worked together, barely keeping the dying flames alive, and constantly added more wood. They thought this was a waste of time, but as the fire burned longer, even they noticed something different. The black fragments under the flames actually began slowly changing color and gradually emitted white smoke. It looks like it's really starting to burn. The laborers became excited, quickly feeding the fire and fanning it faster and faster. Finally, little flames began appearing on the black powder, growing larger the longer it burned. In the end, the flames rose even higher than the campfire itself, and the tips of the flames changed from orange-red to pale blue. It's burning, it's really burning. This stuff is coal. Damn, we actually found it. Congratulations, Duke Qing. Congratulations, Duke Qing. Good grief, getting this stuff to burn really is hard. Everyone shouted with joy, their excited voices deafening. They had endured the bitter cold in this place for so long, and now at last they were rewarded. Even more important was Duke Qing's promised reward. Divided among them, it would still be enough to keep them comfortable for the rest of their lives. Seeing the crowd cheering together, a smile appeared on Qingxiu's face. From the start, he had suspected that this powder was probably coal, just too impure to ignite easily. And now it was as he had expected. Others celebrated finding coal, but Qingxiu saw more. If at less than a foot's depth they could dig up small pieces of coal, then just a few zhang deeper they would likely find high-quality coal. This was definitely a shallow coal seam of excellent quality. Even if the entire hill turned out not to be coal, that would just mean they were at the edge of the deposit. At worst, they'd search a few dozen li around and surely find it. To narrow the search area from all of Yunzhong to this much, even with hose, they could probably find it within a month. Looks like we won't have to wait for spring to go back. Qingxiu promised on the spot that today's laborers who helped dig for coal, and those previously driven off by the Khitans, would all receive rewards. He would give them 10,000 strings of cash and 10,000 mu of land, guaranteeing not a single coin short. Thank you, Duke Qing. The people cheered endlessly. With Qingxiu's promise, they didn't worry about receiving the money, it was only a matter of time. Some were already discussing how they'd spend it to improve their lives when they returned. Meanwhile, Qingxiu was already planning how to deal with the Khitans who had driven the laborers away. Those people had probably already discovered the coal here, but didn't know how to mine it effectively. They could only dig a little for heating. With no tall trees in the north and on the grasslands, they had no fuel besides burning dry grass and dung. Finding coal was no less than finding gold. It meant no fear of freezing to death in winter. Looks like letting them graze here all this time was too merciful. These people really fear power, not virtue. Qingxiu heard the sound of hooves nearby. He knew it was Li Jianshan returning with men. He mounted up, ready to leave. But to his surprise, the other laborers all came forward, eager to help Qingxiu. Their reason was simple: the Khitans clearly wanted to fight them for the coal. Now that there was finally a clue, how could they let the Khitans ruin it? Opposing Qingxiu now was the same as opposing their own money. With personal grievances and national hatred combined, of course they couldn't sit still. Qingxiu hadn't expected them to be so stirred up. He signaled that they should stay behind while he went. It's just dealing with the Khitans, there's no need for such a big crowd. You all stay here. But we also want to help Duke Qing. We can't always let you do everything. Is there something we can do? Qingxiu frowned and thought for a moment, then said, if you truly have nothing to do, then dig more coal-bearing rocks here. See if you can figure out exactly where the coal seam runs. Not far from there, the Khitan chieftain's main tent. A nomadic chieftain's tent was not fixed in one place but moved with the water and grass. Wherever the pasture was lush enough, the chieftain's tent would move there, and his cattle and sheep would be grazed nearby. Now that they had discovered easily mined coal in this area, the chieftain's tent had naturally been set up here to get coal conveniently. At this moment, Li Huaizhong and Li Huayan, two brothers, were inside the tent warming themselves by a charcoal fire, drinking wine, and chatting idly. Outside, many herders were scraping away snow for their cattle and sheep to eat the dead grass beneath. Though the grass was pitifully little and the animals were skin and bones from hunger, it was still better than starving. Li Huaizhong poked at the coal and said, in 2 days my concubine will give birth to her first child. This time I don't plan to give the child the surname Li. Li Huayan was surprised. Why is that? This is my 6th child, and lately my body isn't doing well. I'm afraid I won't have more children. If this child is a boy, he will be the hearth keeper. The so-called hearth keeper was the term among the northern nomads for the child who stayed home to inherit the family property. Inheritance in the north was different from the central plains. The older children had to leave early to hunt, fight, or earn their own herds, receiving very little support from their father. Most of the time, all of a family's property went to the youngest child, who stayed to care for the father in old age and, after the father's death, legitimately inherited all his cattle, horses, and the father's position in the tribe. With chieftain Li Huaizhong's status, his youngest child, the hearth keeper, would surely become the next chieftain to inherit his position. Li Huaizhong clearly did not want the surname Li bestowed by the imperial court to become ingrained in the tribe or become a symbol of the entire tribe. The Khitan people had their own surnames, either Yelu or Shao, but as the chieftain, he could no longer use them. Even their original names had to be changed, replaced with those granted by the court, Huaizhong and Huayan, to make them willingly submit for generations to come. Back when the Khitan were barely surviving on the grasslands, on the edge of elimination, they had to obediently accept these names and surnames to exchange for mercy from the Tang army and access to trade markets. But now, with the Turks destroyed, the vast north was left with only the Khitan as a relatively strong power. The other small nomadic tribes had less than 1,000 people, easily wiped out. Whether it was just an illusion or not, the current situation gave all Khitans a strong feeling that couldn't be doubted. In this vast northern territory, they were the true overlords. Aside from the Shi people in Liaodong, only their nomadic tribe could still be considered powerful. Whether this was due to the Tang people's arrangements or their own growth didn't matter, at the very least, they now believed they were strong enough not to be controlled anymore. If the Tang people hold us accountable for this, then what should we do? Li Huayan still felt uneasy, even though he supported his brother's actions. Li Huaizhong just gave a light laugh. We've already submitted to the Tang. A small matter like this probably won't get their attention, and besides, right now the Tang people are focused on the western regions, even that Qingxiu is the same. They have no time for the north. How could they possibly? Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps suddenly rang outside the tent. Someone rushed in and reported, "Chief, something bad has happened." "What bad thing? Speak properly. Why so panicked?" Li Huaizhong was clearly annoyed by the scene. The messenger caught his breath and quickly said, "The group we sent to drive away the laborers has returned, but more than 10 of them were killed, and many others were wounded by arrows." As soon as he finished speaking, the wine cup in Li Huayan's hand fell to the ground with a crash, his face full of shock. Li Huizhong became nervous and immediately questioned, didn't I warn them countless times not to start any conflict with the Tang army? How did they end up fighting? If the Tang army is provoked, who can stop them? Especially that plague, Li Xiaogong. Chief, they said they absolutely didn't harm anyone. But the Tang people brought auxiliary troops and laborers to drive them off, and on their way back, they shot at any of our herders and livestock they saw, the messenger said with a bitter face. Li Huizhong couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately ordered his armor prepared and gathered all the cavalry he could take from the tribe. Li Huiyan quickly asked, "You're not planning to fight them head-on, are you?" Li Huizhong's face was grim, unsure how to respond, but he still gathered his men and personally led them out. At that moment, Qingxiu was leading over 1,000 cavalry, freely charging across the grasslands. They ignored all herders except the Khitans. Upon seeing Khitan herders, they fired arrows and muskets indiscriminately, attacking both people and livestock. The Khitan herders were caught completely off guard, suffering heavy casualties, nearly 1,000 killed or wounded, not to mention the animals shot down. Even herders from other tribes were shocked. Though the Tang army was normally strict and unapproachable, they were usually fair and would never attack without reason. This was the first time they had seen such indiscriminate violence. Frightened by this display, other tribes' herders also fled with their livestock. Duke Qing, we've scouted ahead. The Khitan's main tent is about 10 li away. The scout quickly returned and reported the news to Qingxiu. Good. We'll charge straight at them. If any Khitan cavalry tries to stop us, no matter who it is, even their chieftain, shoot them on sight. Qingxiu gave a death order on the spot. Though his force of just over 1,000 was made up of mixed troops, including some hastily recruited laborers, under Qingxiu's personal command they had become fearless and bold. Even knowing they might soon face the full Khitan army, not a single one backed down. All were ready to follow Qingxiu to the end. Li Jianshan was the most excited among them. His chance for merit and glory had come. Sir, when the battle begins, please let me lead the charge, I want to take their chieftain's head myself. Go ahead. If you really can take it, it'll count as a great achievement. Qingxiu responded, and Li Jianshan began preparing immediately. Qingxiu had planned to rest the horses for a while before continuing the charge, since their horses were poor and couldn't run for long. But before he could dismount, he saw a large cavalry force charging toward them from a distance, kicking up a snowstorm behind them. So they came to us. Qingxiu sneered, this saved him the trouble. Li Jianshan thought they were outnumbered and expected Qingxiu to form ranks and prepare a defensive stance. But to his surprise, facing nearly 10,000 enemy cavalry, Qingxiu led his ragtag army in a direct charge, like throwing eggs at a rock. I've heard Duke Qing prefers brute force in battle. Seeing it now, it's absolutely true. Seeing the fearless expressions on these mixed troops, Li Jianshan didn't slack either. He whipped his horse and pushed it to the front of the charge. Qingxiu ignored the overwhelming presence of the Khitan cavalry, nearly 10,000 of them meant nothing in his eyes. Amid the chaos of the charging enemy, he used his perception to locate Chieftain Li Huizhong's position. Without hesitation, Qingxiu raised his musket, aimed in that direction, and pulled the trigger. Li Huizhong had no idea he had been targeted. He only heard a gunshot, and in the next second, his helmet was blown off. He reached for his head in shock, breaking into a cold sweat in the dead of winter. Before he could react, Qingxiu had already switched to a second, preloaded musket and fired again. This time, the bullet struck his hairpin, causing his tied-up hair to fall loose. 2 shots aimed at vital points, yet narrowly missed. Even a fool would understand what was happening now. Stop! Everyone, stop! He immediately ordered his troops to halt their charge. Once they stopped, he rode to the front of the formation and shouted loudly, I am Li Huizhong, the court-appointed Khitan chieftain. I asked to speak with the Tang army's commander. Li Huizhong knew the person across from him had deliberately spared his life, just to force him to come out and negotiate. So he wasn't afraid of revealing himself. Even though, as soon as he appeared, hundreds of muskets and crossbows were aimed directly at him, scaring his cavalry into almost charging forward. But Li Huizhong was indeed a man of presence. Even facing hundreds of firearms, he remained calm and composed. I asked the commander to come forth and speak. Just as the crowd hesitated about whether to shoot him on the spot, Qingxiu appeared and ordered everyone to lower their weapons. There's no need to be so tense. He is also one of the subjects of our great Tang. When we meet, shouldn't we speak civilly and negotiate? Besides, Li Huizhong has guarded the frontier for the Tang recently and has contributed much, he is meritorious. Qingxiu rode forward slowly, speaking with a hint of mockery. He deliberately exposed Li Huizhong's identity in front of the Khitan cavalry to crush his momentum. At the same time, it was a reminder, know your place, don't get arrogant. Li Huizhong was initially annoyed, but when he clearly saw who had arrived, his face turned pale with shock. He could no longer stay calm. He dismounted immediately, and right there, before his 10,000 chitin cavalry, he knelt down in front of Qingxiu. I pay respects to Duke Qing. This was not shameful. In fact, if he hadn't bowed to Qingxiu, that would have brought disaster. The chitin cavalry, upon hearing that this man was Qingxiu, panicked. They looked at each other, at a complete loss. Even their previously ordered formation began to fall into disarray. No surprise, Qingxiu's reputation in the north was terrifying. Him standing alone here carried as much deterrence as an entire army. Li Jianshan was stunned. He hadn't expected that just Qingxiu showing his face would make the chitin chieftain dismount and kneel. Though he knew of Qingxiu's fame, seeing it to this degree was truly unbelievable. It's been a while, Duke Qing, and you're still as impressive as ever, said Li Huizhong, cupping his hands in greeting with a forced smile. A while? It's been at least 2 years since we last met. Surprised you still recognize me. You're joking, Duke Qing. Even if you haven't been in the north recently, who out here doesn't know your name? If you know it, then why did you dare send men to drive laborers out of my lands? Qingxiu asked coldly, leaving Li Huizhong speechless. His face turned red with embarrassment, unable to respond. Qingxiu continued, I allowed your people to graze there, but you should know, that land was granted to me by the imperial court. Allowing you to graze doesn't mean it belongs to you. Sweat poured from Li Huizhong's forehead. Only now did he fully understand why Qingxiu had stormed through, killing their herders along the way. It was clearly retaliation, and a warning. I was unaware of this matter. Li Huizhong wiped his sweat, lying with open eyes. I only knew some of our people went grazing. I never imagined they'd do such a thing. Once I return, I will punish them severely to make amends to Duke Qing. Qingxiu immediately saw through the lie. He scanned him up and down, then sneered and changed the topic. This winter seems better for your chitin people than in past years, doesn't it? Duke Qing, what do you mean? The north is always bitterly cold. We've long been used to it. This year is no different, Li Huizhong replied, clearly guilty. Qingxiu said calmly, with coal to burn, you no longer have to burn only dung and dry grass. How could it be no different? At these words, Li Huizhong froze. He realized Qingxiu already knew everything. I? He stammered, unable to reply. Qingxiu slowly rode up to him, looking down. What else do you have to say? Why not start by explaining this? Please forgive me, Duke Qing. Li Huizhong lowered his head, completely dejected. He couldn't utter a word in defense. He had indeed deliberately sent people to intimidate and drive away the laborers digging for coal. He didn't want the Tang people competing for the coal mine. But he never imagined it was Qingxiu personally overseeing the operation, deploying large manpower and resources to locate this open-pit mine. If the effort dragged on, the cost could rival the Tang's entire Goguryeo campaign. There was no way Qingxiu would allow the chitin to pull tricks here. Qingxiu glanced at the 10,000 cavalry behind him, his expression still cold and indifferent, as if one person or 10,000 made no difference in his eyes. Your lord is kneeling, what are you all waiting for? Before the Duke of the Celestial Empire, why haven't you knelt yet? Qingxiu's final sentence rang out loud and clear, echoing across the desert, deafening. Alone, unarmed, he dared to demand that 10,000 troops kneel before him. It looked like madness, but Qingxiu didn't care. For a moment, the chitin soldiers were stunned. Instinctively, their hands gripped their weapons. They could rush forward and cut him down. But no one actually moved. Seeing their chieftain kneeling, his posture silently confirmed they had to obey Duke Qing's command. After a moment of hesitation, they began dismounting, one by one, and knelt carefully before Qingxiu. Greetings, Duke Qing. At that moment, chitin morale hit rock bottom. Over 10,000 men knelt like statues, submitting entirely to Qingxiu's will. Li Jianshan and the others thought they were hallucinating. Could Qingxiu really be this domineering? A single command made 10,000 fierce cavalry kneel. It was beyond imagination. Even their own army couldn't do that. Has the Lord always been like this? Li Jianshan asked someone nearby, but that person had been equally stunned and didn't know how to respond. Only now did Qingxiu seem satisfied. He glanced at the kneeling Li Huizhong, who quickly bowed even lower. Though your actions crossed the line, you didn't harm my laborers or soldiers. So I'll consider you still have some sense. I won't pursue today's matter further. I'll forgive it once, but if it happens again. Do you still remember what happened to the Turks? Qingxiu's words made Li Huizhong's scalp tingle. He quickly lowered his head and acknowledged it. He thought the matter was finally over, but Qingxiu's next words made him tense up again. Li Huizhong, I heard your wife is expecting another child soon? Li Huizhong felt his hands and feet grow cold. He couldn't understand how Qingxiu had gotten all this information. Hadn't Qingxiu not come to the grasslands in a long time? How could his intelligence still be so sharp? But when the question reached his lips, he forced himself to answer, "It is true, my third wife is pregnant again, and in at most half a month she should give birth." "Oh, then congratulations. Later I will send someone to your tribe to offer congratulations." "I dare not. How could I trouble Duke Qing to personally send someone?" Huaizhong seemed to sense that Qingxiu had little malice, and he relaxed somewhat. Yet what Qingxiu said next made Li Huaizhong's heart race again. "If this child is a son, he should be your hearthkeeper, right?" "Yes." He could only force the answer out. Qingxiu nodded thoughtfully. "It seems fate that you and I meet again today. Why don't I personally give your child a name? Let him be called Li Jian. Know my celestial empire's grace, hold gratitude in your heart. It is most fitting. What do you say?" At that moment, Li Huaizhong felt he would rather die. He never expected Qingxiu to intervene in such a matter. If no one paid attention, he could secretly restore the child's surname Yelu. But now Qingxiu directly gave the child a name, how dare he refuse? Though extremely unwilling, he forced the words out, "Thank you, Duke Qing, for bestowing the name. No need to thank me. If the child is a girl, you need not use this name. You may choose whatever name you wish." Qingxiu seemed in good spirits and casually replied, "Little chieftain dares to ask, may Duke Qing honor us by drinking tea in my tribe? Would you grant me that face?" Li Huaizhong was polite outwardly but hoped Qingxiu would soon leave. No need for formalities. Tea can be passed on. Qingxiu casually declined. "Also, regarding your theft of coal, this account has not yet been settled." Li Huaizhong never expected Qingxiu to still bring that up. He braced himself for Qingxiu's terms. Whether it was cattle, sheep, or horses, if he could get through today without further trouble, all would be well. Qingxiu got to the point without beating around. "How much coal did you steal? I don't want to count. As long as you lead me to the coal mine you have already discovered, all past actions can be cancelled. The coal you stole before may be considered as a reward given to you." Hearing this, Li Huaizhong understood. Qingxiu would never allow them to steal coal again. That was a considerable blow to his Khitan tribe. Since discovering coal, they had often sold scraps to neighboring tribes, especially to the Shi in the east, exchanging them for many cattle and sheep. Besides, that coal made their winters much easier. Though reluctant, he dared not disobey Qingxiu's command, and he agreed. "In any case, Qingxiu will expel us eventually, so we'll lose access to these coal mines anyway. Just give them as a gift." Li Huaizhong tried to console himself. He dismissed the over 10,000 cavalry, leaving only a few dozen guards to accompany him to lead Qingxiu to the coal mine as requested. As for the Khitan herders, cattle, and sheep shot along the way by the Tang forces, Qingxiu acted as though those events never happened, and Li Huaizhong dared not mention them. That matter passed without clarification. With Li Huaizhong guiding, they would at least save more than half a month in finding the coal mine. One must know that beyond the pass, the laborers plus auxiliary troops now numbered over 20,000. Daily provisions and all expenses had to come from inside the pass. Only with supplies from Hedong, Yuzhou, and Liaodong simultaneously could they sustain operations. Then they would have to draw from the imperial treasury for these materials. Saving even a single day was astronomical. As Li Huaizhong had said, since Qingxiu allowed them to graze here, many areas had been overgrazed, with grass eaten down to white earth. Especially sheep, they would uproot the grass with the roots when grazing. Therefore, after the grass roots were cleaned up, the turned soil brought up scraps of coal. At first, the Khitans didn't know what those were. Later, merchants from the Han regions recognized them as coal and told the Khitans how to use them, and how to extract them simply, charging exorbitant prices. In the past year we haven't mined much. We have no tools like in the Central Plains, only knives and axes. We only dug scattered pieces. Li Huaizhong's words now sounded like excuses. A year? I think it's been at least 2. Did you really think I couldn't see? Qingxiu asked coolly. Now Li Huaizhong broke into sweat again. How could everything be seen at a glance? By this time they had arrived. Li Huaizhong said urgently, "We're here. Look." He pointed ahead, a relatively low mountain range, many places with grass eaten away, and the ground mined out, with piles of yellow earth. This yellow earth could not retain water. If land was not restored by human efforts later, the soil would continue to erode next spring, leading to desertification. Judging by the terrain, hills interlaced, few plains, mostly hilly land. Though Qingxiu wasn't a geologist, he vaguely remembered many mineral veins were associated with mountain peaks. This region was on the edge of Yunzhong town, close to Shuafang, and also near where he had previously unearthed coal fragments. In Qingxiu's original plan, this place was to be excavated last. It seemed bringing Li Huaizhong as guide was truly the right move. We did discover some coal here before. But since last month, it has gotten much harder to mine. We can't pry the rock beneath. They came to the previously mined spot and indeed saw crude excavation marks and many residual coal fragments. It was exactly as Li Huizhong said, further down was solid rock. Especially in winter, even specialized mining tools struggle to break such frozen hard rock. Not to mention their tools were of very poor quality. Though the surface coal had been mostly mined out, relative to the total coal of the mine, the loss was negligible. Qingxiu tapped on the rock layer below and discovered it was frozen solid. When struck, there was no echo at all. Let's try it. He had someone bring a pickaxe. Several strong laborers swung with full strength, striking hard multiple times, yet only faint shallow marks appeared in the rock layer below. No cracks formed. If they were to dig even a little, they would waste 2 or 3 months trying just to break through the rock to touch the coal beneath. This is way too hard. After a while, those laborers broke into sweat, their wrists numbed from the vibrations. They suggested waiting until next spring to dig. Qingxiu gave them no reply. He looked at the hard thick rock layer below, then glanced at Li Huizhong. Before, Li Huizhong had looked pleased, almost gloating, that they couldn't dig out the coal here. But seeing Qingxiu's gaze on him, he immediately dropped the expression. Qingxiu sneered, he never intended to use primitive methods to mine. With large quantities of gunpowder in hand, who would dig bit by bit with a pick? Obviously, Li Huizhong did not understand the power of explosives. No need to waste time. Bring out the stuff. Qingxiu ordered, and everyone understood at once. They began preparing the explosive packs. They could tell Duke Qing was determined today to mine the coal below, so their movements became brisk. Seeing large and small packs of explosives brought out, Li Huizhong asked a subordinate quietly, "What is this for?" It seems someone reported that when they mined mountain coal, they didn't use ordinary tools. In most cases they used explosives. Explosives? That thing can be used for that? Li Huizhong was puzzled. But Qingxiu was already having people place blasting points. Qingxiu observed the rock layer carefully, then marked several points. He directed people to chisel openings at those points to place explosives, then arranged fuses. They had done these procedures many times before and were very skilled. Within an hour, all explosive packs were placed and everyone withdrew in order. Only the Khitan stood there clueless, not understanding. Li Huizhong, if you don't want to die, bring your people back. Qingxiu warned. Huizhong hurriedly moved away, though he still didn't understand why they must withdraw. Light the fuse. With the order, soldiers lit the fuses. They burned rapidly toward the explosive packs. Huizhong had an instinct that something bad would happen. He looked at others, all of them immediately covered their ears and crouched. He was about to order his followers to do the same, then the fuse reached its end, and the explosion occurred on schedule. Boom! A blaze shot up, accompanied by deafening sound, with rock fragments and dust flying into the air, scattering all around. Though they were at some distance from the blast point, they were still affected by the residual blast wave. The shockwave nearly shook them off their feet. Tremors in the ground continued. Qingxiu's group, well prepared, bent over and covered their ears. The explosion and shock effects were mostly mitigated. But the unprepared Khitans suffered terribly. First, they were stunned, ears temporarily deaf, their minds left buzzing, nearly losing consciousness. Then brutal air currents rolled them on the ground. Many were struck by rock fragments, leaving cuts on faces and hands. Li Huizhong was worst hit. A large rock picked up by the blast struck his forehead, and he was instantly covered in blood. Great Khan! Khitan guards panicked, fearing their chieftain was gravely wounded. On examination they found the wound was superficial, and they breathed relief. Damn rotten luck. Li Huizhong wiped blood from his forehead and spat out some dust, furious inside. He had only tagged along, and now was covered in grime. But remembering the blast's sheer roar and force, and the havoc it could wreak even at some distance, he recalled Tang cannons from the Goguryeo campaigns. If this was the effect at a distance, the results of being directly hit were unimaginable. Thinking this, his fear of gunpowder grew sharply. But he could not deny the power of explosives, they clearly had wide application. Today he saw with his own eyes that they could be used in mining. Qingxiu had no time to care how disheveled Huizhong was. Once the smoke cleared, he stepped forward to inspect the blast result. Sure enough, after the explosive packs detonated, the surface of the rock layer showed large sections of cracking and fragmentation. A giant fissure even stretched dozens of zhang. Although the blast didn't immediately expose the coal, it clearly disrupted and destabilized the surface rock layer significantly. Gather all the laborers here immediately, and bring every bit of gunpowder you can carry. Qingxiu drew a deep breath. From now on, don't do anything else. I have one task for you, use explosives to shatter all the outer rock of this mountain and reveal the coal inside. On hearing Qingxiu speak of large-scale mountain blasting, Li Huizhong's knees went weak. Over the following days, nearly 10,000 laborers gathered here. For 7 or 8 consecutive days, they placed and detonated explosive packs, blasting at least 5 times each day. When gunpowder ran low, Qingxiu ordered transfers from the Liaodong frontier troops' munitions to speed up progress. It was the first time they had seen Qingxiu so impatient. Even under such intense blasting, the destruction of the rock layer progressed slowly. In many cases, they still had to manually assist with picks to continue preparing more explosive placements. On the 8th day, after the second blast of the day, everyone noticed the tremors beneath their feet were different. Previously the aftershocks faded quickly, now the tremors underfoot persisted and grew stronger. Looking around, the fissures in the blasted rock surface were visibly widening, spreading outward at a rate observable to the eye. Qingxiu immediately sensed something was wrong. He ordered everyone to retreat far away, except himself, who stayed on a high point to observe the rock layer. Sure enough, this time the blast had completely shaken the foundation of the rock layer. The rate of cracking had accelerated, and parts began to collapse. This was a situation they had never encountered before. The cracking and fragmentation of the rock layer lasted for nearly the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The entire surface was like ice thrown into boiling water, rapidly splitting and collapsing. From a whole, massive rock, it gradually broke into pieces of small stones, and large areas of the ground continued to collapse. The laborers had never seen such a sight. They were like ants watching a mountain collapse, filled with awe and helplessness, only able to watch from afar. Not until the time of an incense stick had passed did the collapse and aftershocks on this ground finally stop, and the earth returned to calm. But no one dared to approach. They were afraid it wasn't over yet, and if they went forward and got swallowed up, it would be certain death. However, Qingxiu didn't care about that. He flipped down the mountain and went straight to the giant crack in the rock layer to inspect. Below the broken rock layer lay large areas of pitch-black giant stones, with almost no impurities. It was all genuine coal, stretching out endlessly. The deepest parts were only several dozen zhang, and in the shallowest areas, 2 or 3 zhang would reach it. At this point, the laborers and auxiliary troops also gathered around. It was the first time they had ever seen such a complete coal seam. Though they had mined coal before, most of it came from damaged veins turned up by earthquakes beneath the surface. Full of impurities and hard to mine, but since they were mostly exposed, they were easy to find. A seam like this, stretching for nearly 100 zhang, and who knows how deep below, that was something none of them had seen before. If all the coal here were dug up, it might be enough to fuel the entire Tang Empire for thousands of years without running out. They only needed to estimate the value of these coal mines to immediately understand why Qingxiu had such determination to mine this place. Perhaps only he in all of Tang had such vision, ambition, and boldness. Qingxiu roughly estimated that even just looking at the surface, the amount of coal here already far exceeded the open pit mine he discovered in Silla. Even if this was the only mine, it would already be more than enough. If someday even this coal was exhausted, that would mean they had truly stepped into the industrial age. By then, the deeper coal veins in Hedong could be freely mined, not a hard task anymore. These past days, you've all worked hard. At this moment, Qingxiu felt totally at ease and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He originally thought it would take at least half a year to find a mine, but unexpectedly, using gunpowder, he found it so quickly. Otherwise, even if he found this place from the start, these rock layers would have taken 3 to 4 months to dig through. Starting tomorrow, everyone take 5 days off to rest. Daily wages will still be paid. From top to bottom, whether officials, regular laborers, or auxiliary soldiers, everyone will be rewarded with 1 bolt of cloth and 1 string of coins. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Duke Qing is generous. At least we didn't work for nothing. Now we can go home, rest for a bit, and still make it back in time for spring planting. Everyone was happy. At least they could finally leave this cold, gloomy, barren land. And go home with money and fabric, live well for the new year. Not bad at all. Qingxiu, however, was thinking ahead. He knew these coal mines couldn't be mined right away. They would need to wait until spring to begin. He immediately selected over 2,000 soldiers from the auxiliary army and ordered them to guard this place until spring. Absolutely no local herders were allowed to approach, and certainly not to mine. Of course, this was a hard job. They had to endure for a few more months, so Qingxiu was generous with them, too, promising each person 100 strings of coins and 10 bolts of cloth. If they held out until spring and completed the task, they'd get the same reward again, paid on the spot. Seeing the money and cloth, These soldiers no longer cared about the freezing cold. Enduring a bit for that kind of pay? No big deal. Some of the soldiers not selected were secretly pleased at first, until they heard how much reward was promised. Then they were filled with envy. In any case, a burden in Qingxiu's heart had finally been lifted. At least he no longer had to send waves of people and supplies from the heartland just to waste them here. He especially had someone go into the mine and knock off a piece of coal for him. The quality and purity were excellent, hardly needed any processing, could probably burn as is. Mine more. When I get back, I'll show this to His Majesty. Consider it a gift for him. Qingxiu didn't want to wait long. While the others rested, he packed the coal, ordered horses and carts, and left for Chang'an immediately. In the following days, the laborers and auxiliary troops withdrew, leaving only the 2,000 guards. Although these were weak troops, some even without armor, they strutted proudly. Everyone knew, if you messed with them, the problem wasn't beating them, but the real Tang army that would follow, wiping you out 100 times over. No one dared provoke them. Even herders avoided the area while grazing, afraid of trouble. However, word of the coal mine spread fast. Soon all the surrounding tribes knew. Coal was very tempting for nomads. Though they didn't dare rob the Tang coal directly, many snuck nearby to dig around, hoping to find poor quality scraps or leftover coal pieces. For these scavengers, the Tang soldiers just turned a blind eye. Qingxiu had told them, just guard the main vein. Let the others take the junk. That low-quality coal was full of impurities, hard to mine, barely burnable, and useless for steam engines. Giving it away was no loss. It was like leftovers to keep the others quiet. Qingxiu didn't plan to mine it anyway. He was indeed farsighted. Once those tribes discovered this low-grade coal, they went crazy. Before, they got along peacefully. Now they fought tooth and nail just for the scraps. The Khitan were even more ruthless. They directly took over this mineral vein and defeated the surrounding tribes one after another, making them too afraid to return, and began mining the coal as if it were rightfully theirs. Although the Khitan temporarily had the upper hand, they seriously underestimated the surrounding weaker tribes. Even though each tribe individually had less than 10,000 people, together they could barely muster a cavalry force capable of resisting. Normally, they wouldn't have dared to challenge the Khitan. After all, the Khitan were now the strongest tribe in the northern desert and were also a vassal state of the Tang dynasty. In terms of legal legitimacy and strength, they had no advantage. But the allure of that coal gang mine was simply too great. Even if they had to grit their teeth, they had to fight. No one was willing to let the Khitan swallow such a fat piece of meat alone without even getting a scrap of it themselves. It would have been better if the Tang army had never intervened before. Everyone could dig secretly, and no one would interfere with each other. Originally, in the northern desert, the Khitan could intimidate all tribes with their own reputation and peacefully enjoy the tributes from various tribes. But now, they were being forcibly entangled by them. Every 2 days there was a small battle, every 3 days a big one, and every so often they were secretly attacked and looted by these tribes at their home base, endless plundering and slaughter, with hardly a day of peace. The more both sides fought like this, the more the Khitan refused to share the coal mine, and the deeper the hatred grew between them. As time went on, even though the Khitan won battle after battle, their strength was significantly depleted, and they didn't even have time to deal with forming an alliance with the Shi people. That, of course, is another story. At the time, Qingxiu, who had arranged this setup, never imagined his move would have such a profound impact on the northern desert. A few days later, Chang'an City. On this day, during the morning court assembly, Li Er arrived even earlier than usual. When the officials entered the palace, they were surprised to find that he had arrived ahead of them. At first, the ministers were puzzled by this scene, but they quickly understood. Duke Qing had just returned to Chang'an yesterday. It was said that he had already found the coal mine. He had even stopped requesting laborers and provisions from the court and claimed he would present the high-quality coal extracted from the Yunzhong area to the court today. Li Er's anticipation was understandable. Before this, he had already prepared to supply Qingxiu with resources until the next summer. Yet, it had only been just over a month, and the matter was already resolved, and the resources used were less than a tenth of the original estimate. How could he not be delighted? He didn't even try to hide his joy in front of the court ministers. I said it from the start, Duke Qing is the most reliable when it comes to handling matters. Even though I was a bit uneasy when he first mentioned this, I supported it wholeheartedly from beginning to end. Li Er spoke enthusiastically to Xiao Yu and others beside him, making the ministers roll their eyes. They clearly remembered how hesitant Li Er had been before agreeing to Qingxiu's proposal. Only after the third chime of the bell did Qingxiu finally enter the hall, followed by several strongmen carrying large sacks on their shoulders. Your Majesty, just as I promised before leaving, the coal mine has been found. Moreover, it is a vast and extremely high-quality shallow coal mine. These are the coals I extracted locally. Please inspect them, Your Majesty. At this moment, Qingxiu was truly in high spirits. None of the civil and military officials had believed in him before. They even thought his plan was overly extravagant and unlikely to succeed. Now, with just a small amount of resources, he had achieved his goal, truly a slap in the face for everyone. From the moment he entered the palace, no one dared to meet his gaze directly, they were all clearly overshadowed. At Qingxiu's command, the strong men immediately unloaded the sacks from their shoulders and took out several large pieces of coal to present forward. These coal pieces were passed along by several eunuchs and finally handed to Li Er for inspection. Li Er didn't know much about the quality and texture of coal, but that didn't mean he couldn't understand what he was looking at. Compared to the coal stored in Chang'an, these were obviously larger, darker in color, had fewer impurities, and even smelled richer. No matter how you looked at it, the quality was clearly much better than before. How much coal is in the deposit you discovered? Li Er asked the question he cared most about. If it's about quantity, I'm afraid Your Majesty might not have a clear concept, so let me put it this way. Qingxiu thought for a moment and then said, at the current rate of coal consumption in Chang'an, it could last for 3,000 to 4,000 years without issue. The court ministers were shocked on the spot. This claim sounded like a joke, 3,000 or 4,000 years of supply. That seemed impossible no matter how you looked at it. They had only ever encountered exposed veins that were easy to mine. Most of those could be exhausted in a few decades. Naturally, they couldn't imagine a high-quality shallow deposit could contain so much. Even Li Er looked incredulous. Although he didn't say it aloud, Qingxiu could already read the doubt from his expression. It wasn't that Li Er didn't trust Qingxiu, it's just that this claim was too exaggerated and hard to believe right away. I understand that Your Majesty finds it hard to comprehend. But facts will speak for themselves. Once Your Majesty has a chance to see that coal mine in person, you'll naturally understand I'm telling the truth, Qingxiu said with a calm smile. If what you say is true, then wouldn't Great Tang never have to worry about lacking coal again? We wouldn't even need to chop wood anymore, just this one coal mine would suffice. Qingxiu didn't answer immediately. After a brief pause, he replied, if from now on, Great Tang stops striving for progress, content with standing still, dreaming of being the eternal heavenly kingdom, then yes, there would be no problem. His words were extremely blunt, causing many to frown, and even Li Er found it strange. But Li Er didn't interrupt him, he could tell Qingxiu had more to say. Conversely, if Your Majesty seeks advancement, striving to make Great Tang prosper day by day and remain ahead of the world forever, then this coal mine is far from enough. At most it could only sustain us for 10 odd years, and after that, it would be completely depleted. Only 20 or 30 years? This was even harder to understand. Duke Qing, you just said this coal mine could last for several thousand years. But even if we pursue advancement, aren't we just consuming more goods and iron tools? What does that have to do with the coal? Fang Xianling asked directly, full of doubt. His question was exactly what everyone was thinking, how could it all be used up? Qingxiu didn't answer directly but asked in return, does Dr. Fang still remember the steam engine I demonstrated earlier? Fang Xianling immediately responded upon recalling the steel monster he had seen at the public demonstration earlier, I remember it, very clearly. The steam engine can burn through 2,000 jin of coal in just one day. Qingxiu's words landed heavily, and the crowd was instantly in an uproar. 2,000 jin? Was he seriously not joking? Although they weren't involved in production, during winter, the financial expenses of their mansions always included coal purchases, this was unavoidable. They could roughly calculate that based on their own household's coal consumption, just over 1,000 jin could warm the entire residence through winter. But how could this steam engine possibly burn up double that amount in a single day? They had indeed seen the large furnace of the steam engine, it was 10 times bigger than a normal one. But even if you simply multiplied the burning rate by tenfold, it shouldn't possibly reach such a terrifying level of consumption. Obviously, Fang Xianling wasn't the only one with doubts, almost everyone he glanced at looked skeptical. Qingxiu wasn't surprised they would ask this, after all, they had no understanding of the internal structure of the steam engine. Traditional stoves were limited by their size and structure, had very low combustion efficiency, and most of the time the burning was incomplete. There was simply no way they could burn coal completely in a short time like a steam engine could. Thinking of this, Qingxiu simply had Emperor Li Er extend the morning court session, as he wanted to thoroughly explain why the steam engine could burn so much coal so quickly. It wasn't a complicated experiment. He had people prepare 2 furnaces and placed water pots on both. In one, they burned coal that had been broken into small pieces. In the other, Qingxiu had the coal crushed into powder and thrown into burn. What's the difference between crushing it and burning it in chunks? Isn't this just unnecessary trouble? Qingxiu didn't respond to these questions, he just told everyone to watch. Although both furnaces had the same weight of coal added, everyone could clearly see that the one with crushed coal burned more vigorously, and in just a moment, the water was boiling. In contrast, the furnace with chunk coal burned less intensely. They even had to wait an extra quarter hour before that water finally started to boil. Chang Sun Wuji personally came forward to check and found that both pots had the same amount of water. This really is strange, both pots have the same water, so how come the difference in boiling time is so great? Chang Sun Wuji was very surprised. The principle is very simple, once crushed, the coal's volume decreases, making it easier to ignite. Chunk coal must first have its outer layer burned to ash before the inner parts can catch fire. Crushing it means the surface and interior burn at the same time, which naturally improves efficiency. The fire becomes hotter, and as a result, coal burns faster. Looking at the expressions of the civil and military officials finally understanding, Qingxiu suddenly changed the subject. It's the same for the steam engine. The furnace is larger, can hold dozens of times more coal, and since it's all crushed, it burns even faster. Faster burning means faster and greater heat output, which is necessary for the steam engine to run at full power. Efficiency naturally increases. Qingxiu was already trying his best to explain things in terms they could understand. Otherwise, if he started talking about all kinds of technical principles, they wouldn't understand even if they exhausted themselves. Fortunately, those present were intelligent and eventually grasped it. But they were truly amazed that something which seemed like useless preparation could actually increase efficiency this much. Although they still couldn't imagine the terrifying energy consumption of a steam engine, continuing to ask was pointless. If Qingxiu said any more, they likely wouldn't understand anyway. Li Er frowned, clearly deep in thought. After a moment, he asked, if it burns that much coal, then in return, what kind of results can be expected? Li Er could more or less imagine the value of this coal mine, but if it was only to be thrown into this so-called steam engine and burned for fun, then it would be meaningless. Qingxiu confidently said, if the entire vein is completely burned, the future gains will be at least 10 million times the value of that whole coal mine. Qingxiu wasn't exaggerating. If there were really tens of thousands of steam engines operating at full power, even burning through an entire coal mine, that would naturally mean a massive amount of industrial goods had been produced, and even the craftsmanship of the Central Plains would have been greatly advanced. At that time, the Central Plains would truly enter an industrial age far ahead of the rest of the world. Any enemy country wouldn't even be worth mentioning by comparison. This time, Li Er did not question it. Although he wasn't entirely sure, after Qingxiu had demonstrated so many experiments, he no longer thought Qingxiu's words were unrealistic. Perhaps, just as Qingxiu said, they had simply seen too little and could not imagine how powerful the things he built could be once utilized. As you requested, all the coal extracted from this coal mine shall be entirely under your control. No one in the court is to touch it. Whatever manpower you need, just inform the court. I will arrange it for you. Your Majesty is wise. Qingxiu was very satisfied. This was exactly the result he wanted. None of the court ministers voiced any objections, and it was unanimously approved. They were also extremely curious, just how effective was this steam engine, that Qingxiu was willing to burn through an entire coal mine for it? Ministry of Works. It was already close to the Spring Festival, and most of the craftsmen had finished their tasks and gone home for the new year. Although the cement still hadn't met Qingxiu's requirements, compared to before he left, there was a gratifying improvement. The production cost had been greatly reduced. Someone had a sudden inspiration and added a bit of nitrate to the mixture, discovering that it made it easier to set and significantly shortened the mixing time. Looks like the Ministry of Works has really put in effort. If I don't show some results soon, I'll have no face left to continue leading the ministry, Qingxiu said with a light smile, brushing off the cement dust from his hand. Chen Dao quickly replied, Duke Qing, what are you saying? These things were all initiated by you. We've only done a bit of the legwork. If you hadn't taught us how to make cement, we wouldn't have even known where to start improving it. No need to belittle yourselves, you've all done extremely well, Qingxiu affirmed. These people never saw themselves as inferior just because they were craftsmen. They continued contributing in their own way. And they truly did their best to carry out what Qingxiu asked of them, which, in his eyes, was already enough.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.